And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
And this interior, don't feel like you are making a mistake. And I've actually had this is exhausting. Our people, my God, this is exhausting.
Don't.
I think I'm going to leave this place because people are exhausting. And I've had this conversation with CM. And he pretended as if he doesn't know the context you are talking from. This is scary. This is just scary. Our people,
because
people are so dishonest.
You see videos,
you know what?
What do you sorry, forefather?
You should come and take over. You are too dishonest.
No, let me see.
I am tired of you people. It's unbelievable. Show can come and take over. Show you can come and take over, please.
Forefather.
These people are just full of dishonesty.
Please.
They will never tell you the truth. I don't know whether is it.
What are you accusing me? You've seen
whether it's deliberate or not.
Calm down, please.
Something is broken in our people.
Oh, Father.
Something is broken.
Calm down.
We've had long conversation. That's made this.
They asked a question. I gave you instances.
A long one.
I gave you instances. What is see,
unbelievable.
See, listen, forefather. Let me tell you. Let me.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical location. Welcome to today's broadcast, and I hope you will you've had a good week so far, and we will be looking at this issue, follow up to this on Tuesday's broadcast. So we will look at a lot of things. Tuesday broadcast was a little bit tense, but I'm glad the way it went, because at the end of the day, it pushed me to search for the truth, which I did quite all right. So it also helps me to do some research, as many people did suggest, to find out the truth. So if you can see what is being highlighted there is the masses have never tasted after truth. So we have to develop this taste for the truth, to know exactly what is the truth and how we go about searching for the truth. Now, you can see the topic there on the screen. I mean, the topic was there a boundary? Was there a country with no boundaries called Biafra in 1914 when the amalgamation took place? That is the topic of today's broadcast. And why this topic? The guest, the panelists, one of the panelists by the name Chiem, on last week's broadcast, did made this argument, and not just him, several others also have made this argument that there is an existing document somewhere that good afternoon to you, Augustine Opera. Good afternoon, Ojibe AK, for joining this afternoon broadcast. Thank you very much. I will come back to your comments later on. So that there is a signed document that after 100 years, the nation Biafra will have to know, will go their own separate ways. Yes, OGP, I'm talking about the two. If you can see the question being highlighted there, is that was there a country with known boundaries called Biafra in 1914 when the amalgamation took place? So there is no argument that amalgamation took place, which is the bringing together of the northern and the southern protectorates, and for a purpose best known to those who brought it together. And it's not a new thing. The word amalgamation is not a new thing. It comes up in different ways. It could be to collaborate. It could be anything. But when two people or two entities are brought together, oftentimes it is what? It is for good. However, the intent of this bringing together will never be known, because I wasn't there, and I believe most of us also were not there. So, but intent often matters a lot. So that is the reason why we have to put things right. Was there a country with known boundaries called Biafra in 1914 when the amalgamation took place? Also, there is also the claim that there was a signed document. As a result, I did search for this document after that Tuesday's broadcast, because a lot of you were in the comment section, even including Pansat, saying I don't use my head. So I decided to use my head. And I even went to the moon and back in search of this document. I searched the internet. I Googled it into ChatGPT. I wrote it down into everywhere to see if it's going to come up. And nothing of such came up. I even tested our very good guest that always come on this platform, which is Tony Nnamdi, if he has a clue about this document, or if he has a copy of it. If he doesn't mind, if you kindly provide me with a copy. And he responded back to me, and he called me afterwards, and we spoke for a long time. I went as far as to talk to another individual who is a researcher and an historian in respect to this document, that this purported document that by 2014, that was the 100-year completion of the 100 years. So they have to now let them go, just like the children of Israel in Egypt. Let my people go. But I've not found this document. Nobody has provided me with this document. So is it the case that the masses or the people are being misled in respect to this purported document, or existence of this purported document, and yet nobody is providing it? Now, there is nothing wrong with self-determination of a succession. Let's establish that. There is nothing wrong. There's also nothing wrong if the union is not working and everyone wants to go their separate ways. There is absolutely nothing wrong in what? In self-determination. But what is wrong is when this self-determination is based on falsehood. When this self-determination is what? Is based on what? On falsehood. And yet the people are not what? Are not interested in the truth. Hence, I highlighted this that the masses, where is it again? The masses have never tasted after truth. So if you are interested in truth, you should be asking those who are selling this narrative to you, that where is that document claimed to have signed by 5 individuals in 1914? They've never been interested in it. All we are interested in is arguments. All we are interested in is to fight each other over what? Over falsehood. So where is the document? And I mean, the guy that was here on Tuesday, Chim, I gave him my email address. I said, please forward me with this document. Oh, he said they will look for it and forward it to me. Today is Thursday. It's taking over, it's over 48 hours now for him to provide me this purported claim document that exists somewhere that nobody can find. Like I said, I've gone to the moon and back and I can't find this document. So, where is this document? Was there a country with known boundaries called Biafra in 1914 when the amalgamation took place? And as such, they claim that after 100 years, they are supposed to set them free and let them go. Like I said again, I'll repeat for the record, there is absolutely nothing wrong with self-determination. There's absolutely nothing wrong for secession. There's absolutely nothing wrong if the union is not working and everyone wants to go their separate ways. To your tent, O you Israel. That was what was told Solomon's son when he did not listen to them to lighten the burden the father placed on them. And the rest of the children of Israel said, to your tent, O ye Israel. There's nothing wrong with that. But when it is now based on falsehood, then that foundation, even if you get what you want, the foundation is already bad. So we need evidence for those who are holding to this claim as such, fighting for a Biafra nation. I am not against that. I am not against secession. I'm not against self-determination, but it must not be based on falsehood. The CEO of this channel is an Igbo man. So I believe if such a document exists, he would have brought it to the forefront for the whole world to see. And because of integrity of this platform, I had to come up with this and say, provide us with the evidence of this document. Biafra Voice 7. Good afternoon for joining the broadcast, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks for joining. Without wasting much time, the ground rule is the question asked is the answer we're searching for. We are not here to chase shadows. I'm not here to chase shadows today. I'm not here to make unnecessary arguments.
Yeah.
Last week, 2 days ago, there was a broadcast here, and it is alleged or claimed that after 100 years, from 1914 to 2014, the Biafran nation, will be formed or will be let go. Is that true?
Well, I heard what you were saying, and actually that was why I decided to join. To me, I am not interested if there were ever any document of such or not. And I don't think that should be our priority. I don't think that that should be our problem or concern. There was a clip you showed before, though I didn't meet that area very well. I joined you from where, after just a bit after, when somebody was saying he was about to leave because the conversation was like not well organized anymore. There were arguments. So, from what you were saying, you searched for the documents if there was a country, if there was a country, Biafra, before 1914, and you searched for the written agreement signed by four people, as you were saying. And you said something that caught my attention, actually. You said that you're not against anybody fighting for or determination, or that want to go, or that want to be free from any engagement or association or relationship like Nigeria we have today. And then now I don't know who is selling the idea that there was a document, or who is selling the idea that there were that Biafra has been before 1914. To the best of my knowledge, I learned that the person that named Biafra was Frank Obiku. I think if I'm not wrong, Frank Obiku or Obiku, something like that. And I have not heard from Mazen Nnamdi Kanu that he is standing on the ground demanding for the freedom of Biafran people because he want because the agreement have expired, because it was agreed in 1914 that after 100 years the people of Biafra will be free to go. And I have not heard from anywhere. Honestly, this is the first time I'm hearing it, that that Biafra have been existing before what time you said, before the amalgamation. There was a country with boundaries before the amalgamation. But actually, I don't know who are those people selling this. You know, some people might just want to argue. Some people might just want to raise issues that is not interesting, that is not important, I mean to say. In this Biafra phase today, we have Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and we have Simon Ekpa. Owazrike is no longer agitating or fighting to restore the sovereign nation of Biafra. Today, we have Mazen Nnamdi Kanu fighting to restore the sovereign state of Biafra. And we have our Prime Minister, Biafra Republic Government in Exile, Simon Ekpa, fighting to restore the sovereign state of Biafra. If any other person that is not fighting to restore the sovereign state of Biafra is telling me anything about what happened, how it happened before, and you are not doing anything to tell me, like Tony Nnamdi, you refer to give you a document, is not even fighting to restore the sovereign nation of Biafra. So me, I am not interested, and I don't think anybody that is asking for his freedom should be interested in the agreement or no agreement. That will not stop us. But one thing I want to make clear is that I've not heard this from our leader, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Neither have I heard it from our Prime Minister, Mazen Simon Ekpa. So to me, it is not important if it is true or not. Whoever is selling the idea can go on and sell. You never know who this person is, who he is standing for, until this person comes out clearly. I wish the person can come inside here. I will have some questions to ask such person, because some people might not be being interested in what you are doing. Some people are not even interested. They are just out there to cause distractions, to cause problems, to cause commotions, to cause confusions here and there. And when people listen to them, they will say, look at the people I thought they are looking for sovereign state. Is this what they are doing? Like you were saying something. When you build a foundation basing on lies, you tell people that foundation will not stand. So when you see these people talking, you don't know where they are coming from. I don't even know where they are coming from. Like I myself, I do my broadcast. I don't tell people this kind of, I will tell you what is happening in Nigeria. I will tell you why you need to leave Nigeria. I will give you instances. And I believe this will convince anybody that want to leave Nigeria to agree with me. Like right now, we are voting. Actually, I don't know you. I saw in JJ Media. I know him actually. I've been listening. I listen to him a lot of time. I follow him. So I don't know you actually. Maybe I've seen you one or two times, couple of times making broadcasts on his studio. But actually, I've not been following you. I don't know you. But I myself, my name is Suku. And I am standing tall and stronger, and I have taken my ground. I'm standing on my ground, and I have taken my stand that I am standing for Biafra. Come rain, come soon. And I am not standing for side talks or people that are not standing with me to bring this Biafra, to fight for Biafra to come. What they say is not important and is not going to matter. So whoever is today, if you look into Biafra, you will see that the only two people that are really fighting to bring this Biafra is Simon Ekpa, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Outside two of them, no other person. So anybody that is telling you Biafra this, Biafra that, without facts, without being under these people, is just saying, maybe the person is just being, I don't know, the person is just airing his opinion, not Biafran's opinion. And when you ask Biafrans what they really want, that is why we are conducting votes of self-referendum. I don't know if you know about it, because initially when the vote started, they were saying that due to people were giving in their pictures, it is being used to trace them, to maybe do one or two things against them. Then it has been changed, where people will freely go and vote for freedom of Biafra nation or against the freedom of Biafra nation. That is, if you want to support Nigeria to remain in Nigeria, you are free to vote. Yes, I want to stand with Nigeria. No, I want to go with Biafra. So these are the kind of things anybody that is standing for Biafra, that truly want freedom, should be discussing, not documents that cannot do anything for you. Even if those documents exist, what actually is it going to do for you? When we know that Nigeria is a land where law do not exist, where law, justice can never prevail. Rather, we see injustice prevail. On several occasions, we have seen it. It has affected so many people. When you go into Nigeria today, everything you see happening to people are injustice. So I heard what you were saying. That's why I decided to come in and join you. I don't know if you want to ask me a question.
Yes, I will. Thank you. First of all, let me thank you for joining in, and let me thank you for weighing into the matter. And I also want, there are those who think Tony Nnamdi is against them. No, Tony Nnamdi actually helped me with the topic when I asked him. He sent me a write-up and I picked out of the topic. I'll just read a clip of what he said. There was no amalgamation document signed in the manner that had been peddled in the internet, claiming that only 6 people signed the amalgamation document. It is a deliberate false narrative set up to divert attention of those who should focus on the dismantling of the defeated 1999 constitution by which Nigeria is currently governed. That is in defense of Tony, even though he's a grown-up man. So for those who think he's against anything, no, Tony stands for the truth.
No, sorry.
I'm not saying you. No, somebody asked the question in the comment section, not you.
Okay.
Somebody asked the question in the comment question. Now, again, thank you for joining. And so I will be putting several questions to you if you don't mind. I don't know how long you have to stay. My name is Andrew Lode, aka Electricity. I'm one of the moderators on this platform. And the reason why I came up with this subject was that there was a broadcast here on Tuesday, and it ran for almost 4 hours. And this argument went on. And there is a guy called Chim, and several people have made this argument on this platform that there is a document that says that after 100 years, there should be Biafra should go. And like I said, there's no issue with if we want to go our separate ways, if the union is not working. But it must not be based on falsehood or to mislead people. Because if we are claiming that in Nigeria it's bad, and we now want a country and not basing it on falsehood, that means we are starting on the wrong footing. Now, if you can see what is the intent, what is written on the screen, the intent of the heart, I believe you've already weighed in on it that Nigeria is not working as such. So how do we pursue? How are you pursuing this agitation of Biafra? Because from my own understanding is there's what we call due process. meaning that it can only, by my own, this is my own opinion, this can be achieved when representations are made to our lawmakers. How can you achieve this without violence or resorting to war?
Well, that was why I said before. I don't know if you have been listening to what the Biafra Republic government in exile prime minister is doing. You see, in anything in this life, if you want peace, like they said, you must prepare for war. But you preparing for war is being ready. Should in case eventuality, we are pursuing whatever we are pursuing peacefully. That was why you see today we have the government in exile. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have been doing whatever he is doing peacefully. He never wanted anything like arms until the Funanis begin to intrude into our land, raping our women and children, killing them, stopping them from going to farm. That was when the Eastern Security was formed, just to protect our land. If you listen to his broadcast or his address, he said that they are not the people that are going to fight for Biafra. They are just a security outfit to protect our forest and our boundaries from the enemies coming in. So, and I believe that was the major reason he was kidnapped, not because of any hearsay they are telling us today, but that's by the way. And then when we come with our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa today, he has been able to bring us to a place called government in exile. And with this government in exile, when you are going to, you cannot just say, for instance, as you said now, I told you that I know Njenje Media, and you say you are one of the presenters here, right? Now,
this is this is Dr. Damage's platform, and is heard on Njenje Media platform as well.
All right, okay. I also
so,
know Dr. Damages as well.
Rudolph Okonkwo, yeah.
I know Rudolph Okonkwo as well. So, what I want to say is this. If you don't know your location, you will never find your destination. If you use what they call it, this
Sat navigation. Sat nav.
Yeah, navigation. If you're driving, if you want to set to a certain location, you are going to, no matter how distance, you have to stop. It will ask you where you are, your present location. When you fix it, it will be able to get you to fix your destination. That's how it will be able to lead you. When you fix only your destination, it will always end you up in the wrong place. So what I'm saying is this. Now we have Biafra government in exile, and then we have somebody to represent that government in exile, and that person is Simon Ekpa, who was elected as a prime minister. And then
sorry sir, let me how can you have a government in exile, and who elected Simon Ekpa as prime minister? When did the election take place? Where? When? Who conducted it?
Are you interested in Biafra? Are you a Biafran?
I don't understand that question, but I'm from Nigeria.
I asked you, are you a Biafran?
No, I am not.
Good. Biafrans elected Simon Ekpa.
When did the election when? Can you refer us to date time, please?
It's not necessarily
conducted?
That's not what we are here for. The important thing is for you to know that Simon Ekpa was elected as the prime minister to represent the Biafran people. And before he was elected, I want you to know that the Biafran people also choose him as the sorry, as a speaker or representative, a representative to Biafrans. So Biafrans came together and we elected him prime minister. And in this government, hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. In this government, we have departments, we have bodies. Okay, we have departments, we have bodies, we have people that are well to do in this government. And in this government now, we've been able to do a lot of things. We have been able to reach some certain places where we wouldn't have gotten to had it not been we are in government. And with this government, you will be able to meet with anybody you want to meet as a government, not as a peer group, not as a political peer group. So whether Simon Ekpa was elected by the whole Nigeria, whether the election was announced or not, is not important. What is important really is that the Biafrans are okay with what is going on. And when I'm saying Biafrans are okay with what is going on, it doesn't mean everybody from Biafra land will accept what is going on.
Okay, sir, with due respect, for the purpose of integrity, and if you read what is on the screen there, intent of the act, I am asking you a question, and I will appreciate. And if you look at the comment section, there have been several questions asked. How can you have a government in exile? When was this Biafra election? When did it take place? Date, time that Samuel Ekpa was elected as a prime minister of the Biafra nation? Could you please provide date, time, place?
That was why I asked a question. Are you a Biafran? You said no.
Okay, so
is the person asking? Hold on. Is the person asking this question? Hold on. Is the person asking this question a Biafran as well?
Sir, hold on one second.
I think the person. Hold on. I think the person asked Emeka Chiazo. Emeka Chiazo to be able to tell us if he is a Biafran.
With due respect, sir. Hold on one second. There was an election that took place in Nigeria. Okay, I don't have to be in Nigeria to know that election took place. But if somebody now said to me there was an election that took place, I would like to know, oh, I didn't know there was an election. Could you tell me when this election took place? There's an election coming up in Britain on July 4th, if I'm correct, and it's already announced. I'm not a British citizen. So I am asking you, I don't have to be a Biafran. It is based on the claim that you just made. And I'm asking you to provide me details of when, how, who conducted, and how can you have a government in exile, please? Thank you. The floor is yours.
We have government in exile. You must not agree with me, and the person in the comment section must not agree with me. But first of all, I want to make something clear. If you don't believe in what I am doing, that doesn't mean what I am doing is not working. And that doesn't mean what I am doing is lie. This is what I want us to know. That the person is a Mecca or a whoever does not matter. The date, like I told you, is not the important thing here. But we had election. Listen, the date is not important. The election happened before the election, before this government in exile. There have been people that come together on daily basis, sit together on daily basis, meet together, discuss, dialogue, look for findings that will lead to the other phase. The Biafran army you see today, people have been coming together to think, to put heads together, to be able to bring them to where they are today. So if your problem now is that Simon is the Our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa is the Prime Minister, Biafra Republic government in exile. I want to ask you a question. Is that the reason why you will not want your way out of Biafra? That Tinubu is your president today. I am asking you a question again. That Tinubu is your president today, you don't like him. Would that stop you from would that stop Tinubu from being your president? No. So
Okay,
whether you like Simon or you don't like Simon, the date, like I told you, let me not lie, I am not sure of the date. If you want the date, I will find the date and I will bring the date for you. There was a date. And hold on. I just let it not be as if I'm running away from giving you a date. There was a date. If you want a date, I will give you a date, but it is not going to be now. So I don't give you history, and after somebody will find out it wasn't 3. That will make me a liar. I will find the date and I will give you the date.
You know what? I will give you 5 minutes to Google it. If there was an election that took place and Samuel Ekpa was appointed.
Does it mean if it is not in Google, it's a lie? Is that what you're telling me?
Sir, I did not suggest. That's not what I'm suggesting. I am going by you see, look at what we're saying there. Intent of the
I'm
heart.
asking you. You said I should Google it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've never heard of.
What you are saying is that if I Google it and find it, it is true. And if I Google it and find it not, it is not true. Is that what you're saying?
But if an election took place, in a nation called Biafra, and a prime minister was elected and known by all
as government in exile, mind you.
Government in exile.
Yes.
What do you mean by government in exile?
You Google it. Since you know how to Google it and find out yourself what it means.
Look at what it says. Simon Ekpa was elected when you were busy with your Nigerian election. PM Ekpa was elected in 2021, 2022. Is that correct? Do you know? Is that correct by what this person is saying, sir?
I don't know. I don't know what the person is saying.
You don't know what the person is saying. The person just said he was elected in 2021, 2022.
It does. I've told you, I am not going to accept any date until I find out. I will give you the date. If you want, listen, if you want the date, like I told you, is not the issue now. What you are trying to find out.
It is an issue.
Hold on. What you are
it is an issue.
Huh? No, the issue, what you want to find out, if it is recognized by the world, isn't it?
No. I asked for the dates, whether it's recognized by the world or not. I asked for the dates.
Okay. Let's assume it was, let's just say it was sometime last year that
we cannot base it on assumption.
That's why I told you, allow me to give you the date when I am sure of the figures. You don't force me to give you something I'm not sure of. I am a human being.
Yes, because you've strongly argued for the Biafra nation. You've strongly argued Simon Ekpa is the prime minister of the Biafra nation in exile. You have this fact with you. So provide us the fact when this election took place, what date, time, and who are the people that voted him in as prime minister.
The cabinet voted him.
Can you give us names of this cabinet?
I will not give you the names because you are not interested in Biafrans. So why should I go on giving you names? We are out there.
Thank you for joining.
Hold on. You want the names? I will give you the website. You go there, you will see the names. I don't need to start calling the names for you.
With due respect, you see, these are the kind of things we want to avoid. Where we spread out.
I will give you the website. Can I give you the website?
Just open it there and read the names for us, please.
No. I want to give it to you so you will publish it here. Let me give you the website. The website. Go to biafrarepublicgov.org.
Sir.
And then publish it here. So hold on 1 second.
So you want to give me a website which means you have visited that website yourself. Would that be correct?
Yes.
No, if you visit, so that website will also contain the name, the
That
date,
is why
and
I
year.
want you to open it
Sir,
up
with
there.
due respect, can you listen to me, please? I will give you the floor. You are the guest. I thank you for coming. You want to give me a website that you have visited several times. Would that be correct?
Yeah.
And the date and year when this election took place and Simon Ekpa was elected as prime minister is on that website. Would that be correct? So how come you don't know that?
That is why I don't go there to memorize everything and pack them in my head.
Sir.
Since what you should do now, do you know what you should do now?
It is not my job. It is your job. You are the one making the claim. I am not the one making the claim. You just
if I bring it up, can I publish it here? Will you allow me to publish it here?
Just read it out for us.
Because if I read it, you will not believe me.
I will believe you. Just read it out for us.
I will only read it out if you will allow me to publish the website here. Because
no, I will not allow you to publish it. I want you to read it.
It's not a secret, so I'm not going to do that. If you want,
if it is not a secret, and you don't, you see, this is what we are saying. Listen, this is what I've been saying. The peddling of false narrative has to stop.
If it is false narrative, why don't you go into the website and publish it?
You are the one defending it. You are the one that's making the claim. So you should have your facts.
Allow me to publish it.
Just read it out for us. Don't worry. There are people in the viewers that
I will not just read it out for you. I will publish it. So for the benefit, listen, for the benefit of every other person that is listening to us, to be sure that I'm not lying.
You are not lying. Just read it out.
I will bring it up. If you want me to share the screen, I will bring it up so that every other person will see what is there.
You've read it several times. I just want you to tell me date, year that this election took place. Then I will go and verify it. You just tell me the date and
what is
year.
the point of you going to verify? Where are you going to verify it?
I ask you a question, sir, respectfully, with due respect. You are making a claim. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. I don't want us to talk over each other. You just made a claim that there was an election.
Yes.
And there was cabinet. And Samuel Ekpa, who is in Finland or wherever he is, was elected as the prime minister of Biafra. So you have this fact with you. You don't even need to go and make that research, because why? You are part and parcel of this Biafra nation. So you have the fact with you. So I am just asking you, since you have this fact, just provide these facts.
Then I will share the screen.
All right, thank you very much. I will go to those in the comment section. If you still want to take some comments, I mean, if you still want to take some comment, then I will. But I have to be honest with you. The reason why I came here today, I am not, like I stated earlier, I am not against anyone who wants secession. I am not. Self-determination is allowed. There is no law against it, but it must not be based on falsehood. It must not be based on misleading the general public. It will not achieve anything. If we are condemning a nation, Nigeria, that is not transparent, there is injustice, and we are peddling falsehood, it takes nobody nowhere. That is just the truth. If I come, you say you don't know me here, and I said to you, I am a moderator on Dr. Rudolph channel. This program is heard on other 5 YouTube channels. I don't need to tell you, go and Google me and say, oh, I'm going to find out, Google me to say, oh, if this and that. I have told you, it is not up to you to go and Google to verify if that is the case. That I am a moderator on Dr. Rudolph channel for up to a year now, if I am correct. And you just made a claim that there was an election. If I wake you up in the night and, Mr. whatever your name is, tell me, when is the election of so Biafra nation, you shouldn't think twice. You should give me the information. It shouldn't be this back and forth that we're going with each other. You should have the information right at the top of your head and give it to me. When was the Nigerian election took place? February when? 25th when? 2024, 2023, I beg your pardon. May 29, it was sworn in. May 29, we make it 1 year. I don't need to think about it twice. I just gave you those data right now. So if there was an election, we need it. I'm not against you, sir, respectfully. I just want the facts. Thank you very much. Let's see. Let me see where I stopped and I will highlight some comments, because normally when I come on the show, I talk and I highlight comments with those in the comment sections. I want to know where I stop. Royal winner, gone too far. Okay, so yeah, somebody said, if our input is not important, how will our opinion matter when Biafra comes? Do you want to weigh on that?
Your input as how?
They are saying, you said their input is not important, and they are saying if their input is not important,
what input?
How will
what
our
input?
opinion?
Whatever
they are saying, asking for information.
I didn't say that. Listen to me. You are the one, and you are the one painting the narrative. I said I will go into the website, publish it here, so they will see. You said no. Then I told you I will go and make my findings and come back and give you the
Okay, we are going to take a musical break for lasts for, let me see how this song lasts for. A musical break lasts for 3 minutes and 59 seconds, which is 4 minutes, and we will come back. So I'll give you 4 minutes to go on your internet and check the time. Thank you very much.
Tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like queens and princes. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like princes and princesses. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. Pressing the down for so long.
Thank you. Welcome back. The gentleman has left the platform. I gave him an opportunity to search for the date and time and year that the claimed election took place where Simon Ekpa was elected as a prime minister. That was a valid question I asked him, and he decided not to. All he wants to do is to post the website on this platform, which I personally ain't going to allow. I may not remember the time election took place in my own country, and I may remember, but if I am a player in that election and you wake me in the middle of the night to ask me what year and month that election took place, I should be able to tell you of it. And this is what is causing problem and division, where people are being misled. And because we are not hungry or hungry to know what the truth is, it started well. I must give him credit for that. In respect to, was there a country with no boundaries called Biafra in 1914 when the Amalgamation? It started very well. And then it now comes to the issue of Biafra, which I am not against. I just want the record to reflect that, which I did state earlier, that one, self-determination is not a crime. Two, secession, which is working well. But if you are going to form your own country based on falsehood, which we are fighting against in Nigeria, what difference does it make? That is where we are today. So we need to have what intent matters a lot. Intent of the heart matters a lot. What is their intention? That is where we are today. But it fails to provide aid. And guess what? I will not be intimidated. Trust me on that. I'm on fire on this broadcast. And I want those of you who think I am against Biafra to know that I am not against Biafra. I can come up tomorrow and say I want my own nation out of that country. I am tired of being part of this country. But it must be based on transparency, accountability, fairness. It must be based on what of the motivation must what and value must be based on this motivation value that drives an individual's action, and decision must be a fair one. Must be what? A fair one. Like somebody said in one of the I like that he said he know in Jenjaminda, he know Rudolph Okonkwo, he know this channel, but what he doesn't know, he has not heard of me as a moderator. Well, I didn't want to highlight that to him, not to provoke him further. So please, if you are defending something, defend what is. There's a word. There's a word I'm looking for. Pick your battle very well. Yeah, pick your battle. So I'll go back to the comment. Soji, thank you for Jagun. Thank you for those of you who have joined. I will highlight comments, whatever it is. I know some people are against me. Yes, I can understand. However, after Tuesday's broadcast, I went digging, and I mean digging. Where is this document that some people are using to create division, feeding people with false information? And let's be clear, a lot of innocent blood has been shed in this fight for secession. If it is not based, if it is based on falsehood, those bloods are being shed in vain. Those people have died in vain, and their blood will be on those individuals' head who push this false narrative, who push this falsehood narrative that after 100 years, even my own brother KJ, who comes on this platform, has reference to that as well too. We are free, let us go, let us go. Is anybody stopping anybody from leaving? If we want a change, then let's pursue the change based on what? Based on transparency. Let's pursue the change based on what? Based on the intent of our heart that we meant good for one another. We must not pursue this change on the basis of falsehood to carry out our own personal eating agenda. It doesn't work like that. It won't work. And like I said, I was not there when the amalgamation took place, so I can't determine the intent of Lord Lugard as a then, but I can only give my opinion that they meant well. Unfortunately, things are not working. But so if the union is not working, then if it means to go our separate way, then let's go. However, if I'm pushing for going our separate ways with falsehood, having my own intention, hidden agenda, then it equally will not work. That is just the truth. It will never, ever, ever work. It's not a cause. That is the truth. So again, thank you for joining this broadcast, and I will take some comments here. Let's go back to where I stopped. Let's be transparent. Let the process be transparent. I think, yes, bring the date. Yeah, it didn't bring the date, it's gone. So there's nothing we can do. Let the process be transparent. Probably think they'll come here and bully me. Ain't gonna happen, man. Like I said, I'm on fire for anybody who wants to come on this issue. If you know you have the information I am looking for, come on board. But I can be rest assured, he ain't gonna bully me. He ain't gonna talk me down on this matter. You can call me anything you want to call me. I will take it. I will swallow it. Give me fact. Then we will know where we're going. We knew Nnamdi Kanu came on board. Let's be transparent. Let's be transparent. A lot of countries, according to a lot of countries, have gained their identity country through their government in exile. Thank you for that. Is this your topic? Who gave you this platform? Go meet Dr. Rudolph. He'll tell you who gave it to me. Prime Minister of a country, Prime Minister of a government in exile. Tell me that one again. Soji, I don't want to highlight your comment, but I take note of your comment. So anyway, was there a country with known boundaries called Biafra in 1914? In 1914, when the amalgamation took place, was there a signed document that after 100 years, they will be set free? Even though they are not in bondage, they will be set free. That is the topic and the basis of this broadcast. It will not be wrong, or it will be fair to reach that conclusion based on the speaker's argument, earlier argument. There was no such thing like a document that exists in 1914 that 5 people or 6 people or 100 people signed, that after 100 years, that it is false, based on falsehood of certain individuals who want to carry out their own agenda and not even interested in the plight of the Biafrans. And some people dance along with them, not interested to search for the truth. This platform is based on the truth. If there is, provide it. We will fight for you. We will push for you. We will push for this to come to pass. But if there's not, then it does not exist. And there's no shame to say it does not exist. You cannot build any nation on falsehood, whether Biafra, Oduduwa, Ogoni, Nigeria, whatever it is. You cannot build it on falsehood. There is no denial that there was an amalgamation where the protectorates came together. The intent, we don't know. If the intent is based on falsehood, that is why we are experiencing what we're experiencing in the country. But we don't know. But wherever you go, whichever country you want to claim or you are going to identify with, you're going to practice transparency, accountability, fairness, equity. It is clear that some people are not interested in that. They just want to be a leader by all necessary means. And that ain't going to happen. That ain't going to happen. So, like I said, if you have the facts and the figures with you, then bring it on board. You are welcome to it. Anyone is welcome. I'll post the link there again if you want to join. If you have the fact, bring it on. Then we will look at the fact. Not come and give us a website that you read every day. You claim to know the cabinet you elected. You claim to know this, but you are not giving me any information. Like I said, I am ready for anybody. We are after the truth. Every day on this broadcast, on this platform for me, is a school day. School day doesn't mean we will not argue. School day doesn't mean we will not disagree. We argue, disagree, and we arrive at a fact. I need the fact. If you don't have it, then you don't have it. If you don't know, you don't know. So as it is, that is it. Yes, Riabu, I am from Bayelsa. Thank you very much for that. It is not no, I never said it is not a crime. Yes, I agree with you, Royal Winner. It is not a crime that he can't remember the date. Let him go and read the answer. I gave him 4 minutes. I came up with a 4 minute break. He now disappeared from the platform because we can safely argue that it does not exist. He wants to come and display his platform, their website on this platform. It ain't gonna work. Maybe Rudolph can do that when he come and sit here. But for me, I ain't gonna allow it. Royal Jones, you said my illiteracy is showing itself here. Are you in the Western world? Someone says he's not sure of something and you have the audacity to force him bush. Yes, I am in the Western world. Royal Jones, I don't know where you are, but I want to presume you are in the Western world. If you are driving a car, and you claim to have a driver's license, and you are asked your name and your date of birth and your address, these three things are listed on your driver's license. And you say you don't know, you can't remember. Let me go to my house and check if I will remember my name, my date of birth, and my address. Then the policeman will know there's something fishy. If you follow this man's argument, he claimed there was an election. He claims Samuel Ekpa is the prime minister of the Biafra kingdom. He claimed there's a website, and I asked him, "You must have read it on the website several times." On the record, he said yes, and yet he cannot remember the date. Then, come on, you judge for yourself. You what? Judge for yourself. Okay? Judge for yourself. Mr. One Nigeria, if you know that you are from Ibuma, you should know the Biafra was before Nigeria. Biafra was joined together with another country called region. You are welcome to that. Keep talking, keep explaining, continue. Give us the document. That is what we ask. That is what I'm asking. There is a claim that a document exists. Bring out that document. That is what we are. Merieke, bring out that document. If you have it, come on board. Argue it. It's an open platform for anyone who wants to argue. But you see, nobody's coming. The only one that came left. Nobody's. If I change the topic, everybody will come. We don't like the truth. We don't want to search for the truth. We are not hungry for the truth. Go back to all the clips of Dr. Damage. There has been argument here about this claim here, about this 100 years claim. Some people went as far to say that the Igbos are like the children of Israel. They are special. They are like the children. Fine. You can claim to be what speciality you want to be. But if we look at the children of Israel today, what they are doing to set themselves free or fight for freedom with the Palestine, and all you're doing is claiming that Samuel Ekpa is in Finland, is the prime minister, doing nothing, commanding there and doing nothing, not setting his people free. And you are coming here to tell me what? My guy, go sit down there. Macanelli, I disagree with you on that. I'm gonna. This conversation is just pointless. To you, it may be pointless. You can share the web page, which is the standard here at Electricity. It is not a standard. Okay, they choose to share the web page in the context of this matter, this argument. In the context of this argument, the man has the information. All he needs to do is what? Is to provide the information. You don't have to share the context. You don't have to share the website. Give me the information that I'm asking for, date and time, year that this election took place. I highlighted what a viewer said there, that 21 to 22 he said he cannot recollect. Come on. Let's be reasonable here. If you think this conversation is pointless, that is fair. That is your prerogative to think that way, and I respect that. But the fact that you are making a claim that something exists is giving me a website. You don't need to give me a website. You made the claim, so you must have read it from the website. All I ask is date. Give me date. You don't have to share the website. Think about it. You don't have to share the website. You know the date, give me the date. Why did he leave? He should have given me the date. Where is Biafra? What is the exact geography? What single language constitutes the so-called Biafran people? If none of these questions can be answered, then satisfy yourself that there is no such thing called Biafra. So you say, thank you for that, Soji. Where is Biafra? What is the exact geographical? I think I've read that. You read that again. There's no such thing called such thing called Biafra. Simple. So this is the same message, same thing. Someone here says Igbos always want to fight their own, regardless on which side you are. This isn't right. You will never see Yoruba media, Fulani media being this argumentative with their own. I don't understand. Dr. River, who is this? Dr. River tell you that this channel is an Igbo channel. Well, he never told me that until he opened his mouth to say it's an Igbo channel. To listen that. To go. You see, so let's go to Google and find yourself, donkey. Thank you very much, Felix. You see, this is what they said about the document that exists. That I should go to Google and find it myself. And I went to search for this document, and it's not in Google. It doesn't exist. It does not exist. If you have this date, just give it. I gave you 4 minutes. Read it yourself. and come and tell me what date it is, what date that election took place. I gave you 4 minutes. I gave you 4 minutes. Like I said, today I am ready. Call me any name. Don't worry about it. I will swallow it. I will what? I will swallow it. I will what? I will swallow it today. But I am after the truth for the integrity of what? Of this platform. I am after the truth. The intention of Samuel Ekpa is not to give us Biafra, but to destroy the good work of Mazin and the Kanu and frustrate IPOV. If you check very well, you know that Simon is blackmailing the structure of Nnamdi Kanu. Well, someone said he was elected the prime minister, government in exile. Who does the rule? David, if you are joining, you have to turn on your camera, except you are joining from Nigeria. Kindly state that for the record so that I will bring you in, but your camera is not on. So if you're ready, turn on your camera, then I'll bring you on the platform. Someone said, the reagent said, you are not a Biafra, so you have no right to that information. Oh, so they're holding information now. Public information, they are holding it. Mr. David, thanks for joining in this platform.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I yield the floor to you. I've spoken a lot, so you must have been in the background listening. What do you have to say on this matter? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just coming out now. It's not long I joined you. I just hear the argument. So I say, let me come up. I wanted to ask you one question. Did you like the situation of Nigeria the way it is?
Definitely not. 100% not. And we are feeling it. Those of us, even in diaspora, we are equally feeling it as well too. I don't like it. And
now, if I should ask you,
right.
what do you want to happen in Nigeria?
If you've been following me, I believe in that the people have the power. I've always campaigned on Section 68 and Section 110 of the Constitution, which is the people to start to hold our legislators, the lawmakers. We start to hold them accountable, and we have the power to do that. Because from where I am sitting, they are our major problem in that country. I have always argued that for the past years. And if we are going to achieve anything, even if we are going to achieve anything, even succession, we have to follow due process. We still have to go to them. We have to make our case to them because we elected them. We are just arguing on the basis that they were elected by us or they got there by merit. We elected them. So they are the one that we should focus on. That is my argument. So far, so good. And I have not changed position for the past 7 to 8 years. I have not changed position. And I am going to change position on that. The floor is back to you, sir.
I think if I should say something, there is a problem. Our problem is that we fail to understand the kind of country we are talking about, which is Nigeria. Now, the problem we have there is that Nigeria is not a country. And because it is not a country, it was a kind of a business entity. And anybody that you will put as a leader in that place always focus on what you achieve, maybe what will be in his pocket. And for that reason, it will be difficult for you to even convince them to do the right thing. I think the best thing is that if we all, and everybody that is call himself Nigeria, should join voice together to disintegrate the nation. Why do I say so? If we disintegrate the nation, everybody stay apart, then we can argue of coming as a union. maybe each part have their own constitution, but now we come together and agree in a particular constitution that we govern each and every one of us. Because now, if you see the situation of Nigeria, a Yoruba man does not believe in Igbo man. Igbo man did not believe in Yoruba man. Hausa man did not believe in Igbo man. And Yoruba man did not believe in Hausa man. How can people that are not agree to themselves be together? It is impossible. So the only thing to make things work, I think the best thing is that we should campaign that the country should disintegrate. Then on their own, they have to, maybe they can sit down and discuss the way to come together. I have a union that will have another law that will govern them, just like United States, just like Europe. Each of them have their country, but there has a union that bring each of these countries together. They have free access to any part you wanted to go as well. So, because one thing you have to see in Nigeria, you see the kind of debt that is going on in Nigeria. It's when it haven't affect someone, that person will be saying Nigeria is good, until when it hits the person. I don't know whether you understand my point.
Let me, I got your point. So, how do we pursue this disintegration? What's your proposal? What are you proposing? How do we go about it?
How to go about it is to conduct a referendum.
Thank you very much. So we need a referendum.
Yes.
The Ninas, or I think the Ninas or Tony Nnamdi and veteran, they've argued this argument of having a need for a referendum commission. So I'll come to you. I'm coming, which I 100% agree with. The question is, who established that referendum commission? Is it the executive or the legislative arm or the people we call for us to have a referendum commission?
I think the best way to do it, because the executive or the people in the power in Nigeria cannot do it, because none of them want the country to disintegrate. I think the way to handle it that it will help is that those in media should now begin to argue more on disintegration in Nigeria. And also, if there's any way you people can as well channel the argument to raise the people up to come out in the streets. So that, because there must be something very strong that will struck Nigeria to disintegrate. But if we say let the house debate or let the parliament argue about, they can't do anything. It's only the media can help out in one way, or the people rise up.
Okay, Soji, thank you for that. I'll come back to you, sir. Thank you for your good contribution. Soji, the floor is yours, please. Thank you. You are muted, Soji. You have to unmute yourself, please.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody concerned. Of Biafra and Nigeria, extremely deep thing, but it's not been looked at in any comparable or truthful way. The way I see it, that doesn't belong anywhere apart from Europe. It doesn't belong anywhere in Africa. So you could want to go start talking rubbish to yourself. Yeah, crap. I just want to tell you off, because there's no such thing. You are just conjunctifying things to make confusion. Biafra, the first writing of Biafra was not in Nigeria. It was in Peru. It was written by the Portuguese, not by any African. So you people that want to jump on an idiotic bandwagon called Biafra and really killed people, and you now want to repeat the same rubbish because you have maps and you don't have to spend money. Rubbish that comes out. That's why Biafra still exists. I've lived in Spain and Portugal over 2 years. I know these countries. I know what they are. And I've looked into in Sevilla, in Spain. Nobody in Biafra has done it. You can see Biafra, and it doesn't depict, Biafra doesn't depict one area. It depicts a bush. That's what in the Portuguese, Spanish word, it depicts a bush, a forested area that we would enter. which is why Cameroon had it before Nigeria. I'll go on to say this. So Igbo. Another thing, if Biafra has a geography, does not have a geography. This is the Biafra. There's no such thing. Not on the planet. Never have been. There's no language called Biafra that's bringing in anybody together. The people of the so-called Biafra that have arranged to carry on with, those people don't agree that there's Biafra with them. They don't. If Biafra had any truth, you know what? It would have included the Yorubas. If the Biafra included any truth at all. But clearly, there's some reason it doesn't include Yoruba people. The reason, and for that reason, is greed and oil and control. The Igbos know if Biafra was containing the Yorubas, they would not have full sway in it that they call Biafra. So because they don't want to, and they want to be the Lord, they coined the word Biafra. I'm not here to play with anybody, just like you. I cannot be bullied on this. And the way you also called Biafra the subject, strictly from bully terms, strictly bully. I want to dominate. Basically, that's what. But because there are stupid people among them, they follow this leadership. So this ideology, they follow this in stupid how they follow it. So I'm passionate about this, and I'm passionate about this for this reason. I'm a Nigerian, and the question that the gentleman before me spoke, he asked, "Are you Nigerian? Or you?" For me, this is as and crazy question. There's nobody who's happy about Nigeria. You don't have to ask such a question in order to prove your corner. That doesn't prove the legitimacy of your corner. It doesn't. But the arguments, this straw man argument you want to bring to the table for serious people to discuss. That's not serious. You're not being serious. It's not a serious question. It's not a question of any ideology at all. It's rubbish. You must understand it's rubbish. So I go on further to say, Nigeria is Biafra. It's a name that came from our great concern. It's lording itself over sanity and in the area that they call Nigeria. Biafra would be worse. Would be far worse. Far worse. Because I know the people of that territory, and I know what their beliefs are, and I know how their understanding is completely different. The Calabar man is not the Igbo man. The Igbo man is not the Ijo. The Ijo is not the Ibibio. So let's stop mucking about. Stop mucking about and get serious. I hate this conversation about Biafra. It's going nowhere, and all the idiotic fools that believe in Biafra, they will come one day when we get Biafra. You're idiots. You're complete panic-minded, non-thinking fools to believe in something that has such large facts. Ejo, please, I gotta say what I'm saying. The thing I hear from our people that call it Biafra, in terms of insult, in terms of judging, pointing the finger at everyone, I dislike it immensely. You Igbo Biafrans are the most destructive, unjoining feature of the country called Nigeria. Why the Fulani? The Fulani we know clearly they don't belong to us. Or you who do belong to us, you are saying, I want to leave this thing. Nah, nobody is, everybody is pressuring us. We are hated people. Rubbish! Rubbish! In my friendship group, the majority of the people that I call my friends are of Igbo extraction. More than my own Yoruba people. Why are they my friends? I'll tell you why they're my friends. Because apart from their industrious nature, they basically know. I don't know where variation comes from. I know. They know things quite plainly. They won't boast that they are always right, like so many pundits do. When my Igbo friends I have, they look at things in the and then they analyze them and they articulate them. These are the people that I know, Igbo people. Those who are coming and talking Biafra, they're just castigating, lead you down the wrong way. Frightened people. Frightened. And you are going to join the people of fear. Just like you, Pastor. There's no Igbo, Yoruba, or anything that can come and sit down to me with this question. Because I've researched it enough. I've researched it to all lies that come out of those people's mouths talking Biafra. I will cut them into ribbons verbally, because they have no facts, they have no position. The premise of Biafra is based on an extremely unfettered foundation. So for me to cut it to ribbons and put it in the dustbin for the rest of my life, it's very easy. But as you said, there's no Igbo man that can come in front of Nnamdi Kanu self. He cannot stand in front of me and talk Biafra to his end without admitting that Biafra is quality. Full stop. I thank you.
All right. Thank
please,
you, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. This issue of Biafra, I think is getting interesting. I'll be able to say something about it. This, my friend, I don't know whether if you are in Portugal. Have you been in Portugal before?
I've lived in Portugal. I speak Portuguese. I speak Spanish.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What is the meaning of Biafra in Portugal?
I told you, bro. I just told you. If you're listening, go from there. Don't ask me silly questions.
Huh?
Saji,
I asked you. Wait, Joe, please. I'm my own character, and I afford a lot of respectability. But in me affording respectability, what I've just iterated took some time and thought. If you didn't hear me, my brother, I can't start repeating myself. So
I people ask the meaning of Biafra in Portuguese.
Ask me questions, or based on what I've already said.
Okay, I want to say something because of the audience. You see, I want to tell you something. The issue of Biafra, we should know that there was a time Biafra exists by Ojukwu. He declared Biafra, which means that Biafra has been exist as a nation.
No,
that's
no,
number one.
If I can I want to challenge that statement, sir. Wait, please. We're having a discussion, and it will flow nicely. I just don't want things like that being said. You see, the test of Biafra truly came from Ojukwu and those people who agreed that term. That test, in actual fact, within all of our witness, the test of Biafra failed. It was a failure. It was a failure in the war, and today it's a failure. So reasonable thinking people that realize that the death toll, the failure, that governmental position.
Please, if you
wait,
allow me to say something. You have been saying something. Allow me.
I'm questioning your thing. What you saying is real.
Hold on.
It was a test that failed. Please. It was never a geographical spot. Never.
All right. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You see, when we talk about Biafra, I understand that the problem is that many people didn't know what Biafra is all about. I want to explain today because of the audience, people who will be here listening to us. Biafra is Igbo name, Igbo language we speak, because when we wanted to speak, what it means is come and see. Like now in Igbo language, if you want to say somebody, if you want to ask somebody, come and see, you say Biafro. Some people can say Biafma. Are you getting it? So it means come and see. And in that entity where you see Biafra, the real name is Idu. All the entire West Africa is Idu. And when Ojukwu fought about the Biafra, he made it very clear that somebody that is stronger than him will come and he will restore Biafra. And let let us not misunderstand what is going on now. Nobody is happy in the situation of Nigeria. And if anybody come up and say, he need Biafra, that is the name he choose, and he goes for it. I don't see the reason why people will be bothered or disturbed over that. Because now, if you watch, Biafra started from Igodomigoro down to Ambazonia. If you watch the ancient map, all the West Africa you can even refer all the West Africa as a Biafran, because that is the kingdom of Judah. If you come for real history, but I don't want to go there in order not to create confusion here. That is the old kingdom of Judah. So Biafra, you see, is the heart of the entire West Africa.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a quick question?
Huh?
May I ask you a quick question, sir?
Go ahead and ask me.
Are you aware that there was an actual place? Because you know that these maps, none of them were drawn by us. They're European, ancient maps. They're European maps, my brother. They can put in there whatever the hell they want. And we idiotic people would like to follow what they put there. Are you aware that there was a Judah in West Africa? Are you aware of that area?
That is what I'm telling you.
No, I'm asking you, my brother. Wait. I'm being serious, or I'm not trying to long language. I'm being very serious. If you know that there was a place called Judah in that West Africa, where was that place? Tell me where it was.
It was this entity they call Nigeria today.
No.
It was there.
My brother, the area that they call Judah is between Togo, Benin, and Western Nigeria. That's the area that is called Judah. In that, there's no, it doesn't leak outside of there. Even though we may all be Judeans, it does not leak outside of that geographical entity. My brother, you see me, I'm a historian and I'm a geographist, which means I love geography. People coming to talk their rubbish next to me, I cannot allow it. You're talking rubbish, my brother. You're talking what you don't know. You're talking what you've been grass-fed by the idiots around you, is how I'll put it. Continue.
You see, one thing I want you to understand is that Biafra is free. And no matter what anybody will say or argue, Biafra will be restored. But one thing I want us to understand is that it will be more better if the entire Nigeria rise up. Because if only Biafra goes, the people, because there is a kind of a tendency to destroy life in that entity, that area called Nigeria. And when Biafra go alone, others may suffer victim. And that's why if everyone, maybe they conduct a referendum, which everybody go where maybe Oduduwa have their own, Arewa have their own, then we now sit at the table and try to raise up a name whereby everyone will come back as a union using that name. Each people with their own law and kind of a whatever system they want to govern themselves with, but they now have a union that we connect, because all of us are one brothers. Are you seeing it? That's why it seems like it is difficult to separate to dismantle Nigeria. It's because we are all brothers, but we can't stay together. It's just in a family. You grow up in a family. At a point, one person in the family rise up, say he want to create his own house. If you refuse that person going, you are going to destroy that family.
All right, let me ask this question, sir. Let's go back to the referendum commission that you brought up. Okay, you said campaigning, sensitizing the people to rise up to demand for this referendum commission. Would that be correct, sir? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't matter which what we call the name, whether it's Biafra Nation, whether it's
exactly, because a lot of people have died.
I've not. What I want to know is whatever nation name you call the nation, that you want them to practice transparency, accountability, fairness, equity. Would that be correct?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, I want you to look at what is on the screen there. Was there a country with known boundaries called Biafra in 1914 when the amalgamation took place?
If you talk about Biafra, before even anything amalgamation, there was a name Biafra in that territory, in that Gulf of Biafra. There was a Gulf of Biafra there. Because this name we call Biafra.
Who gave me that name? Who gave me that name?
Soji, hold on, please. Please, Soji.
It was pronounced first of all by Christ himself. Because Biafra simply means come and see. Excuse me. Biafra simply means come and see. Are you getting me? It means come and see. The name has been there before even all this creation of amalgamation, even before Britain coming to Nigeria.
Even before
Britain come to Nigeria.
Soji, hold on a second, please. So you said it was first mentioned by Jesus Christ. That's
by
a very
Christ.
Strong claim.
Excuse me. Jesus is European descent. I'm telling you about Christ himself. You're sure it was the first person that mentioned it.
You see the errors that this guy is making. Every word you're saying is an error. Pastor, you know, Pastor, that you can't say Christ. You can't say Jesus is a European thing and then say Christ. Christ is Greek. That term is Greek.
I can give you if you don't know the interpretation of Christ,
how are you allowing this? How are you allowing this intellectually?
No,
the man is the truth. I don't want to insult you, my brother, because I feel that you're a very calm person. I really respect. Wait, let me make my apology to you. I don't want to come across as though I'm so belligerent. I don't understand your humanity. I do, my brother. Forgive me if I'm passionate about this thing, but my passion tells me that we are going the wrong way, and we are blindfolded in our emergence into this wrong way. And I feel that we can't maintain this blindfolded approach to serious things. We're talking about life and death. We're talking about our people. We're talking about the power of the black nation in this world. How do we do power in the black nation? As it said, whatever you call it, I don't care what you call it. If you want to maintain that it's called Biafra, then it's called Biafra. Everyone will respect it. I personally know differently. However, you breaking away as an entity of people from what we call Nigeria, does that empower Africans or does that lessen our power? These are the questions. These are the wrought questions. Do you know what we're fighting in this? Wait, do you know what we're fighting in this world? If the Igbos, I'm telling you for nothing, if the Igbos and Yorubas, especially, all those that fall between us, if these people do not find a way of getting together, then the Hausa Fulani that we like to care about, they will destroy us. Do you know why? Why isn't there something called Yoruba Igbo or Igbo Yoruba? No, they didn't do that. They said Hausa Fulani. The people that just came. I don't think you're looking at the same thing. You just want to create division, and you don't understand the power of unity. You don't. You have no understanding of it. What you have an understanding of is grab and run. Let's grab and run with our oil. That's what used to be said back in the day.
If we are to argue maturely, let us allow when someone talk. If you jump inside, you create confusion. And you see, if you are to give the history about Nigeria, I can give you a history that you have never read about Nigeria.
But probably because
if I should ask you, how did Britain come to Nigeria? How will you explain it? You can't explain it.
Okay.
I can tell you a lot of things that you don't know about West Africa.
You see, let me ask you this, okay? And I want you to be very careful in answering my question.
Go ahead.
Your claim that the statement made by I don't know if it was Peter who made that statement, come and see, was what Christ first made, and that is Biafra. Is that what you are claiming?
Because what I'm saying, listen very careful, because I don't say because others said. What I say Christ himself. I didn't say Peter say. When Christ When
Where
listen,
in the
when
Bible did Jesus Christ say, "Come and see"?
listen. When Christ was coming out of baptism from John, John first of all say, "Here is he whom I was telling you about, that his shoe I cannot bear." When he baptized him finished, he was coming out of the sea. The two of his disciples, John's disciple, followed him, and they asked him, "Rabbi, where dwellest thou?" His response was, "Come and see." That was what he responded to them, and they followed him. He took them down to under a tree and started telling them about the kingdom of God. And many people did not understand that when we talk about the kingdom, even when Christ said, when the disciple of Christ asked him to teach them how to pray, he said, "When thou prayest, say, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy
Sir,
name.
no,
Let
no,
thy
no. You're
kingdom
going. You
come."
no, no.
I'm coming.
You're
Let thy
going. No, no,
kingdom
no, no.
come.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. You're going on a goose chase now. I ain't gonna stand for that. You said, okay, this is the issue I have with the earlier guest that came in. You
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
Christ said, "Come and see," and that is what Biafra means. That is what you just said.
Yes, exactly.
So,
Exactly.
how did you arrive at that interpretation? Meaning,
I arrived on that interpretation because I'm 100% sure Christ speak Igbo language.
all right, thank you, sir, for this. Thank you for your time here. If we are
DGP,
going to discuss this issue
Are,
further,
are you
listen, sir.
shocked?
Listen,
You are
no, we're not
shocked.
shocked.
we're not shocked, or we just understand that what you're blabbing is complete
You
heresy.
are shocked because why you are
You
shocked? I'm
see,
not surprised why you are shocked,
You're
because
blabbing heresy, my brother.
The Bible you see, because everything was
so with due respect, I had to mute you and mute Jago, please. When we are speaking, we should speak on the basis of facts. Okay? Uh, for your claim, even those in the comment section are just laughing at you, sir. Sorry. Your claim that Jesus Christ spoke Igbo. You see, this is the divisive things I don't want to entertain. And I said it today. I am ready for anybody. That claim you made is false. Don't do that again, please, with due respect. You started very well in terms of speaking about referendum commission and all those things, what we need to do to get the country working where possible. But you went on a good chase of Christ saying, "Come and see," because they asked you. That was a conversation between Jesus Christ and his disciples. How you interpreted that to being a Biafra or Igbo language, it's madness. This is the thing I don't think we should be doing. We are better than this. We are better than this. And we should act better than this. The Bible is an open book. It's a book like any other book that we can look at. How did you arrive? Can you tell me what book, chapter that Christ made that statement and how you came to such an interpretation? How?
Can you
Why
allow
are
me
we
to
doing this to ourselves?
excuse me? Can you allow me to explain
If
things to you?
Go ahead. Just
Can you allow
be sure that you stay on
let,
the point.
excuse me, let us come for reality. One is that the confusion many of us have today is because Bible was completely translated. Igbo language is speaking by throughout the language that the entire West Africa speak is Igbo language.
All right, so thank you
But
very
to
much.
you
I'll go
now,
back to you.
Leave an wait, leave an
no,
make it.
the problem you are not patient enough to listen.
Bros, continue. Bros, continue.
This man that is telling you to continue is looking for your trouble.
The entire West Africa speak
Yes,
Igbo.
yes.
It's not only that tribe that they call Igbo that speaks Igbo. And if you come for the reinterpretation, you see that Igbo are the Hebrew language you are talking about. You thought that in the Middle East they speak. It's the Igbo.
So, yeah.
So, if you watch, even Yoruba language is Igbo. Hausa language is Igbo.
Bros, fire down. Tell them they don't know. They don't know. Tell them they don't know.
Gentlemen, Bros, are you sure? Are you sure it's not the other way around?
If you go to Ghana, you see they speak Igbo.
Preach, brother, preach.
It's already that many a times we felt that because we have indoctrinated in the Bible, that is the truth. No, there are certain things you are yet to know. The truth is yet to come out.
All right, thank you, sir.
Can I follow? Can I follow this? Can I follow
this? Speak, hold on a second.
Okay.
Go.
What you want to talk? If Reverend King for Lagos we get followers, who be this guy will not get followers? I beg, bros, continue right down. My only anger. Hello, let me first greet you. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Right? My only anger is just how many are they? You understand? Like, we think we are trying to let people know how to be proper Nigerian. This is our own, and let's change our own for the better. And every day we see that we have a long way, a long job, a long suffering to go to let people know, like how long can we continue like this? Like how long? On a very good day, I don't come on life like this, like I'll just do myself bets. I just try to speak Igbo, use Igbo, take water to wine. Come on, man, I have to come in, bro. I have to come in, man. Speak Igbo, water change to wine. I have to come in, man. True.
See how you have said it.
Come on, bro. You want some Nigerian class Igbo language? Don't go there. You know? Bro. Understand the love, right? Yeah, it's good. The passion, the love, for self, the love for wanting your own people to grow, to do better. Yeah, it's strong. That I love the passion, but channel it to the truth. Always try to put truth first before your passion. Because if you put your passion first before truth, sorry, you pack many people enter hole. Did you get my point? Truth first, right? If you stand for the truth, trust me, passion will automatically integrate itself, and everybody will follow suit. Because truth is like a spirit of its own. It's like an energy that once it's spoken, everybody just conform. Nobody can do anything about it because it's the truth. Because it's powerful. When they say truth to set you free, it has the power to set you free now. Because your conscience and everything will be free. So, I love the passion. I love the selfness, the love for self, and all that stuff. Your people, but also understand that look, before this age you are calling, right? We all have the same ancestors. So you ask yourself, from what year did all of us have the same ancestor? That this person from this state, his grandfather was also this person from this state, that we are related by blood. So at a time, this southwest and southeast and southwest region, we are all from the same blood. But by religion and politics and tribalism, we are meant to be separated so we can fight against each other. But most of you are blind to see that. Thinking small entity always win. No, check, it never happened. Small entities never win because that is the format they use to fight against yourself, to destroy yourself. But you think if you are, let me tell you where this nonsense ideology of the division came. Federal character, so that by the time we go to our own states, we can be receiving money directly from government and be building ourselves. Not knowing, no, the opposite is the case. They want you to self-integrate so that we can control you and oppress you. If you do anything, you see anyhow. Do you understand? Okay, let me give you an instance, for example, now, River State and Bayelsa. Those days when it was rivers, if you touch a John man, you are touching a rivers man. But now, because of greed, okay, no, we want to be on our own. You touch a John man, rivers man will tell you it's not our business. You touch a query man, Joma will tell me is their state, it's not our business. But before you touch one, you touch the other. Same thing with Edo data. You touch an Edo man, you touch a data man. Better you know, want to be on our own. You think you are happy. You want to collect federal, which allocation? Because you are greedy. That's why you want to be on your own. So you collect the whole money and eat for yourself.
Local P, thank you for that important. Sorry for interjecting. Thank you for that important. When before Edo and Delta were separated, it was Bendel states.
That's right.
We see ourselves as one. Before Bayelsa was separated to be now Rivers and Bayelsa, we see ourselves as one. And the more the separation, the more we dislike. And you rightly said it's because of greediness.
It's greediness, my brother.
Local P, what you said, Local P, was just simply marvelous. Simply marvelous statement. And you did it in a way that is far better than I could have done it. Because you took your time, you laughed at the subject, and then you put together, look, my friend, let's live in the black and white of this world. The gray that you are using here is just confusion. But we know what the black and white is. I thank you, Local P, for your comment.
Thank you, because if we are going to achieve anything, we have to work together as one. That is just the truth. That is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And that is why, Local P, I lettered this earlier. Intent of the heart, which you just argued on. The intent of this separation is greed. The intent of people clamoring for this and this is down to greed. They don't care. Anyway, go ahead, Loco. If you finish, I'll give the floor to
even the word he even mentioned about when he said Judah, Igodomigodo. Do you know the meaning of Igodomigodo? Do you know the real meaning of the people of Igodomigodo? Do you know them? But you're just saying, I believe you just want to when you want to you're just like a girl who wants to go into being a night nurse. She wants to do it, but she doesn't have to go. So she'll be looking herself, looking for somebody to tell her the truth. If you go to do night work, there's more this and that. You're just looking for somebody to convince her so she can convince herself for doing the wrong thing. That's what you're just trying to do. You just want to convince yourself Jesus Christ speak Igbo. I say, I like Bokwenu. Hey, the disciple say, hey. I say, I like Bokwenu. The disciple say, hey. Now, I could also speak the English again. That Igbo say, me change water to one jar. You understand? Now, you cover water to now, all my shayo. As all my shayo, then they get people like you. So, my brother, I always say, you can speak Igbo.
But you see, the dangerous thing is that this kind of utterances.
How many people is believing
it? Wait, Local P. These kinds of utterances come from people that believe in rubbish. As you believe in rubbish, you will speak rubbish. It's simple. But what you won't recognize is that there are other people around who are not thinking the same rubbish as you and will always point you out. Simple. You are following the devil, so you're coming out with devilish stuff, and there are godly people around you who are telling you, "Na devil you they do, na devil you they do." Simple. You're creating a mindset within people who are not thinking like you, but who you are convincing to think like you for ways of you see, wait, if I can. If the
Bros, I don't know if I will say something.
If I can just land like this. If I can just land like this. If the Igbos wanted to separate, wait, please hear me. If the Igbos want to separate, my brother, I give them my full respect. It's not I don't understand the question to get the hell out of away from Nigeria. I give them my respect. But I ask them, doing this getaway, doing it as Igbos or are you doing it as Biafrans? If you are doing it as Igbos, where does that leave you as a nation? If you are doing it as Biafrans, who are these Biafrans that are actually joining you? The complexity of answering these questions doesn't seem to sit with people that are clamoring for Biafra. And these are fundamental questions that need answers before you start to break up. What's the geography of your
question? Let me just say something. Just a minute. Loco. I don't know why we are stretching what somebody said. We have a topic which let's just lay down. But somebody said something, we are stretching it. That is unbelief. As I said, even some pastor will tell you different thing in the Bible, and people believe it, and that's their belief. All right, that is not that is a rating or it's not a rating. So let's not to stretch it too much. The guy said what he said, and that's what he believe in. All right, let's leave it for him. I'm an Igbo guy, full blooded Igbo. So I know the truth. Sometimes I don't know anything. Also, like I love hearing to learn. All right. Then it's when you are matured enough to know what is real and what is not real. All right. Telling Jesus teachable, he just like okay, he just like okay, let's leave it there. But if it tells me the culture, listen, I only believe the culture is Jewish culture and the culture, some African culture, Igbo culture, they almost like similar, all right? Like the culture had things are done. But in terms of religion, language, that, they are different, different entirely. Now, this is brought a topic. I want to just put my own input. Before the 1914, what was Nigeria called? What, here we are Nigerians. What was the name Nigeria was called before 1914? Well, all right. And I quite know that Biafra, they have bites of Biafra, not Biafra. I have searched, they have bite of Biafra, which goes all the way to Cameroon to like Guinea or something like that. Calabar, all those areas to go to Cameroon or Guinea or something like that. That's bite of Biafra. But Biafra comes after the war. 1960, that's where they declared Biafra. So Biafra was on the map or anything. They have bite of Biafra, but not Biafra. It was after during the war they declared as a Biafra, and it only lasted for 3 years. And after the war, and it was gone. So people, it's a spirit. As I'm going to people tell you there is a spirit. It's not. It's an ideology. It's a spirit. It's not something we can just come here and say we're going to argue this thing from now to the kingdom come. We won't find any result about it. We don't find where the word Biafra came from. Because a German man will tell you Biafra is an Igbo language. A German man will come here and say Biafra is an Igbo language. It's not an Igbo language. So we'll keep on arguing this. We're going to argue this from now to forever. The kingdom come. No result. And divide and rule. That's what they're living. Like even as me, we are all here talking. The Satis are clamoring we more states. What they need more state for location? The North have more states. That's what they are doing. They are like I just told you. Port Harcourt is an example. River State, they draw out from state in Abia State, put in River State, draw out some state in River State, tell them out. Now they are two different people, two different human beings. They draw some state here, put them here, mix everything all together, and like start okay. You guys should start dragging for if you have 7 states, you got more like allocations, you got more this. If you have 9 states, all these things now gone, all those politicians they eat the money when they consign them. And let's this history before Nigeria, before 1914, what was Nigeria called? That's what some of us want to be. So let's deep down before that 1914. That's okay. They put everyone together. How are we living? All right. Yeah. Are we spirits? Are we called? Which name? Which name people are called? I want to. This is almost far from up.
Which government?
What is the government? What does it like?
They say we are using shillings or whatever. Okay, that shillings. Who was controlling the shillings? Who was the CBN?
Yeah, what's going on? That's what we should be looking at. You're right. That's what you're looking at.
Was it working then or wasn't working? It was working. Let's go.
Yeah, before I hear that there's a River Niger, people are making like in school. We say who is calling Mogo Park. Somebody will tell you ancestors have been fetching water there before Mogo Park came. Why did I not discover them again?
All right, gentlemen, let's go to the main issue.
Bad narrative, you just collect it quickly.
Unity. How do we achieve this unity now? Because we all agree on one thing, that this separation of states, this and that, is all down to greediness. You get more allocation. Let's even say they get more allocation. It does not reflect on the life of the people or the citizens, whatever it is. How do we achieve this unity? Local P, I will start with you first, please.
I think first, right, is telling yourself the truth, as in the honest truth to yourself, as in like, okay, if I have a house and the house is like this. My first son is saying he don't want to be in the family anymore. My second son is agreed, he don't want to be in the family anymore. And I'm the father. What will I do? Will I say because even family brothers do quarrel, I should allow them to go? The father will do everything that it takes in his power to make sure my son stay here, second son stay here. I have to knock both of you together and make sure this family stay together. So when they are giving narrative, like it's not by force to say when the husband and wife marry, like okay, what about brother and sister, brother and brother? They say they don't want to stay together. Will you, the father, allow your two sons to separate? No, now, because you know it will kill your family. So just put that simple narrative, that concept, put it in a wider spectrum. The same thing, just like I say, a drop of water forms an ocean. So it's from a drop you get an ocean. So from building a family small unit, that's how you build a nation. So you can't say no, you cannot build a nation. You want to isolate a nation, but you want to build your family. It doesn't work. You get my point. And why I keep like just the narrative that you're putting out there. You might be if it's only you that you affect. I mean, okay, don't be pity for you anyway. But it's the people who may be listening to you and are so vulnerable, and they will just toe your line and start spreading this narrative. Those are the people that I even care for. That is the danger with what you are saying. That's why when they see people, oh shit. That's why when they see people spin rubbish, they'll tell you, okay, they can arrest you for inciting violence. Not that you are the violator, you are the one who caused the violence or you're involved with the violence. No, they arrest you for inciting. You can be in America, inciting violence in Nigeria, and they will still be found you guilty for inciting violence because of what your utterances. So if you give a bad narrative, you are not just a danger to yourself, you are also a danger to a people that might be vulnerable out there that you may not know. And before you came to your tongue, now trust me, it started somewhere. Now, I believe for you to have spit this out in a public platform like this, you must have drank beer over this in a round table.
over that issue.
You must have over the issue and have the guts now to come and say it here on your own right now. And you can say it here. Imagine how many of your friends now that sat with you and agreed will say it with their own people. You see the danger with what you are saying.
Big danger.
That's why I said, no, once you do this,
I want
Look, let me interject you. Let's move on, I beg.
No, I'm not calling with the brother. Just at least, you know, because if we decide to leave this issue, Nigeria will just be on a nose dive, and that dream we have that we'll go retire one day will never come. You get? Okay. So I mean, let's be truthful to ourselves and be sincere for once in our lifetime.
For once in our life. When I did this program after Tuesday, when there was this claim that there is a document that existed somewhere. I went to the moon and back. I couldn't find this document.
Under your signature. Under your signature. Yeah, you did.
And this what you said is right, because other people listen to this. People have listened to this. They've bought into this propaganda. And it has sent innocent people to the grave. They've sold this misinformation. But absolutely, the argument, what we are discussing right now, the section we are is achieving unity. Achieving unity. Even if it means we need a referendum commission.
Please share the link. Share the link. Please share the link.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I wasn't looking at. Thanks for that. I will share the link now. I think some people want to join. Thanks for that. That's the link. That's the link there. Hold on 1 second. I'll come to you, please. I'll come to you. Who is next? Let me go to Mr. David. Mr. David, we are going to focus.
You should say something here. Yeah.
Mr. David,
thank you.
Can you? I want us to focus on. Hold on 1 second. I want us to focus on achieving unity or achieving.
I thank you for. I won't go further because I see that the area I go before is heavy for some of us that are here. Let us focus on the issue of Nigeria now. Now, what I want to say is this about the issue of Nigeria, because just as I said before, there is no way somebody, two of you does not agree can stay together. It's impossible. And even in a family, if an elder son say, I want to build my own house, if you force him to remain in that house without going to build his own house, and marry and stay on his own, you will destroy your own home, even the other, because it will be causing a confusion in the family. So what I'm trying to say is that the situation of Nigeria now, look at the kind of death that is going on. In North, you see how people are dying. Do you like it? So the only alternative here is that let Nigeria disintegrate. Then we agree how to come together and have a union. This is the area, because there's no way you can stay together. For how many years we have been together, no solution. The death continue. So the only alternative, let disintegrate the country. Each people have their own law, because if you are like now, for instance, the Igbos people are Democrats. The Oduduwa believe in monarch. Northerners believe in monarch. Now, Igbos, even if they have monarch, but they believe in democracy. Their system of monarchy is different. So now you cannot join these three different people together. Now in Northerners, they are practicing Sharia. In Southwest, they are not practicing Sharia. In Southeast, they are not practicing Sharia. How can it function? So if now disintegrating the country, the Northerners establish their Sharia, then when we come to form a union, we have a law that will guide them, that will control their Sharia on their own area, not extending it to east or west. I don't know whether if you are getting the point I try to make, because allowing Nigeria to continue to exist, one day if you come to your door, you decide that Nigeria should be disintegrated. I yield my mic for here now.
Thank you very much. So his argument is disintegration, and he also argued for a referendum commission, which I also agree. For us to solve a lot of problems, we need a referendum to take place in a lot of subjects. Who is next? Jago, I'll give the floor to you. Remember, stay on this current topic, please. Welcome, John Alba and Tone and Mr. Biafra Voice 247. Jago, the floor is yours. Jago, are you frozen? Are you there? Can you hear me, Jago? You're muted, Jago. You have to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. And I too would like to extend that welcome. Sticking to the subject, I believe that this is where we really should be in our discussions as Nigerians. As Nigerians, the idea of disintegrating and coming back together in a union that fosters respect, equality, justice, and law, I could agree with that in a fundamental way. However, you see, where truth and reality sometimes is concerned, it is important that we understand that we have received truth already. But as time goes on, the truth becomes extremely diluted until we're in a position that we don't know what we're talking about. The fact of the matter is, we had something in this land called federationalism. It actually worked within the years prior to our independence, and a good 5-6 years after this period. This period was the best time in Nigeria. It was the best time ever. It was the best time that Nigeria could boast of. The time since the first coup and the subsequent war that took place, Nigeria basically has been retrogressing in such a form and such a speed that is blinding most of us. So I put it to you that in going forward, because we're talking about the future, we're talking about our future, we're talking about the future of our children, we're talking about the future of our nation, we're talking about the future of us as a people existing in this world that has historically been against us as a people. They didn't ask any of us if we're Igbo or Yoruba. They just saw that we're black, and that was it. We're their enemy. And we haven't recognized the game that the enemy is playing, that we too are now joining in with the game of the enemy. So I conclude, and I put it to you, if you're an observant person, if you are a person of heart, if you are a person of love, and I use these words candidly, but they are powerful words. They're not flippant in the way they're put out here in the West. When we speak about unity, as far as black people are concerned in the world, if we don't get that right, we are doomed. That's what that's our challenge. So given this narrative, I say to you that the truth has been given. Nigeria is an extremely fascinating country. It's an extremely fascinating geography. The people that are inside that country are extremely of a depth of culture that would merit any supreme or sophisticated culture in the world. That's who we are. Now, we can break that power up if we want. We can break it up and disintegrate. Watch how people jump on that breakup, because that's what they want. So I put it to you, in the case and the love of Nigeria, and again, Nigeria is another name, just like Biafra, where we don't necessarily know where it comes from. We can argue about it all day long. So keeping the name Nigeria, for argument's sake, that Nigeria should be a true federation in the deepest sense of that word. That way, you see, what happens is that I'm a Nigerian, but I'm a Yoruba man. I can travel to anywhere in Nigeria. And by the time I reach the East, I'm in the East. I'm in the East. The cultures and traditions of that place are going to be respected by me. Why? Because these are who the people are. These are the sons of the soil in that terrain. When I go to the North, what do I do there? I do there, away from this religious aspect, which is something that is fraught with stinging nettles and diverse approaches. So put the religious aspect down. When I go to the North, I'm with the people. I'm eating their food. I'm understanding the breadth and depth of what Nigeria is, and I'm loving it. When you are in the West, now Yoruba and Naina County is what we set up there in the West that's running. It's what we set up there. It's our economy we're pulling out of our ground. We're using our sweat, blood, and tears for, that we are putting into the central pot for everybody to eat off the fat of the land of the Yoruba, of the land of the Igbo, of the land of the Itikeri, of the land of the Hausa. You understand? This is where Nigerian unity needs to return to, in such a way that the world, the black world in particular, that is so fraught with fractions, with diverse, with division, this is where an example would be laid down on this earth by these people who are so-called Nigerians to foster harmony and unity throughout the world. If we do the job in Nigeria and stop all this flim-flam rubbish talk all day long, rubbish talk. I say to our Biafrans, rubbish talk. I say to our Boko Haram, rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. All you're doing is getting in the way. You're only getting in the way of progress. So I put it to you in this term, that without true federalism, the breakup of Nigeria is the weakness of the people in there. If we break up as a people, then we are showing how weak we are as black people. I land there.
Thank you very much. I will go to, okay, Local Peace House already. I will go to, what's your name again?
I know myself.
Yeah, I'm at your house. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, electricity. I don't have more time, but I just want to say, it's that time to tell ourselves the truth. You know, let's not to speak on both mouths. You know, when you the night you say something else, afternoon you say. As far as that country is concerned, for example, I'll just give you an example. in a federation, how you have two laws. I don't see how that worked. Nigeria, some part of Nigeria are still practicing Sharia law. All right, they don't follow what the Constitution of Nigeria, Federal Republic of Nigeria said. They have their own court, everything. All right, and it's also attached to our own constitution, who have banned every other part in Nigeria. As long as we have two laws that guide it, we say we are one country, one federal, everything. We have two laws that guide it. What apply in some part of the north, it does not apply in some part of the south. All right. So if I'm from Southern, I go to some part of the north and commit a crime, instead of taking me to the court for court of the federation, they take me to their own Sharia court and persecute me there. All right. Even when I don't know how they talk about, but if you're ignorant of it, they cannot judge you according to whatever. It's just like, for example, we are one Nigeria. I load full loaded trailer of Guinness to some part of the north. They will see it and burn it. That is against whatever they against whatever the parties. Then from the same sectors, from that money, they will from the sectors and every other VAT I paid, they will allocate some money.
Wait,
yeah.
Are you driving?
No, I'm parked. I'm parked for a long time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. So from the sectors or whatever money they're going to make from Nigeria Brewery, they will still give the allocation from it. Most of all, I think it's a normal thing. As far as Nigeria, I civilian, all right, we have a conflict, a conflict with an army person. The army commander will send a whole food troop to lock up a business center that people make up for the however 5-6 bank in there and still lock the place for over like a week, and nobody talking about it. So which way forward? That's just my question. Are we moving forward or backward? This we didn't address it when they went to Delta State to bomb a whole full community. This is the same thing because this is a marketplace, and nobody is talking about it in a way that, assuming this was a village, it is something that happened. It's so full for somebody. He came back with an army to come and have a brother as a military. Come and beat up the person. Come and collect a new phone. All right. As far as Nigeria is built that way, I don't think our unity is. I think it's negotiable though. We have to negotiate this one Nigeria that we are calling ourselves in a way that the South see themselves different, the North see themselves different. Everybody see themselves as different, different human beings. So for me, I believe what everybody is saying here. Referendum is the key. People should sit down and say, are we going to continue one Nigeria or not? Yes, if you are going to continue one Nigeria, look at everybody, look at how you are going to operate. That's what I'm seeking on my own. But the other thing we are doing, yeah, it may help, but let's come to one table and negotiate. Negotiate in a way that if the South is South, Northeast, Northwest, okay, let's be one. They will negotiate to be one. All right. Then something will happen tomorrow. The North Center will tell you, I will lock up every trailer coming to you to the South. We're going to close it. Are we not one Nigeria? So all those kinds of things, when I look at it, I'm all like, okay, we're not saying I said the truth. That that means we are not one Nigeria that will be threatening everybody in every little thing. You threaten them, you're going to cut off the supply to the same brother. If your own brother living outside your state, he's also eating from that you're trying to stop. You understand my point? So on my own end, I just say, let's go to referendum. Let everybody decide if you are going to be one Nigeria or not. Even as some people are trying to marry from my state, they will need visa to come, and even Jonaba, before you come to Anambra again, you go beg to apply. Will I beg to apply to come? If that's what I want, let's go there. That's just my own this thing. Let's try. Yeah, that's just my own contribution. Yeah.
I don't know who came first. Jonaba or Tone or Mr. Biafran voice 247. Now, Jonaba and Tone, give me 1 second, please. Mr. Biafran voice 247. Do you have anything to weigh in on this topic, please?
Somebody is making noise from behind.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll mute them.
Thank you. I would have loved it if the other man with the best is here. I don't know why he could.
Here I am.
God, he is here. Thank God. So, my
gentlemen, yeah, go ahead. Let me hear what you have to say.
brother,
Go ahead.
you were saying something about true federalism, and that if Nigeria would separate, that shows our weakness. I want to ask you a question. From look of things, you are not in Nigeria. Wherever you are, can a policeman, or how many times have you seen army carry gun to molest people in the street? Where you are, how many times have you seen army shaking point, shaking your car documents, collecting money from you, forcing you to come down from your vehicle to walk about 100 meters? Whether you are dying, whether you're pregnant, is not important. How many times have you seen the military defending the people that call themselves headers? In the country where you reside, my brother, have you ever seen or heard, even anywhere in this world, that there are people called repentant terrorists? And then you want peace in a country where you have state within state. We have people with different government, Sharia law, with their own police. We have people that control some community with local government, physical, not spiritual local government. They work there. People pay tax to them. No be saying a for tell. And you are looking for true federalism,
my brother.
And these people, hold on, I'm coming. And these people are the same people you are telling me you are looking for. You have people who have sacked students and took over the schools and turned it into their camp or into their barracks in the name that they are looking for a kind of, they don't like Western education. We are in a place you call the country. I called it evil forest, where justice does not, will not, can never exist. Are you going to wipe away the whole people you have today as leaders to begin a new system? Ever since you have been living as a human being, have you heard of any election that was conducted that was truly conducted free and fair? I have heard one in that country you called Nigeria, and somebody won it. That was when I left secondary school, 1993. I was in Abuja. I took part, and that was the election MKO Abiola, between him and Tofa. MKO Abiola won. I went to Area 10 that evening around 4-5 to check my uncle's P.O. box. That time they use this P.O. box. I don't know now. I went to Area 10 post office to check. Then INEC office was beside the central post office. We say, I saw the result with my own eyes. Somebody did not tell me. Humphrey Wosu published the result there. MKO Abiola won, clean and clear. Abiola never tested what it looks like to give his people what they call him to give to them. He was murdered. He was killed like nothing. We forgot about it. We are enjoying lies, and you are calling me that I should not leave. I must stay because you are scared of facing the reality. In a place you call the country, is Nigeria a country where lies rule?
My brother, is all of this for me?
Wait, because you said you're going to ask a question and
allow me to finish. If I finish, you want to say anything, you can say. We are in a place where somebody we saw openly, the media, Nigerian media showed us that he is a drug dealer. He is an internet cyber crime. He was involved in drug, cocaine. He was involved with cyber crime. He was involved with other things he was accused of. He has been allowed 2 weeks to go home and bury his mother. His mother that has been already buried. And we are in a country where we have somebody, you were saying something about somebody inciting violence. If I am inciting violence here right now, all you need to do is to find out where I am inciting. You don't even need to do it. The system, the internet today, that's why we're in global world, in global village. We find out that this person is doing this from this location. The police will come here and they pick you up. We are not in Africa. So if truly Nnamdi Kanu was inciting violence from Britain, why didn't Britain arrest him? Didn't they arrest one Yoruba guy, I've forgotten his name, for inciting violence or doing something like that? Why didn't Britain arrest him? Why must Nigeria go to Kenya to kidnap him? Why is it that you said you believe in justice and that justice have decided that this man, you kidnapped him, you must take him back to Kenya? Nobody have right to judge him. If you will try that, you are trying that on basis of terrorism. Why are we dancing around the truth as if truth is not existing? Because the spirit of something called Nigeria has infected most of us. We are afraid of facing the reality. You are in a country where some people will come to a community, massacre them, and they take over their community and rename it. And they live there. White indigenous people live in the IDP camp. You are in a country in Delta today, people of
I will make this thing go around. It's just getting boring, man.
Hold on. Thank you very much. Tone, please be just maintain. First and foremost, Mr. 247, let me bring you up to speed. We had this discussion on Tuesday, and I believe everyone here condemned the way and manner that Nnamdi Kanu was taken from Kenya, and there's an extradition treaty that exists between Nigeria and Kenya, and due process they should follow due process. So just to have that record corrected on this platform, we had that discussion this 2 days ago, and when I came up with the topic. So that is just to make you aware that it's not something we applauded, or the actions was not applauded by anyone.
No. Sorry, I'm not saying you. I'm not talking about you. We are talking about Nigeria, not you.
Yeah, I know.
If you condemn it, it's not the issue. We are talking about what is happening in Nigeria, not what you condemn.
Let me ask you a question. You reference Dragon. I know you ask you a question. You reference police brutality. You reference police brutality. Give me 1 second. You reference. Just need to open the window. You reference police brutality. This police brutality, is it across the nation or a particular place, a particular state? Please. You are muted. We can't hear you. You're muted.
Yeah, sorry.
You have to unmute yourself. Yeah.
Police brutality is mostly in southern area.
So it's not in the, when you say police brutality,
in the northern area, you hardly in the northern area hardly.
It hardly happened in the northern area.
The answers. Let me ask you. The answers, it did happen in the north. The SARS.
We know it happened. We know it happened in Lagos. It happened in Lagos.
No, I don't mean NSAS. I mean the SARS oppression, the police brutality, what the SARS did or what police did that led to the NSAS. Was there any record of such in the north? No.
Each state has their own police unit that they name or whatever it is. But the question I ask is, police brutality is known all over Nigeria. It may be higher in some places. It may be higher in some places than the other, but it's all across the nation. And we want something better than that. So, Jagun, please take. You have 3 minutes
brief.
to weigh into the question.
I'll be brief. I mean, what I want to underline.
Please be brief.
What I want to underline is that, one, my brother, you didn't get to the point of asking me any question. But what you did do is to use my name and then to pile everything that you had in your mind in it as though I said it. I did not say many things that you said. If you would like to ask me a question that is pointed to what I said or to what my understandings are, then please do so. But please, the passion and the overload and everything is somebody's fault. I'm not saying that that's your approach, but in listening to you, I gathered nothing. So I don't know if you actually want to ask a question.
All right, Tom, the floor is
you were talking about the true federalism.
Can you hold on one second?
It's not a question.
Wait. It's going to be very quick. Sorry, Tone. Sorry, I beg your pardon, Tone.
Jagun, hold on 1 second. We're here. Don't worry. Let me give the floor to Tone. Tone, go ahead, please.
That's quite strange.
Could I just say something? You see, sir, you're one of the classic examples that why I will never, as an Igbo man and a proud one as that from Anambra State, Onitsha to be specific, I will never ever support your brand of Biafra. I will never because you people are deluded. You incite people incite violence during the election. Did not Biafra, the so-called IPOB, instruct people not to vote? Do you think it's legal? If everybody voted, perhaps the man that we thought that we all knew that he's the best candidate would have had a chance. You instructed everybody not to vote. You threaten people with violence. People, why are you laughing? You know it's true. You stop laughing, because when you laugh, you're just making my blood boil. I know that you incited violence.
I'm not laughing at you. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. There's been video evidence where you turned over people's goods because they came out and your so-called sit-down Monday, until Nnamdi Kanu himself wrote a handwritten letter and told Simon, instructed that fool in Finland not to do it.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
I don't bloody care, because you're one of the people that you're one of the people that is confusing people. You. I've seen you before. You are supporting Simon. Simon is a criminal. Wait, he will.
Sorry, Tone, I had to mute you. Your floor is still yours. Please, Tone, we want to avoid we're trying to run a zero policy on verbal abuse on this platform. Difficult as it may be, but we can do it. So the floor is back to you, Tone. Please mind your language. Thank you. You are muted, Tone. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Apologies. I said Jago said something earlier, which I very much appreciate. When you go to somebody's region, you need to respect their culture and their way of life. My other brother, what's his name? Amadioha, was saying that you import big stout to the south. Why would you take alcohol when these people say they don't want alcohol in there, and then when they destroy your alcohol, you say they are being tribalistic? Why would you? When I go to Yoruba land, I know that when I want to go to a Yoruba family, I know that I need to prostrate. Even if I don't prostrate totally, I will show some respect. That's what we call, that is respecting people, their ways of life. And we're asking before now, How was Nigeria known? Nigeria was known. Nigeria, there was no word Nigeria. We had no concept of the country Nigeria. We were addressed as empires, as kingdoms, and all that. So when you go to a certain area, you need to respect them. We need to respect them, and you come up with all sort of bullshit idea and all that. Nnamdi Kanu wrote a handwritten letter. He said, Simon, stop all this. He told and said Ejimaka was lying, and that's the problem. And these are the people that are holding Nnamdi Kanu. If there is anybody that is holding Nnamdi Kanu, that is causing Nnamdi Kanu to be, let it be on record that I said that. If anybody that is still holding and causing Nnamdi Kanu to still be in detention, it is silly people that are, like that man that I just left and Simon Ekpa with all the things they are doing. I have watched a live broadcast. This very man that left, I don't know what his name was. Simon Ekpa was telling them to donate for missiles. How can you be asking for missiles in a country and yet you carry a Nigerian passport or identify yourself one way or the other with one kind of is that not be juju be that? If there's one tribal group that should even be asking to leave Nigeria because they have been dealt with is the people from the middle belt, Mr. Abbas, this thing, because they've had a very, very, very raw deal and all that, but they are complaining in their own way, but they've not asked to leave Nigeria. And every time every time this IPOB comes, when they know that you speak Igbo, they will just tell you I used to tell them, listen, I am a proud non-bastard Anambra man and all that. I do not believe in Biafra. Please, I am not. And loads of people, loads of educated people in Anambra State, in Abia State, even in Enugu State, do not believe in Biafra. But they will go on to all these all these platforms and all that, and be selling emotional stuff that are not this thing. You're talking about police brutality. Police brutality goes across everybody. Police brutalizes people in the north. People are shot and all that. If we start recording and all that, it does not happen. And you're telling me it's because of it you want to leave Nigeria. You better wake up and smell the coffee. Thank you.
There are two people on the background, Mike and Usual Business. And Usual Business, I asked you where you're joining from. You say you want to speak. Please, if you're joining from Nigeria, okay. But if you're not joining from Nigeria, you have to turn on your camera. Where are you joining us from, please?
Okay, cool. 1 second, man.
Thank you very much.
Technically, I'm cooking right now. I'm cooking, so can y'all just kind of give me a second?
You have to dress properly, please. Can you put on something? Then I'll bring
yeah.
Thank you. All right. All right. Jonathan, the floor is yours. Thank you. Ken, sorry, Jonathan was here. He went out and he came back. So after Jonathan, you're welcome. I'll let you speak. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Let Ken speak.
All right, Ken. Jonathan, I see you there. It's time to you. Welcome, forefathers. The head of the Biafran group is here now. Forefather.
the foreign minister of the
foreign minister of security attaché.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, moderator. But I just want to first of all find out something before I continue to speak. There were two people that were having an interaction, and I think I can't see the name correctly. The guy was he was speaking out of emotion and anger. He was insulting people, and the other guy responded. It's like you took the two out, and you brought back the other one and left the other one out. Is that what happened, or he just left himself?
I don't understand. Tone was using language, and I told him not to. Jagun also, I had to stop him. I didn't take anybody out, so I didn't take anybody out.
Okay, sorry about that. I want to. I had there was something else I wanted to speak about there. I think Tonu, after Tonu spoke, I want to talk about some things that he said. Now he was justifying. That was the way I would say, but you can counter me on that. The destruction of alcohol, that people said in their area they don't drink alcohol, then why take alcohol to them? It was a kind of like a justification for doing that. But do you know that, I don't know if I pronounced that name right. Do you know that part of the VAT of alcohol goes to those states that you were just like supporting for destroying alcohol because it's part of their religion? So their religion does not forbid them to take the money from alcohol tax, right?
Ken, that is another issue. What I'm trying to say is that when you go, what I was you didn't listen. You didn't listen. What I was trying to say is that when you go to a region, you need to respect the way they live. It's simple. The money, the taxes thing is another thing. I didn't talk about that.
Question I'm asking, because for anybody
electricity.
listening to you,
Electricity. This is a moot point. It's stopping us from going forward. It's very mute.
So it's a point that was raised on this platform.
What has been said by Tone?
It is a point that
No,
was
bro,
raised on this platform.
you shouldn't allow this. We're trying to have a full conversation.
It is a mute point.
My mind is
so this is not a conversation, right? This is not a conversation for you.
It is a mute point, though.
Okay, hold on. Jago, okay, Jago has left angrily. He's trying to ask Tone a question, not a new point, or making his points. So, I mean, let's be realistic in this matter, Tone. If we look at the issues on ground, that when tax is taken from anything, I don't think anybody now has the right, any state has the right. I mean, you can come to my house and I can tell you not to drink beer. That is, you are in my house. I can tell you not to drink beer because I'm not going to serve you beer. But if you're talking about the state in general, I don't think any law is against that. In my view, any law there's no law like that against in Nigeria.
So, my brother, let me just finish my line of thought in that.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Now, I will take it from there, because basically, this is one of the reasons why I will support the breakup of Nigeria. This is the reason. This is one of the major reasons. Now, you said we are in a country, we are in one Nigeria, one country, where you are supporting a secular constitution in one part of the country, then like a Sharia constitution in another part of the country. Now I'm going to give an example using myself as an example. When I was to serve in Nigeria, I was posted to Zamfara State. I have lived in Port Harcourt. I have lived in Lagos. I have lived partly in some eastern part of Nigeria, the Igbo side. I have passed through most of the states in Igbo side. Only child been there on multiple occasions. When I went to Zamfara State, part of the orientation, the first orientation they were giving to us, because I'm a football lover, confirmed Chelsea fan. They were telling me not to celebrate when Chelsea score goal for my life, for the sake of my life. Because I don't know who is sitting with me, which this is club is support. In every other part of the country where I have lived, I have never experienced. In Yoruba land, I have in my house, I have any cable you can talk about. I have DSTV. I have free to air. I have about 3 different types. My light don't go off in my house. Whether light or not, I have 2 generators. I have inverter. I have everything. I don't watch match in my house. I go outside to watch match because that's where I get the groove. Where they score goal, you hold somebody close to you. You don't even know the person before. When I went to Zamfara State, I was instructed not to celebrate goal because I don't know what the next person will do to me. I only did 3 weeks orientation there and I redeployed.
Ken,
now you are telling
sorry
me.
Ken, sorry for interjecting. Sorry for interjecting. Let me say this. Okay, I don't think that is a bad advice. Okay, because I go to pub here back then to watch football. Okay, and when you are going to certain pubs here, and they tell you that, listen, that pub is for Man United fans. If you go there, behave yourself. I stand to be corrected. I'm telling
it's
you.
Okay. It's okay.
Electricity, 30 seconds. Electricity, 30 seconds.
Now let me
I serve in Zafara. I need to make statement on that.
Okay, hold on. I don't think that is a religious thing. They are just telling you because some fans can be. Some people are these die-hard fans, and you sit near them.
So there
And
are no
their
die-hard
team.
fans in Lagos. There are no die-hard fans in Lagos.
Relax. I
There are
don't
no
think you
die-hard
should
fans in
take
Port
this.
Harcourt.
I
There are
don't
no
think you should
die-hard
take
fans in
this
Benin.
personal.
There are
All
no
right.
die-hard fans in Anambra State.
Brother,
There are no die-hard fans
electricity.
in other places.
We are trying to speak about the unity
When
of
we
our
see truth,
country.
let us
We
say
can't
the
divorce
truth.
ourselves in
Because
this
if we
area.
want,
I told you that mute point the brother will make.
If we want a country,
you guys.
If we want a country, Nigeria, to work, we have to first of all agree and say the truth when we say the truth. A country that wants to work cannot have two constitutions guiding a country. I want to ask all of you here on this platform, do you know what happened to the killers of Deborah that were on live video? There were two people that were there. There was one that showed the matches. Say he was the one that set her on fire. Do you know what happened to them? Are you aware that they have been set free by the courts lawfully? Are you aware what transpired why they were set free? Are you aware that the police refused to show up during the prosecution? Are you aware that the lawyer representing the Sokoto State government refused to show up? So when you tell me that we are it's a country, If I live in America, if I leave Maryland, leave Maryland, go to DC, nobody will tell me, oh, you cannot do this, you cannot do this. The laws are related. They still have a common law that is. How can you have Sharia law in some parts of the country? Remember, Deborah was a Christian girl. She was not a Muslim. If they were allowed to even practice their Sharia law, is Sharia law supposed to work on Deborah, who is a Christian girl? Why are you not talking about it? A lot of people want to leave Nigeria, not because
what is the topic? Me, I'm confused here. I don't know what we're talking about.
The thing is that we strayed away from the topic.
Can I say one thing?
Ken, hold on 1 second, usually. Ken, your point is noted, but we strayed away from the topic. The topic is how we can achieve unity. And let me make this clear.
It's the same topic. For we to achieve unity, first of all, we have to have a constitution.
Wait.
Electricity, let me say something and then I exit now. I think.
Yeah, John Abba. Let me just say this. I don't think I stated it. Nobody is against self-determination, and nobody is against secession. Until such time that happens, we will keep preaching for unity. And to achieve this self-determination secession, we agreed that, or we said that we need a referendum commission. Nobody is disagreeing on the abnormalities that happen in the country. That is what we're trying to change. So, Jonathan, the floor is your team. Welcome. Ken, usual business. After Jonathan, it will be you. Then we go to a team that just joined. Thank you very much.
Okay. My bad. He go first or me go first? Because I wasn't sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Usual business.
Are you going to go back?
Jonathan,
are you
don't
doing
mind?
something, or you want to wait?
I'll go first because I'm gonna give you my outsider's perspective because I actually go to Nigeria. I settled and actually live in Uganda currently, but I live from the States. So I'm just gonna say one thing. Like when it comes to the greatness that Nigeria has, man, trust me. When it comes in the United States, our name is very, very good. At least in the United States, I'm gonna say that much, right? And I've seen some of the things that y'all have accomplished as a group of people, as a nation. And from the outside looking in, I'm gonna go ahead and say I approve of a lot of things y'all do. You got some issues, a lot of issues, but I can definitely say I approve of a lot of things I say. But when it comes to the nation of at least 2 or 3 things, right? If Nigeria ever breaks up, y'all gonna be eaten alive. And I don't say that from the perspective of like I'm trying to be mean or evil or despairing. I'm not saying it because of those reasons. Because you live in a multipolar world, right? Where you have multiple countries all around the world. Like I'm having this conversation right now from America, right? I'll be back in Uganda probably about next 2 months, right? There are people on the world that's still watching you. regardless if you believe it or not. Like, if y'all believe it or not, there are people watching you, and they're waiting to necessarily pounce on you as soon as the opportunity shows itself. Believe it or not, right? So that's why I say the best thing for Nigeria to be healthy and strong, right, would probably be a federation. Now, this is my opinion. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, y'all are y'all own men. Y'all make y'all own decisions. If y'all live by them, y'all will die by them. That's a fact, right? And another thing, I think when the other guy spoke about living in the states, even here in the same states necessarily, there's different rules that apply to different states, man. Like, not because my pistol from one state to another state, and the barrel is too long, I can go to jail for that, and I know that. And you must know these rules if you're gonna cross different state lines, right? Even I know that, right? I come from Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, to be exact, right? So I know it's certain things I can do in Georgia that I cannot do in New Mexico. New Mexico, I can smoke as much weed if I want to. In Georgia, if I do that, I'm going to jail. In some other states, I can drink as much as I want to. Other states I go to, I'm going to jail. So these are things that's well known amongst everybody, even in the states. So when I hear people say that I didn't know, no. If you live in that country, you eventually figure these things out, right? So at least on that end, and I have to say necessarily, be more. I would say have more faith in your own ability, necessarily, right, to accomplish some of these things. Because, like I said, if believe it or not, if you break up, you will be eaten by the wolves, and the wolves will come from every direction. Every direction. And I'm just gonna sit there and be quiet for a second. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Usual Business. Janaba, Ken,
Thank you.
I'll come back to your issue, but Janaba, after Janaba, I'll come back to Chin. Welcome. I'll come back to you. Go
thank
ahead,
you,
Janaba.
Electricity, and my fellow panelists. Been a conversation. Been watching from the first guest you have until he left.
Janaba, that your shirt is too sexy for this program, my brother.
I saw it too. I was thinking, Jamaba, it seems he enter the gym every day now. It's not like 25-year-old.
So thank you. I'll take it off not to be sexy again. Thank you. You see, everybody grow in their space, and everybody understand things the way they choose to. The greatest choice a man make is the choice that he takes somebody more important than himself. In doing so, you are doing it for yourself. The value you want somebody to bestow upon you is the value you also have to enshrine the most. The most difficult things when it comes to Nigerian thing is this issue of separation, and when the opportunity comes for us to have a dialogue in a deeper way, in seeing ourselves that unity promotes growth, and our differences is unique of what we are made to be as a human being. There's nothing wrong. And in United States of America, there are many states that have different rules, different law, different culture, and different way of life. And they still coexist. What we are saying is that we want a system where there is fairness and justice, where the citizens can strive and make their living and go about their daily business. But when it comes to this issue of, want to go separate way, we want, of course, you are entitled to it, but is the way you are saying it, is that the way to go? Someone will say that somebody is spreading lies, and the lies, the brutality, and was given opportunity to prove that a man in another country is elected as a prime minister, and that is not a lie to him. As a people, If we look at Nigerian critically today, Igbo are blessed. Their lifestyles, their lifespan, even other people envy them. But when it comes to this notion of this, even within yourself, the well-informed Igbo that understand, and I'm not saying you that disagree otherwise, you are not well-informed. Sometimes it's because you are never a victim of circumstances. I've seen a young man here come the other day and blast everybody to move on. Go and tell somebody that have been abused, whether sexually abused, and tell the person move on. You have a different experience. We, the Black nation, is a setup. And the people that are setting us up within our society that are doing a cash out of our own disagreement for their own personal benefit, they know better. But so many gullible ones in the society propagate that somehow that will come to stay. We are better off the way we are, and to preach unity and development of ourselves. Oh, if people say, oh, if two people disagree, they go both ways. That's not, it's cheap talk. It's not in the real life. You and your spouse, you and your children, you and your colleagues, co-workers, you disagree on certain issues. Do you just go separate ways because you disagree? We cannot, especially we in diasporas. I urge all of us that let us not continue to push this poisonous thing, because it will lead to the go downward of the Black people on earth. We are supposed to talk about unity and our differences. How do we make most of it? We all develop in our own ways. They not have their own contributions. The South, the Southeast, the West. The people that are dividing us today, your politicians that from your region, that they are giving the same allocations, than they use it to settle the people around them and to ring election for them, whether it's a gubernatorial election or senatorial election from your district. They are still there. We cannot continue saying things that we are a beneficiary of it. Then it's a hypocrite, or we don't even know what we are being conditioned to. Our unity is a strength. If you see a genuine Hausa man today, he do not have a problem with Igbo man. He will say something in Igbo man. Some of them, even Passat, said the other day that they call the Igbo the Oyibo of Nigeria. It's not a credit. They respect that. And when you see it, and the thing you guys should look at it, to be honest with you, the houses are not majority in Nigeria, but the northern zone that whoever they created, they have more of unity, not because they agree in everything. Nigeria is not just Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba. We have other tribes. The percentage of the Hausa speaking, how many Hausa speaking states that this is Hausa speaking state in Nigeria? How many? The Borno state, one of the largest states, they are not Hausa. They are mainly Kanuri, Babrubra, and the rest of them, and every other tribes that are there. Is it in Kaduna? They have Fulanis and Hausas and all that. The main place that they call the Hausa state, then they use their language to write, is Kanu. But you see, they have a kind of unity more than the other side. Not because they don't disagree, it's part of life. And to whom much is given, much is expected. I'm not here to preach that you should change, but look into it with reality. Let us see that our unity will make us bring more progress to Nigeria and a black nation than all of the things we are talking about. And you are talking about the Northern Sharia law. In the East, they are mainly Christian. There are certain things they may not force you, and they have their own tradition in the East. And above all, if you are claiming to be that unique and what they are doing is barbaric, somebody stay in the foreign land and stop you every Monday anyway. You don't see that as a concern. So you don't see that as something that affects lives. People die for not access medical care if they need it. If I pass through that place that time, I will also be a victim. We don't want to see all of that. We want to see that somebody I'm watching a game and they say, be careful with this place, their tolerance of their fan. And that is a problem that is take it personal. Or you don't look at your zone when they tell you don't come out on Monday and you are so eloquent and you are so brave and you're so well informed and you don't see it that way because maybe somebody do not die from your home rushing to the hospital and there's no hospital and no clinic open that day. Man, please, we are better than this. Our unity is not dependent on we agree. It's a compromise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's Chim and next Man of Prestige. You want to say something, David, briefly, please?
Yes, please. Let me give a little speech so that I could do other things.
No, not speech. I mean, just 1 or 2 minutes, please. Don't.
Just a minute. 2 minutes is okay. 2 minutes is okay.
Okay, I'm telling you, your time starts now.
I think there is something we are missing here. To make things work in Nigeria, I use that name, Nigeria. It's not by staying together. Everybody can go each way. Then we find a solution to have a union that can still bring everyone together. Because the problem we are having in Nigeria is that the constitution that is leading Nigeria today, some set of people head on it and choose the leaders that are controlling that constitution to the point that you are not benefiting. The masses does not benefiting, does not even protected by that constitution. But if every side goes away, they make their law, make their constitution, then later we come together and have another constitution, because if each person go and have their constitution that protect their own zone, then we come to the center and have another constitution that will bring everybody together. It will make any side that is driving well, other side will now have a challenge to also push forward to be able to do the same, to meet up like the other side. When you are in a place having a challenge, it will help you move forward. But when you are in a place when you are not having a challenge, you can't move forward. That is the problem Nigeria is having.
Thank you. Mr. David, you said this earlier, and I asked you, how do we go about this? Do you remember I asked you that question?
Exactly, yes.
And you said it's referendum. We have a referendum commission. Also, let me also make you to understand that Ninas, Tony Nnamdi is a member of the Ninas. I think they're secretary, whatever it is. This is also what they stand for. They have a 5-point proposition, and we are making arrangements. I'm in talk with Tony Nnamdi. He has to revert to me to discuss this 5-point Nina's proposition, which is in my book is the redemption path to a better country, whichever it is. So referendum, and I asked, how do we achieve it? Executive, by the legislative arms. You said the people, we have to We have to ginger the people or ask the people
People have to rise up.
go ahead.
People have to rise up. Because
Your point
without
is
people
noted.
rising
Thank you very
up,
much.
the leaders, the people that are holding power now cannot leave the power. And the only when they want to step out, they carry for their friends and put there. It will continue suppressing the masses. Look at the demolition in Lagos. People sweat to build a house. A government will rise up and destroy it one day, the next day. It happened in Lagos. It happened in Abuja. Who will prepare those kind of things?
Thank you.
Electricity said I was going to be the next
I wanted David to stay. That's one of the reasons why I came in, because there's some
other. He's staying. He's been there since. He's staying.
So let me round up my detail. I didn't conclude.
No, Ken, I'm coming to you. There's a point you raised. I want to take you on it personally. Do you mind bearing a little bit of patience, please? Do you mind? I'm asking. If you want to speak, I'll let you speak.
Yeah, if you can let me speak now, because I need to leave. I need to leave now.
Andrew, I'm going for. I'm not. You can see I'm not. I'm not at work today. I have an event I have to go to.
Okay. Ken, you raised the issue of Deborah, of the killing of Deborah. I want to take you on that. Please bear with me. I'm asking you to bear. I'm making an appeal. I'm not jumping you over. So I'm making an appeal. So I'll come to you. Forefather, Chim is the man of prestige. Forefather is going to hold the rent for me in the moment until it comes to Chim. So at the moment, Forefather is the one moderating. Chim, man of prestige. Then I'll come to Ken later on. Okay,
I don't.
Ken.
I don't have that.
Hold on 1 second. Chim, can you yield for Ken? Do you mind?
No, I can't. I can't yield for Ken because I want to make my contributions.
I didn't even complete my submission before you stopped me.
Well, Ken, too many people have spoken. Let me just quickly say what I want to say and go away, please.
Okay, Ken. I don't know how to go about this, but Chim, make it brief, please. Ken, I still begging you, please.
Okay, I don't know about this brief. You were supposed to be my turn before Ken started insisting he needed to speak. If I recall that. Anyway, so the question you were asking is how do we work towards accomplishing this unity in Nigeria, if I get you right? And you know, there's this saying that before you can accomplish peace, there has to be some degree of war sometimes. You know, we tend to believe that peace simply means that people should not disagree, shouldn't butt heads, shouldn't go to war. Americans fought a war. We have fought a war called Nigerian Biafra Civil War. The British have fought, Europeans have fought wars and all that. But, you know, I agree. I'm in alignment with let's have peace and let's work for the unity of Nigeria. But that being said, it doesn't mean that actually some of the things that are happening, the conflicts or disagreements we're having should be the basis on which we say, hold on, what's going on? And then we review our union. And then when you want to, it's like when you want to woo a woman. If you love a lady, you like this lady, it could be her physical beauty, it could be maybe she cooks well, it could be whatever it is you see in her that once you want to make her your wife or want to settle with her, you try to prove to her, because she will have other suitors, right? She will have other admirers, have other men who are seeking her attention. You are also seeking her attention until you finally tie the knot. You don't own her. But before you tie that knot, you're selling a dream to her. At least that is a typical traditional conservative way of male-female relationship that I am used to. I know in this era, there's so much argument about, oh, men should also, you know, you know what I mean. But the point is, when you're trying to woo someone, you sell a dream to them, you sell why you are the best prospect to them, and make them desire to see you as the one to settle with. That's the same way when it comes to nationhood. Actually, a lot of these federal countries we keep mentioning, excluding the UK. So the UK is not my example, and most European nations. But let's take the newer countries that you know, that just emerged from after colonialism, and you know, like the US, Switzerland, and Australia, and all those groups, and even Canada. You find the common thing is that certain groups of people desire to join a union. That's why in the United States, when you look at their political system, you discover that everything is not actually equal, contrary to what we hear. California has more voting rights when it comes to what they call the electoral college. They had more seats or whatever, voting, whatever it is. I've forgotten the word now, than some other states. Some states have fewer. Some has as much as
electoral college.
Electoral college, exactly. Thank you very much. Some states have to, but there are the smaller ones that are not arguing over those things. They're okay with it because there's an understanding on why these things have to be the way they are. My thinking with Nigeria is that originally that's the way we were going. That is what those regional processes we created. That's why you find that many of us don't seem to know this, that in before 1966 military coup, all the regions had separate relationship. There was a general relationship with international countries and all that, but each region had small offices wherever they wanted to go. So for instance, the Western region and the Eastern region had offices in the UK, where they were using to appeal to investors to come to their own regions to invest. In Canada, they have it. Alberta has an office in the US. The Premier of Alberta, I remember when he was going to the US to go and talk to captains of industry there to come and invest in the oil sector here in Alberta. Quebec, same thing, which has been one of the people pushing to separate from Canada. So I think sometimes we misunderstand this whole problem about people agitating to go. The issue is that the Nigerian state does not want to do things via the law. For instance, okay, I have a region that says they want to go. Why do they want to go? Do I love them so much that I want to appeal to them to see reason why they should stay in a larger Nigeria? If so be, then you appeal to them so that if you might even allow that referendum to happen, but you go to the ones who don't want to leave and appeal to them to see if you can sell that reason so that when the voting happens, the voting favors you who is agitating to stay. That's what happened in Brexit. When Cameron called for the Brexit vote, there were those who were for and there were those who were against. Incidentally, those who were for pulling out had a bigger argument and were able to garner the necessary votes and they left. But when it came to the Scottish question, it was the other way around. A lot of people in the Scottish side didn't want to leave, maybe for whatever reason. But the point I'm trying to make is the system allowed those things to be. My concern is, what is the problem with the Nigerian state? I'm not saying, you know what, we've had enough of all this, problems and all this. Let's let this thing happen. But you know what? Let's appeal to our brethren on that side who may want to stay. Sell a vision of a great Nigeria to them. Sell a good reason why they should, when the referendum and the voting happens, why they must want to stay. Most nations, like I think, where's that guy? He has left, the guy with the American accent. I love what he said. I agree with him totally. There's no society where there is one law. It's not true. The problem with the Nigerian situation is that, like I keep saying, is that the federal system sometimes often makes it look like they are supporting one side. I do not have a problem if some northern states say they want to have a Sharia law. But those things must be done in such a way that the rights of those who are not Muslims are protected. There is nothing wrong in it, actually. It's actually the way those things are being done that creates misgiving. So, for instance, we have this one big constitution, and then inside of that one constitution, we're talking one side is allowed to have a Sharia issue. No, our constitution should be secular. What should happen is that in each state, for instance, like the guy explained, there are states in the US where maybe the drinking laws are okay, maybe they don't accept abortion laws, maybe, and then everybody respects that. So if I'm a woman, I want to do abortion, I won't go to those states. I will go to California. The California says, okay, even though we have a federal government, but we want to have a sanctuary situation where illegal migrants, we can protect them. That's up to them. If it helps their economy, so be it for them. But you also respect the other state that says, no, you can't come to my state illegally. I will not let you. That's actually what's happening in the United States, even though they are still battling it one way or the other. But you could see that you haven't seen Biden take laws into his own hands. I will give him credit to that extent, to say he's going to go and fight Abbott, since Abbott is saying no. They went to the court and you saw the court favored them. You understand? So I think our problem is not being able to say this there should be a national process that is national, that will guide the federal government and have equity for everyone. But every state is allowed to, within what makes reasonable sense, to say this is what they want to do. That's where sometimes the Nigerian system seems to be contradicting itself. But like I rightly said, the push for unity should not be at all costs. For instance, this whole concept that I don't know who came about it, that says that the unity of Nigeria is non-negotiable. That's bullshit. Pardon my use of word. You can't say Nigeria's unity is non-negotiable. European nations are every day splitting. In fact, if you go to Europe, you don't find very big countries in Europe. Let's be honest. How big is Luxembourg? Even the Yugoslavia that has splintered into this fragment, they did it. The Czechs realized that, you know what, we don't want to go the way of our neighbors, the Slavias. And what did they do? They quietly split Czech, Slovak. If that's going to bring peace, beautiful. What I am against is that clearly anybody who is saying that in Nigeria there's fairness is not being honest with himself. And when Ken brought up the story or the issue of those who killed Deborah and his argument against what's that tax you collect from beer. If you say you're a Sharia state, you're against beer drinking, then you can't be collecting. I've had this argument. You can't be collecting that tax. That's hypocrisy. It's either you are for it or you're not for it. But you can say, you know what you can say? We don't want drinking in public. Do you understand? If you must drink, go to a private. For instance, if you go to Dubai, Dubai is a Muslim state. But guess what? There are quarters and areas where they allow alcohol, and there are places where not allowed. If you go to Dubai, you would think you're in the Western world. But when you go to Abu Dhabi, you will know it's the same different cities in one country. Abu Dhabi is literally where you find all their religious things. They keep it. But even in that Abu Dhabi, I can tell you, there are places designated for drinking. They allow it to happen in those places. Recently, we've seen Saudi Arabia opening up. They are licensing people to have bars and all those. Because, I mean, with all this boxing they bring to Saudi Arabia, are you telling me all those people who come to Saudi Arabia and pay flights and come and the Arabian government hasn't seen the opportunity to make money from this? So if you're going to be bringing boxers and boxing promotion, and you know what goes around boxing, you can't be shutting down bars. People will want to drink after having watched Fury versus Suchik or whatever his name is, or what, you know. So I think I will summarize by putting it this way: the Nigerian state should stop siding with one religion or siding with one group. When we say this nation there is equity, it should be evident to everybody. But each of the regions or states or whatever you call them should be allowed to develop at their own pace, pursue programs and policies that are unique to them that would help their causes. Those who choose to do Sharia, if Sharia suddenly starts hurting their economy, nobody will tell them to remove it. But when the federal government is using its might to help that Sharia cause, that's where some of us have a problem. I just wanted to make that contribution and leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. Man of Prestige, please. Can you hold on 1 second, please? Let me go to Ken. Ken, can you make your complete your submission, please?
Thank you very much. I 100% agree with what the last speaker just said. If we want a united Nigeria, I will support a united Nigeria. That if we are going to do regional system of government, or we're going to do confederation, or we're going to do federation, then it should be exactly as now. So my kids don't have to score 300 to gain admission into a unitary school, where other places, and they have these children that have the same brain, will have to score 100 and they'll get into the school. Edo State they don't need to pick only 2 people for PTDF scholarship in Edo State, while one university in the northern states, more than 10 people will go for the same scholarship. That's exactly what is happening right now. And I don't want to say much because the last speaker has already said a lot of things. Now, you wanted to talk about Deborah's case. And now let me make something very clear on Deborah's case. Do you know, is everybody on this platform, Yes, it's everybody on this platform. You can go, you can go, Google it, check yourself. Are you aware that those two people that we all saw on videotape, that set the one that was shouting, "I set her on fire"? The police arrested them quite well. Do you know what they charged them for? They charged them for conspiracy and inciting public disturbance. You want one Nigeria, right? Is that the one Nigeria you want? Conspiracy and inciting of public disturbance. That thing carries 2 years jail term. That was what they charged them for. And do you know what happened in court? On the day of the sitting day, the government, the Sokoto State government prosecutors refused to show up in court. Go and check Sarah reporters, is there. They refused to show up in court. And the judge discharged them and acquitted them. Is that the kind of country you want me to be part of?
Okay.
And I want to speak to Abba. Abba, you made reference to something. You talked about, first of all, you can hear it from my accent. I'm not Igbo. So let's get that very clear. Now, you talked about, if we are talking about Deborah, do I support people doing sit at home? Is it not the same thing? Number one, there is no comparison between civil disobedience and murdering somebody because a Christian girl, because he live in your state, because you said he blasphemed. She's not a Muslim, first of all. There's no comparison. And now, if there was even comparison, let us go. John Abba, you live in the United States, and I live in the United States. Are you aware that in the United States where you live, now you can, if you don't want to use your private car, you can go hop into a bus or hop into a train, and any seat you see, you sit down comfortably. Nobody will hold you. Are you aware that people sacrifice for a year and about 3 months for you to be able to enjoy that privilege? Were they enjoying when they took that sacrifice? Are you not aware? Are you not aware that people were trekking for good 1 year, 3 months? They did not take bus. Did it not affect their economy? Did it not affect their productivity? But here you can enjoy the sacrifice that they made now because you are living in the US. That's all I can say to them.
Let me ask you this, okay? In relation to Deborah, going by Chim's argument, will you agree that fairness is not across board in Nigeria? It's not just Deborah. There are other people that have equally been killed as well too. Do you agree on that?
In the I don't know, in the perception, you're talking about religion now. So you don't broaden it, narrow it down. When you are talking about fairness, are you talking about religious fairness? Do you have a case to cite of a Christian? No, do you have a case? You want to do a comparison. Do you have a Christian?
Andrew, I don't understand what you're pushing.
No,
please.
leave him. I will answer him. Leave him for me. I will answer him.
Killing is killing, regardless. There was this lawyer, I think a year or 2 years ago, was killed by some policemen in Lagos State. Nothing has come out of that case. There are several people who has also have been killed. What I'm trying to say is Deborah case is not an exceptional case.
No. I'm sorry.
No, leave him. He's asking me the question. Leave him. I can handle the question.
No, let me just add one thing and then I'll let you. So, Andrew, I think that's a very porous way to look at it.
No, Chim. You guys are being very selective. You guys are being very selective.
Okay, let me leave. I don't
IPOB and Igbo agenda.
No. Hold on.
Why?
Jim, don't leave. I need to say something to you, Jim.
You should leave the two of them to argue. They just everyone stay apart. Let them go through it.
Okay, Jim, go ahead.
So what I was trying to say is this: that's a very porous way to look at this. We're talking about trying to build a nation that gives confidence. That our system so far is choosing and picking doesn't make that right.
I did not allude to that, Jim.
No.
Jim, but that is not what I alluded to.
I see, Andrew, I understand you, but what I'm saying is that when you are making that kind of comparison, that's what people who don't know what is in your head will be taken away from it. So
but the fact of the matter is, what the point is, you see, we shouldn't argue every point. The point that is being made is that as far as this case of murder to an innocent in our Nigerian state, as far as that innocent taking of life that is being not regarded in the law, that case is not the only case in Nigeria that pertains to that.
I'm not approving of
happens
it.
across
Let
the
me
board.
no, hold on 1 second, Jack. Like Tim, I am not approving of it. I am not supporting it. I am not clapping my hands for it. But what I'm saying is that everyone deserves fairness. That was your argument.
Yeah, but we have to start from somewhere. We have to start from somewhere. And one thing that could have given people. So Andrew, the point I'm making is this. Sorry to cut you. Please don't forget my bad mannerism in this instance. I apologize. The point I'm trying to make is this. You see, every time our system goes through a challenge, I personally, and someone said it somehow, I'm not sure who said it, it's usually an opportunity for us to recalibrate, but we keep missing it. What is wrong in saying, God damn, how dare you kill someone for a little misunderstanding between two of you? And those people who did it, especially the person who came out openly, go in for this and let that judgment be passed as a deterrent. But you see, every time stuff like this happen, we excuse it, we look for lacuna, and the person goes scot-free. You keep taking away confidence in people's confidence in the state.
Wait, if I may, please. Hold on 1 second.
Please, can
what
I
you're
have
doing,
a follow-up?
what you just said right now, I understand where you're coming from, but you're unwittingly giving the people that support IPOB violence, they are scoring. Sorry, I have to mute you. Sorry about that. I have to mute you. Let me say this: the rule of law applies to everybody. Nobody is above the law. We are trying to fix the nation where possible, whichever way we want to fix it, even if it's disintegration or anything. But my point I'm trying, thank God Ife is here. Ife's friend died of, I think I've forgotten the lady she was. Nobody should die of pure tone. I muted you, so you're not listening. Nobody should die, go to the hospital because of our poor health facilities we have and die. You understand? We want a better society.
No, but Andrew, again, please pardon me. If his friend went to a hospital, nobody killed her directly intentional, but bad system, she died. This lady had a misagreement with someone and was slaughtered. The state is supposed to come and put it down.
Jim, the law should work. We want the law to work,
But if his friend has nothing to do with the law, if his friend's death has nothing to do with law,
it has to do with the system that is not working. If the system is working, nobody should go to hospital. For crying out loud, Chim, can you hold on 1 second? Chim,
okay.
Chim, listen to me. I have a child that died because of poor medical. Don't give me rubbish here. I have a child that died because of poor medical team in Nigeria.
Who's giving you rubbish?
Calm down, guys. Just hold on 1 second, please.
Nobody's giving you rubbish. Don't use that word, please. Don't. I use my leg and my data to come to this program. Don't tell me that. Please don't say that.
Apologies for that. What I'm telling you is that if you go to the health facilities in Nigeria, people die because they are not providing them. It is the system not working. Deborah's death is the system. The people not being brought to justice. You can put your hand on your head as much as you want to. I am still.
Guys, Jim, before you speak, Jim, and if I may, electricity. You see, the two of you are making seriously valid points, and I don't believe you necessarily need to be crashing. I think Jim explained his point, even though I didn't get it, but by the time he ended, he explained his point to the point that he confirmed that, look, man, we've got to come in this country to that something is shocking enough to allow us to change the paradigm by means of the law working. And I think that is a powerful point that you made. At the same time, I think what electricity is saying that, look, these things happen in this thing called Nigeria, every day to everyone. And it's not any one particular thing apart from the system that is broken. And I think you have to accept both points from both of you, as opposed to, because what you're saying, both of you, is extremely valid in my ears. Though, I don't know about anybody else. But
Jago, thank you very much for that. I agree with you. I'm not, if he's listening, I'm not disagreeing with him that the system doesn't have issues and all that. No, what I'm saying is this. In looking at that system, we must be careful to draw parallels properly. Someone who went to the hospital and the hospital system failed them is totally different and is condemnable. We should cry about it and look for a way to fix the hospital so it doesn't repeat itself. But it's not the same as someone who I have disagreement with Jagu, and then Jagu becomes angry, or I become angry and I take a hammer and I sledge Jagu's head just because I have a disagreement. When the law refuses to say no, this is clear murder. And for murder case, if the law says anybody who commits murder should die, execute them or carry out that judgment. But like what Ken tells us, these people go to court, and for religious reasons and powers that be somewhere, they are let go. You are sending a signal to the people who are saying break up Nigeria, that this place where we have is an animal farm where some people are more equal than others. It's a clear statement.
Yes, you're right.
Of the lady is not a clear statement.
Bro, you are so right. You don't have to make the point. You don't have to make the point. If I can, Ejo, please, if I may. You don't have to make that point again, my brother. It lands squarely in my ears. You understand? I approve. But what I believe is that in the case where you underline the hospital, it is not the hospital. It is the system. And that's where electricity is coming from.
I agree with you.
I will let man of precision talk, but I will
thank
follow
you.
up
Hold
for
on,
what can mention my name. But go ahead, please.
If the floor is yours, please. Thank you.
What did he say? Ify? What's the matter with you?
Listen, wait a minute.
Sorry, man of prestige.
Man of prestige is gonna kill me. Man of prestige, you are free to talk. I'm just here to listen. Hi guys. So man of prestige, come down. Hi Kim, long time.
Thank you very much. Kim, I congratulate. I thank you, my brother. I think you spend a lot of time consuming American news than Canadian news, but brilliant to you, okay? Because it seems to be very vast when it comes to American, news. But anyway, that's how I have to say in that.
They make it attractive.
That's true. That's true. Never a dull moment. I think I was listening earlier. Before I begin my submission, I think what attracted me to this place was what transpired between Jagu and David. I mean, both of them, make senses, but I was kind of lost. I kind of think that's misguided when David went to a different trajectory, saying that the whole West Africa or whatever he was, narrating, they all speak Igbo. So I was kind of lost in that. I don't know where he got the history from. I have no issue with what he was saying. I mean, like, you can't force people to be together by no means. I mean, I'm a proponent of Nigeria. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I think we are better in Nigeria, but if my people from the Southeast decide they want their own, they want their own place, let them have a referendum and majority carry the vote. How we go back to Southeast? I mean, we're going to be good. There's nothing wrong with that. But you need to talk to people. Talk to them. Why can't we don't even know the history of the war? I mean, what kind of country are we living in? So that's where I was kind of, that's why I took it different what Jagu was saying, because Jagu seemed to be frustrated about people, asking for their own separation. I mean, is that your problem? Oh, I mean, why would that be a problem to you? I mean, I listen to you. You seem to be upset about that.
No, bros, with all due respect, I'm not against any secession where Nigeria is concerned. I am not. I'm hoping you're getting that clear what I'm saying.
Okay, but I mean, you're not.
Wait, bros, understand, please. Try and understand me instead of putting words into my mouth that are not true. They're not going to serve us well. It won't serve us well. We have to speak the truth and deal with the truth, not what our conjecture is. Whatever your particular conjecture is, it's yours, not mine. I'm telling you that as far as this thing called Biafra is concerned, it is a world of confusion within itself and within my research of it. And within that world of confusion, I asked for identification upon what this thing is politically that we are calling Biafra. And when questions cannot be answered that are fundamental, then I have to secede myself from blinding myself. And I will speak it as I see it. So don't get me wrong. I know that Nigeria is a mad place. Don't get it confused. I know that those people that call themselves Biafrans have a damn good reason for wanting to separate. I know that. I'm not stupid. You understand? I'm not stupid. So what you're dealing with when you're speaking with me and this subject is concerned, you are not dealing with a stupid individual. So if we can deal with the subject matter in itself, as opposed to pointing the finger, and I'm not saying that that's what you're doing, but that's what many do, I'll put to you, please, as I want to treat you with respect, treat me with respect of listening to what I'm actually putting forward, and not the fact that I'm speaking against all these claims. I'm saying to you that as a Biafran, please identify who that is. I'm saying to you as a Biafra, please explain where that geography is. As a somebody who depicts Biafranicity, please explain your language. If you can't do these things, then you have to, for me, understand that you are following a fallacy. The political fallacy that took place in '66 is not what's going on today. The political fallacy of Biafra was a name that was conjured together right quick in order to make us in order to make us a group. In order to take, let me just put land.
Jago, I got you. When I was listening to you, I kind of figured out what you were saying. Maybe I was wrong.
Forefather, I am going to hand over the broadcast. Man of Prestige, I've muted you. Hold on, you speak. Man of Prestige, I've muted you. Hold on 1 second, please. Let me just round up by saying this, okay? Except we are living in a dream world. In the case of Deborah, please, I'll hand over. Some few years ago or months ago, some group of people were killed in a church in Ondo State, if I am correct. Brutally murdered, shot dead. Yes, and I have also experienced people who have been killed. And these ones, their case did not even get to the courts. Nothing was done. And what I am saying is that Deborah's case is not an exceptional case. For us to now say we have to take it, yes, we should react. We should respond to these killings. The people should rise up to say it is enough. Somebody who went to hospital and lost his life, his or her life, because of the poor medical system there. It's also a life important for one not to lose. So that is my argument, that every life is important. Whether the life is lost in the hospital because of care medical facility, they focus on money before providing the decent they have to give. And I stand on that because till tomorrow it's going to happen. So saying Deborah's case is exceptional, I should give my condolence. No, it is not an exceptional case. All cases that lives are lost in Nigeria. Tomorrow you hear that police shot somebody dead on the road. It happens every day. So please, that is my argument. Thank you, Forefather. I yield the moderation to you. Thanks.
Well, I've not had my say now, and if I start talking now, they say
I'm still speaking now.
Man of Prestige is
the moderator. You can't talk.
You see, that's what they're going to start saying.
Can I continue,
okay, what is going to happen is I will stay after Man of Prestige. If he put it, then I'll hand over to you, Forefather. Is that okay?
Okay.
Well, let Forefather have his say now.
Yeah, Forefather will have his say. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Jago, I think I filtered what you were saying. You know, I was kind of busy at that particular time, so don't take an offense. So I thought
no offense at all, bro.
I thought it was just talking about the separation part of it and all that kind of. But I didn't know you are coming from the angle of geography and history. Okay, in that perspective, you know, I respect your opinion in that. So that's what I have to say in that regard. So having said that, I think that Nigeria has a problem. Like I said, we need to talk. The government need to talk to the people. What happened, you know, getting each region together, talk to the people, you know, give us the history of Biafra and war and whatever. I mean, have certain kind of peace. I mean, we're still living in this forced amalgamation, you know, joined together by the British. This is the British who don't even like you. I don't know how all of you live in British, you know. I mean, you all need to get away from that, you know, effort country, believe me. I mean, look at the way they've been savaging Nigeria recently. Don't laugh, you know. Look at the way they've been savaging Nigeria recently. All those right wing, you know, mirror and everything. Look at, I mean, castigating Nigeria in any way. I mean, it keep on going on. We're not even talking about the two things that transpired after Mega and Kelly was in Nigeria. I mean, they have gone on fire. You know, I mean, British media is so, you know, They're all castigating Nigeria.
Hold on, let me finish. I need to stop. I need to stop you there. You don't live in the UK.
Hold on.
Those views, those views does not represent. It does not represent the view of the larger population.
Be quiet, Tone. I don't know how you're living in that country that is cool, is some desirable. But how we say that? Look at what just happened yesterday. Look at what happened yesterday. Our man, Ademola Lookman, accomplished what has never been accomplished in 2 decades. And what has never been accomplished by any African footballer. He scored a hat-trick, in the Europe final by the British, backyard, Dublin. That's where the match was played. And look at what they are saying about it. Instead of congratulating him and everything, they're calling him a flop. That when he was, go and see it. They call him a flop because he's from Nigeria. They call him a flop, because he had a little bit of struggle when he was with Everton. They didn't even congratulate him. Everybody congratulate him. This guy accomplished what no Africa has ever accomplished, and he kind of, he kind of set himself as going to be the African Footballer of the Year. There's no doubt about it. He was already in contention. Him and Boniface, and maybe some Ivory Coast guy, but they are defenders, so they have no place. So it's going to be between him and Boniface. But notwithstanding, defeat. What he did yesterday, scoring a hat trick, which has never been done by any African countries. So I couldn't even believe what the British people are talking about, instead of respecting because he's a Nigerian. So you're come here telling me about this forced amalgamation put together by the British people. Every time they come and castigate. The bottom line I'm trying to make, Nigerian government need to talk to us. They need to talk. Now they're trying to explore some, send away some of the students because of the Naira problem. You see how they treat the Nigerians? This is where this started when they joined people together. We need to talk. There has to be, there has to be equity in that country. We are not one, but joining us together. I don't have no issue. I'm a Nigerian. I'm a pro-Nigerian. I want to be a Nigerian. Okay.
Sorry. Hello, gentlemen.
Please,
sorry, excuse me. Hold on. Abba, please.
Yeah, please give me 1 second, please. Because when somebody says something, man of prestige, you and British, you have problem, go say to it. I was not comparing the death of Deborah to sit at home. The only thing is they pick and select ears and attention, which is a human nature. But you have to.
Why did you bring it up?
I'm not the one that brought it up. I'm not the one that brought it up. OT, I'm not the one that brought it up, please. And I do not even mention it. I do not even, what I said there concerning that, I said that all life matters and the fairness is across the board. The death of people that die or they kill intentional is different from what people that die accidentally, or the negligence in the hospital is a different category, but the loss of life is all equally painful to those. It doesn't matter how they die, even though one can be more brutal than the other, that the people can judge. That is what I said, but I was not even talking to what Ken is saying. Ken is just have his own mindset of his own way he look at things, which is entitled to it. But he cannot come and tell me that I was saying that sit at home is equal to the death. But what I'm trying to say is that sit at home also can cause death, because when you deprive people from
I think some people die during that sit at home. That
so that is what I said. And anyone that is pro it and want to define it the way you want to define it for your own mindset or for your own whatever, you are entitled to it. But one thing you guys will be assured, I give you my word, everything that flows in my vein and in my bone, I am not the person you push over. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Fafara, do you want Ife to go first before you, or you want to go first?
I've not even finished my submission. What's going on? You're truncating my,
time is up, man. Let somebody else speak.
No.
Don't do that. I'm going to come to London, and I'm going to get you. keep on messing me up, okay?
Okay, Fafara, if he's not ready,
keep on messing me up, brother.
Yeah. Oh, if it's not ready, okay. Normally she should go first.
Ify, are you ready? Are you there?
Electricity. I'm going to tell you, I think you are very unfair to me, but that's
because you're muted though.
Yeah, man of prestige.
Man of prestige. I know where to. I know where. I'll direct you to his house.
All right, if you go ahead.
I want to cheat it.
Hi guys, good evening or good afternoon, everybody. Actually, what brought me up here is what I don't know if you guys saw what Wole Soyinka said about P2B. Did anybody see that?
No, I've not seen it.
And honestly,
if I see the caption, but I've not read everything. I see the caption. I know what he said.
I hope P2B doesn't contest next presidential election. His team is incompetent to lead Nigeria. See, let me tell you guys, I've listened to you guys argue about this country called Nigeria. I don't know why we can. Sometimes I feel like, okay, let us go our separate ways. And sometimes you just feel like, okay, let us stay together. But honestly speaking, this staying together is not working. You can never tell me that anybody, okay, whoever that is there, Tinubu that is there, we have seen how competent he is. He said he's the master planner. He is the this. He's the best politician. And look at our country in a mess. Everybody giving him all this accolade that, there is no politician like him. Look at where we are. I'm not a fan of anybody, like I've always said. I'm not a fan of P2B. I'm not a fan of any Nigerian politician. But how can you say that somebody has an incompetency? Come and lead Nigeria, let us see. We all have mixed feelings and opinion about this country called Nigeria. But if we can be honest to ourselves, and I have said this before, like somebody said, somebody will score 100 in northern part of the country and get an admission. Who does that? And somebody that will score 250 in the southeast will not get admission. Who does that? In what country? Or in which country? All of us, most of us here, we're in different countries, civilized country. How are you going to move Nigeria forward? Whether we like it or not, we can never be united in that country. Everybody just, going around, moving on their own. Like sometimes they feel lost. We don't have government. We are suffering. People are suffering back home. And we have the mastermind, the best politician. If this is the best politician ever we can ever produce in Nigeria, that means we don't have anybody. If this is the best we can put together and say that these are the people that are actually ruling or leading this country called Nigeria, then they are incompetent. Naira was 700 and something. Today is double. It's doubled for almost 1,500. And I bet you it's not going to come down anymore. The prices of everything has shoot up. I understand there is inflation all over the world. With the war, indirect war, America is fighting with Israel and the Ukraine. Yes, I understand that. But people are suffering in Nigeria. We are paying money to 90 billion to subsidize Hajj in a country, the world capital poverty. This is something that's supposed to be your private life, you and God. Now in the country, in a civilized country where we are, forefathers, you are in Europe, Tony, you are in Europe, man of prestige, I think you're in America, Oti, I don't know where you are, Jagun, you're in Europe. Can this type of thing ever happen? Can this ever happen? 90 billion, I said it last time, if you invest this money in Nigerian economy, do you know what it will do to our economy? This is 1 year and people are complaining. Imagine what 7 years will look like. By the time they finish, we will not even have a country. We don't even have roads. We are talking about building highway from whatever they are building from Ebe to wherever. And the roads you have not even maintained that. We don't have good education system. Nothing. I'm not even talking about healthcare. I went to visit my friend's husband that had a surgery, and we were talking. He knows a lot of this Nigerian politician, and he was telling me, I'm not going to call the person, one of the politicians who has a house here in one of the biggest city here. The house is sitting down there. Nobody's living there. Fleet of cars. And I asked him, I said, tell me what the guy does. He said he doesn't do anything, just a Nigerian politician. He's in the Senate. I just don't understand the mentality that we have. And nobody's doing anything. I was joking with, I don't know, Andrew, whether you were the one I was joking the other day. I said, I'm going to go do my job because the Tinubu is not the president, that the president here is Biden. I beg, let me go. That is what I'm sure of. I'm sure of going to work every day, not being harassed. I'm sure of going to work every day, not worried about security. I'm sure of going to work every day, not worried about healthcare so far I pay for it. And when you talk about it, people will tell you, it took America 200 and something. Must we wait 200 and something years in order to get things right? Must we wait 200 and something years to have 1 + 1, 2, 2 + 2, 4? We keep doing the same thing over and over again. 90 billion, 90 billion. Imagine investing that in Nigerian economy, creating
Sorry
jobs.
for interjecting it. Imagine investing it in healthcare. Let's just take healthcare. You know how many lives will be saved.
God.
Imagine it's invested in education. Do you know how many people will go to school? Imagine it investing in road. Then someone is coming to tell me that I should treat Deborah's case as a peculiar case, an exceptional case, compared to all those who have died the same way and manner. Again, I repeat.
I can see where Chim is coming with Deborah's case, and that is what I'm talking about in a country, and nobody ever said anything. The president did not even condemn that. Not even one person. Even Atiku Abubakar that condemned it changed up till today. There is no justice for this girl. In the same country, you want me to be part of it. I hate to discuss about Nigerian politics because it's just very annoying and disgusting when you hear the word Nigeria. In the same country, nobody made a speech. The president did not even invite the family. Nobody condemned it. And we moved. Mind you, tomorrow it could be me, it could be you, it could be one of our family members. And we're still going. Somebody said something about, look at Nnamdi Kanu. I'm not a fan, again, of Nnamdi Kanu, but look at what the justice system is doing. And the person said, if Nigeria wants to know, how did he say it? In terms of, if Nigeria said that they are not afraid, let anything happen to Nnamdi Kanu. I said, nothing will happen. Abiola died and Nigeria did not disintegrate. So if anything happens to Nnamdi Kanu, nothing will happen. Nigeria will not disintegrate. The person was like, okay, let's see. I said, nothing will happen. If anything would have happened to Nigeria, it would have been started a long time. But as of now, even if Nnamdi Kanu dies there, tomorrow people are going to market. You riot 1 or 2 days, destroy your properties or other people's property. The third day, you people move on. That is the country we have found ourselves to be part of. Thank you.
Yeah, if you give me a minute, let me buttress what Ify was saying about Wole Soyinka. Okay, Wole Soyinka said that, we shouldn't judge this government until after, 1 year. It's 1 year already. Let's just say it's on the 29th. And he said, Obi shouldn't contest because they are incompetent. Okay, let me give you this stats from Guardian newspaper. I mean, go and find out. After 1 year of Tinubu office, before he came into office, he's been in office for a year. So a year from today, look at this. A basket, a basket of pepper was 5,500 naira before Tinubu took over. I'm getting all this from Guardian newspaper. It's not what I'm making up. Today, a basket of pepper is 22,000 naira. Look at that percentage. I have more to go now. Just give me a minute. Let me give you this figure. It was from Guardian newspaper. You can go and find out. They just try to narrate what's going on with Tinubu 1 year in office. Spaghetti cattle. We used to be 1,000. It used to be 1,700. Today is 28,000. Tomato. I don't know how they put that. It used to be 3,600. Today it's 58,000. Beans per bag, used to be 28,000. Today is 75,000. Rice, 50 kilogram, used to be 26,000. Today is 85,000. I can go on. Samuel Vita, 10 gig used to be 6,000 naira. Today is 19,800. I can't even talk about, even noodle, even the gari. A poor man is something where people they drink. Gary, by that time, used to be 1,800. No. Yeah, about yeah, think about 1800. Today is about 45. I mean, on and on. It's not like 100%, 200%. And Wole Shaker has the audacity to come, paint that narrative of which. I mean, I'm not saying Obishi can compete or not compete, but he said we should give him time until 1 year. Then he will come and evaluate Tinubu. Tinubu is already 1 year. Now you're talking about Obi not to compete. You see the misguided Nigerians. I just want to bring your people up to form because I got it from the Guardians. Go and find out.
Thank you for that. I think the blind and the deaf knows that the administration has failed. So we don't even need to judge anything so far. 1 year, what has happened? Nothing has happened. People died, people are hungry. It's not even something Shoyinka should even open his mouth and say, to be honest. But unfortunately, Father, the floor is yours before I go to OT.
Yeah, thank you. What I find in all these debates, I feel like some Nigerians have different ways of expressing frustration on about Nigeria. First, I need to thank you for having me, Pastor, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and the viewers. Nigerians have different ways of expressing their frustration, which they are entitled to. But what I consider extremely problematic is, let me just say this about some of the best characters I've seen in this world. The best character I've seen in this world is that they disagree with everything that they are about to do, but they lend support because they believe in the greater picture, even if they don't like the approach. I've seen that happen several times. And you have a meeting with people, this person disagrees with everything about that meeting. But yeah, when the agreement is done, the person will just say, okay, I will contribute with everything. And I think that is some of the most, I don't know, some of the best characters that people don't recognize. When you hear most of these Nigerians just come out with every single excuse they see, they just badmouth their own country. As much as I like to understand their frustration, they are also dangerous. Because these people, they will give them gun tomorrow to fight their own fellow black man. They will take it and do it. Some of them. That's how dangerous they are. And they don't know it themselves. They are conditioning themselves to be that instrument against their own people. Like they've been done before, like has happened before. And I don't know how we cannot see this. And maybe it's our leaders' fault, or the kind of people we are allowed to get into office that don't give us any sense of nationhood. Because we are in a bigger ethnic group now, which is Nigeria. Go and check the definition of ethnicity. You are stuck in it too. It's like being part of a family and you don't even recognize it. You keep thinking that you're going to hop out. Like saying you're not going to be a human being and thinking that, okay, I'm going to turn into a horse because I have total disdain for human beings. I turn into a horse. Is that going to work? It's not going to work. You can try, but other people are going to still see you as a human being. You like it or not. You are a Nigerian. And I really like the way the African Americans spoke. And what I found with African Americans is that people many Nigerians like to deride them because they are Nigerians. We do my degree. They are very smart. They see the bigger picture. Nigerians are almost incapable of seeing it. With all those degrees, they're incapable of seeing it. They will focus on the small things, what you call downstream problems. Instead of confronting the bigger threat, you are confronting the tiny problem. I just saw a news about in Iowa that people died due to storm in Iowa. Can you imagine that person? There's a storm going on outside. The whole house is about to go off, and the person say, "You know what? This is time to cook food because I'm hungry." That is a secondary problem. You have a bigger problem. That is what the African American came here to highlight. He highlighted that we have a bigger problem to face here, and some people still think the border is your biggest problem. I'm not going to call them. Sometimes I just get frustrated. I know they are frustrated with Nigeria. That's why they are saying what they are saying.
Oh, Father, you just did.
But I'm sorry. I know they are frustrated with Nigeria. That's why they are saying what they are saying. But do some hard work. Do some common sense work. Like you did now. You pulled out cost of items 1 year and now. Do some more hard work for your people, because where we are right now is not good. It's easy to just blame one thing for it. Pastor actually said it now. He lost a family member. People die all the time because of negligence in Nigeria, because of things that are supposed to be done, because people steal money, because of wickedness, or just name it. All kinds of vices are killing people left and right. Somehow we just pick on one and say that's the main one. And even when you deconstruct it, you can see holes in all the argument that make no sense. As if they don't have traditional court in the south. I've seen it at work. They pretend as if it's only in the north it's happening. I've seen in America there you don't have the variations in different states. Like the African American came here to say that it's gone. If you carry gun in one state and you can't carry it in the other state, you don't see them losing their mind. America doesn't even have a referendum that they can write off. They just say things. They don't even do a little bit of hard work. America doesn't do referendums. And yet they had the Civil War too. Just do a little bit of hard work. You can read. You know how to do it when it comes to Nigeria and you want to knock Tinubu. But you don't have the hard work for your own entire nation that affects 200 and something million people. I don't understand the thinking. I understand why you are angry with Nigeria, because I believe that most of all these people that are angry with Nigeria and are talking about separation and all the rest of it, the moment Nigeria starts doing well, more than move on and will be fine with the country. Only a small percentage will remain adamant that they want their own separation. Like other countries in the world.
Hello.
Don't make
your line
an
is
instrument of distraction.
Okay,
My line is breaking.
Yeah, no, you're back on now. I think. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
sorry about that. It's very rare. I know where this is. So don't make yourself an instrument that is used to even knock. The country is already on its knees. How many of us pay into our country? When you check the list of revenue the country generates, nobody. We don't pay into the country because we treat the country like as a one arm. This is like a disease that we can flicker away. This is your land. It's your inheritance. If you don't like it, go somewhere else and be slave and see what the reward is. What God has given you everything, and you won't fight for it. You think your leaders are going to hand it over to you? The way I look at these things is that we are some of the best people we have in our country. I'm telling you, the rest, they are not that many. You guys are the top 10% of the country. And if you are behaving like, what future has the country got? What future has the country got? You have to sooner or later face that we are facing a tough situation. Life is going to be hard for us. If you think life is not going to be hard for us, then you are totally living in a la-la land. Which of these countries that are doing well didn't go through hell? And I'm not talking about just going through hell. Inflicted ones, the ones that they made tough decisions to do. Real tough ones. They went through it, they went through hell, and they came out on the other side. You have to sooner face it than just complain about the government and complain about, many of these people don't pay into the state too. Many of these will see the government as arm's length. If you look at Nigeria's revenue, I was shocked to see it. One of the least revenue in the world. You have a country, the budget is almost zero. And you think your leaders are having too much money. When the UK spends $1.4 trillion in the economy every year, then we are spending $30 billion. How much money they steal like so big that we think is that big? I just saw Taiwan. This is South Korea. South Korea wants to invest $19 billion in their chip manufacturing now. This is a country smaller than Nigeria. It's so tiny.
Forefather question.
Well, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, hold on. So the question is not about the amount of budget, but what are you doing with the money? That is the argument. You can listen. We can budget $100 trillion. We're not gonna see the money. Okay, the money is spent recklessly. We don't see the money. So I disagree with you that
is it working well?
These people.
By your understanding, is working well.
The point is that Americans, we can see what the money is being used for. We are still talking about buying cars for National Assembly in a country that doesn't have money, that you're borrowing to, have a budget in your country, but you are focusing on buying cars for your National Assembly. I don't get it, but I'm gonna leave you guys. I will come back later.
Let me interject, Forefather. okay, let me just give me a minute in reference to your narrative. I think I disagree with you too, like other people have stated. I mean, you're talking about money. Yes, there's money in that country, but they embezzle the whole money. Look at Dean Tinubu, they are going to borrow about 740 million more in order to electrify the village, to put the pole and in the village. But you have given the local government, you have given the state government money, and they're supposed to give it to the local government, to electrify their area. And you are going to borrow money from World Bank and give it to them again. That is not even going to get to them. I mean, the point you are making, you make some good point, but I think
sorry,
what are you talking about?
Electricity. I'm not going to stay long here.
You are being deception in what you are saying.
Quite quick. You're quick to mute me. I'm not going to stay long here. I just want to say a few things and then move on. Okay. I don't waste my time. I don't have a lot to say, but if you allow me, okay. I don't know if
go ahead, Oti.
Okay.
I mute. I am quick to meet you because
yes, you are. No problems. Look,
go ahead. Speak.
I don't understand you sometimes. You never is all the same thing, the same old story. Okay, so is Nigeria working? And if it is not working, what is the reason? Now you blame Nigerians. You blame those that are complaining. Why should they complain? Okay, they're frustrated. Are there not enough reasons for people to be frustrated? And so now should we just be waiting, folding our arms, and until Nigeria turns around? Is that what is your solution? What is your idea? You're not making sense to me. But anyway, what did I have to say first? Is
okay,
this,
you
no. Just hold on.
I have not finished talking. You see, so
no, you've been talking. You've
already asked your question. So you want to take over?
No, not taking over.
Can you just hold on? Let me finish what I'm saying.
Listen.
It will come back to you, Oti. It will come back. Don't worry.
Your turn is coming now. Your turn is still there.
Father, you are the moderator now, please.
Oti, let me finish what I'm saying. So, see, you think I don't know why people say what they say? I said it now. 90%, 80% of them will give up this talk when Nigeria starts functioning. I know it's because of frustration they are saying it.
How?
But I also know that
Nigeria starts functioning.
Yes, if Nigeria start doing better, they will start peeling off those people. Okay. See, I agree that the leadership in Nigeria right now, they're highly compromised. They are not doing things right. But I also see that the people themselves are not doing enough hard work to see through what the leaders are doing and where they fit into the equation. They are not doing enough of that. It's easy to just throw fingers. If you do that, they win. The people that are creating the problem with our leadership, they've won. If you just say, oh, yeah, let's throw our fingers up, that is exactly what they want.
Who is suggesting that?
Because you are just saying, let's criticize. It's easy to criticize. Solution is what people need.
You have to be honest. You have to be honest. Call a
solution is what you. And do you notice what a lot of people say all the time? To let you know that people are very facetious. You see that like in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, where some of them were saying they want the Palestinians for slaves. They want to use the Palestinians as slaves. People always want people that they're going to oppress. This is why they like regions, because they want areas where they are superpowers. They can do whatever they like. If you look at the people that love regions, are the ones that are major group. Hold on. The ones that are major group. That's why they love regions so much that they want a population that they can oppress where the other side doesn't say anything at all. If you truly want democracy in this world, let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying now. If you truly want power to go to the people, go for direct democracy. They are practicing it in Switzerland right now. If you want true democracy in this world, why are you not saying the states should get more power? And even if you make that argument, you'll be surprised how much power the states have. If you even bother to look, there are very, very few powers the states in Nigeria now don't have that the Scotland is an entire whole its own country to an extent. The first minister in Scotland has even less power than our governors do. The only difference is that they have power of police, but they don't have immunity. But our governors have immunity.
Now he's talking immunity.
No, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying now. You can't be interrupting me every single statement I make. You let Chim talk fully here because you agree with his point. So Jim was talking for almost 30 minutes actually. So my point is that you can criticize, but sooner or later you have to start looking at the bigger picture. None of you ever bother to talk about the bigger picture. You just turn into an instrument of destruction of your own country. That's how you create yourself. If somebody approach you tomorrow and say, this country is useless, all those northerners that their children will get lower score, and your children have to compete with them and getting higher score. I will give you weapons so you can deal with them. Many of these people will sign on to that. They will sign on to it, and that's a problem because they will divide you and they will use it to destroy your own people. If you look at the list of poorest countries in the world, it's black countries. Do you think anything you are saying now would have changed that? It won't. This is why I said just do a little bit of hard work so you see the bigger problem. There is a storm happening all around, and we are thinking that the food is not ready. That's our problem. I just wish our people see the bigger picture a little bit more.
I mean, you don't have to go on for 20 minutes or 30 minutes. I mean, look,
you should, if you're Oti, if you're taking your turn, you should make your statement and not necessarily fighting with.
No. You see, Jagun, you see, what I do is this: I listen to people, and then I engage.
You can ask the question, not just keep badgering them.
Engage with the arguments, the points I'm making. I don't necessarily have to come here and start preaching or pontificating. People say something, I listen, and then if I agree, I say agree. If I don't agree, and then I tell you the reason why I don't agree. It's not making speeches is not really what I'm interested in. We have this engagement, and we should learn from it. We're not just talking for the sake of talking. And you got to also have the intellectual honesty. Okay, now, for example, let me give you an example. The moderator, that is electricity, here has been, saying this thing about there's no difference, there's no distinction, it's not exceptional between, a girl, Deborah, somebody that was murdered, on the instigation of her classmates, okay, on religious grounds, right? Persecution, and then we cannot make.
I mean, that hasn't happened.
Let me finish. So we cannot have. Can't you understand the distinction between that and somebody, being taken to a hospital and then for maybe
bros. Wait. No, I need to end this argument.
Unbelievable.
Wait.
No,
Please.
Let me make my point.
Wait, please. I'm asking you. I'm asking you for a serious reason, Oti. Because we cannot continue on this point.
Let me make the point.
Wait.
People are bigoted. They just won't let it go.
No.
We've argued it. What you don't understand, Oti, this point has been argued, and we've come to a reasonable understanding. It doesn't need reiterating.
No. Sorry, that's your view.
You're gonna bore me. You're gonna bore me.
No,
for goodness' sake.
That is your view. Let me make the point. The point I'm making is this. Look, all of us here. Are we saying we don't understand it when we talk about maybe racially motivated, maybe assault or murder? I mean, we hate all the time.
This is religious motivated.
No, excuse me. That is exactly the point, because of that motive, right? And that's the reason why if you maybe insult somebody, and then being racially motivated, you're gonna get a stiffer penalty.
Can I ask you a question?
Excuse me. So no, that is look. I'm telling you that there's a distinction.
I can ask you a simple question.
Okay, ask me a question. Okay.
Have you not heard of cases where women are killed or men are killed because they are witches in the South?
Yeah. Oh God. Listen. Excuse me.
It's a straight question.
No. Excuse me. You see, it's so diversionary. It's so. Look.
You see, because it's not convenient, is it?
No, it's not a matter of. Listen to me. It's not a matter of convenience. Listen, the issue is this. Because Pastor here, electricity, has been making this argument that there's no qualitative difference. There's no between that somebody was kind of.
Her name is different. If you want to find difference, you find one.
No, sorry. Forefathers, please let me finish, okay?
Right, Oti, I'm telling you, this your thing is mute. It's mute. We understand what's going on in that country. Yeah, we know that people are dying for various reasons. What is being put forward is that the various reason of this lady dying for religious reasons is a point to call it an underlining. We should stop this rubbish. The fact of the matter is, put forward by electricity, this thing that happened that may seem alarming to us, it's common in the Nigerian discourse where life is being lost, and every individual life is sacred. So that is the point. Wait, you're just filling up. You are using this time, valuable time, I add, to waste time.
No, listen. Jagun, you see, because
you're gonna waste my time, Brian. You're gonna bore me to
I've been
hell.
here listening to this. I just want to make my small little contribution to this, okay? Because to disagree quite vehemently, and then saying that it's all okay. Of course, we understand the situation in Nigeria, right? Life doesn't have much meaning, unfortunately. But
Gas them up. You need to put your camera on. Oh. This is Dr. Damages.
That fact is obvious to everyone. And I mean, for somebody to bring it up, just to kind of as a counterpoint, as to draw an analogy or to minimize, I don't see how that is helpful. I mean, that's my view on that. Okay. Now, by the way, the topic, the title of this broadcast, I don't really understand it. Okay. Now, because that brings me to this question of Biafra. The thing is this. Biafra was a state, okay? People died for it, okay? And it's not all people who lived under the territory of Biafra, the Igbos, okay, let me say, are kind of really, if there's to be a referendum today, not everybody would vote for it. I, for one, would not, okay? Or even, but the thing is this, you can't just foreclose a discussion. Okay, tell people you're not gonna talk about this, agitate, argue for this. No, you have that right. Okay, and if you are really questioning, Biafra, what is this Biafra? Come on, even we have more questions to ask about Nigeria than even Biafra. Okay, so in other words, how did Nigeria come about? Why shouldn't we discuss it? Why shouldn't we talk about our future, our present? Where are we going? So why do we, assume that unity is something that you can enforce, can impose? And again, forefathers, you fail to understand the difference between a nation state, which is kind of an instrument of political power, it could be an instrument of political oppression, political domination. You don't draw that distinction, between a state, a nation state, and peoples, the human beings living in an entity, a country. Okay, so a state, nation state, is something different. You can't just be defending it at all costs. First of all, you have to see, is this serving the needs, the interests of people living under its.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
That is okay. Ask me a question.
So you want do you prefer? It's two questions. Do you prefer that everybody has a say in everything that goes on in Nigeria? Every individual person has a say in everything that goes on in Nigeria. That's the first one. And if so, do you support direct democracy, like the type, something more advanced than the type that they have in Switzerland?
Look, see, the first question can be a serious question, okay? Not because it's not realistic, it's not practical. There's no way.
Just answer it. Just answer it and stop blabbing.
No, excuse me. Jagun, can you just keep quiet, please? The question.
I'll try my best, bro. I'll try and listen to you when you stop.
It's a serious question because there's no way. I'm not even in a village meeting. Can everybody have a say?
So you don't want people to have a say?
No,
you could be accused of looking for people to oppress.
Not that I don't want, but it's not a serious question in the sense that there's no possible. It's not possible. It's not realistic. It's not practical. We're talking about a country.
It is possible. I just told you it happens.
Oti, I'm afraid in terms of discussing these issues, you are making it very difficult for us to follow a conversation. What you are now doing is turning what can be a conversation into an argument. Now, if you like to answer the question, that may be the beginning of us following what you have to say. Otherwise, we don't know what you're saying.
Okay. No, the answer would be yes, if possible. Okay, right? Yes, if ideally, but we live in the real world, right? Okay, so there are some questions that people have to have. That's why we have a representative democracy. Okay, people elect their representatives. Are you with me? They represent them, argue for them, vote for them in their interest. So the question whether I like it is not possible, but that would be the best scenario. Okay, so we wouldn't allow them the best be enemy of the good, right? So people should be as much as possible be represented, carried along in making decisions that affect their lives. That's the answer to the first question. And then the other question, second question, is asking about direct democracy. Again, it's all about a matter of possibility. The politics is the art of the
Sorry,
possible.
sorry, Oti, hold on, sorry about that. Pastor, there's this guy that I know from my channel. He doesn't normally come on camera, but I know him for years now. So he's asking whether he can come on, just to contribute to this stuff. He's a Nigerian, that is in America, or I'm not even sure where he is. So he can
Didn't make the
contribute
rule.
briefly.
Rudolph made the rule that to be on the platform you must have your camera on. I didn't make the rule, so I can't break.
Normally, if I'm
that
streaming
rule.
from my channel, I don't. If I was streaming from my
Yeah.
channel to here, the rules are different.
Okay,
So I guess we need to.
Can I just round off?
Yeah.
The thing is this, okay?
I can't. I
think it must be
vacate the platform for you to make that decision.
It must be obvious to everyone.
It's all right.
Excuse me.
It's all
We're
right.
having this. Nigeria is not working, okay? As presently constituted, the structure is structurally unbalanced, and we know that we're having problems everywhere, insecurity, and the economic failure. There is anybody can see that. So, and what is the problem? And you have to know what the problems are, and then of course the solution to those problems. So, if you are just saying, as far as here, no, we just have to wait. We're gonna turn a corner, and without indicating how we're gonna get there. Right?
I have the idea.
You see.
So you are enemy of democracy.
No, I'm not an enemy of democracy. No, but we have to. It's something. It's something that is practical and something that is possible. Okay,
it is practical and possible.
No. Excuse me. When it comes to really, let me tell you something. If democracy, I'm not an enemy of democracy, but I'm not saying that also a kind of.
You see, sorry, Oti. You see what I find a little bit problematic. This is why I called them out. I said, these people just want a regional system where they have people to oppress.
Who are these
but
people?
You see, you know what is flushing you out now? When I ask you that everybody should have a say, you are like, that is not so good now, because that means those people who oppress will have a say.
No.
Is that what you're trying to?
Excuse me, forefathers. Let's say, for example, okay, to be serious, really, unless we don't want to have a serious discussion, okay, and then it's not really an argument, but I like to kind of engage with people when they say something.
Yeah, but you can just say yes.
No. I said yes if it's possible, and I know, and you know that it's not possible for everyone.
It's possible, actually. It's a lot easier than breaking Nigeria up, actually.
Now listen. So now, okay, let's, for example, this question of constitution, okay, the basic law of a country. Okay, there's no way Nigerians, if they have to discuss, vote, agree, approve a new constitution, it can't be everybody. They have to be representatives elected, okay, to form that part of the Constituent Assembly. So when it depends on the question, it's something that is fundamental, as for example, on how do we really want, on what basis do we want to live together, to be united, if we want a unity. Okay, don't forget, this unity can take different forms and shapes. It doesn't have to be a unity of one central government, having power, having unimaginable powers. It could be a loose center. So it's a fundamental question. The people, the majority of people can take part in it, not necessarily directly. Okay, they can elect their representatives to make that decision, right? But then, so that is the thing. It's not me being against democracy, but we have to have the discussion as it is. Look how Nigeria came about. There was a discussion. There were constitutional conferences.
But don't you think they're having discussion with the police, state police discussion?
No.
They're having discussions all the time.
No. Excuse me. That is really the question we're talking about is peripheral. Okay, it's not fundamental. The first question, the fundamental question is: do we want to stay together, and on what basis? What kind of arrangement? Are you with me? So it has to come first. Remember,
but how is that solve anything?
Hold on. These discussions were had before independence, okay? And then there was an interregnum, okay? A military coup. There was that constitution, all the discussions that led up to that independence constitution and the Republican constitution, everything was swept away, right? So that means, and as we just like kind of, there has to be a new start, a new agreement, okay? So that is the discussion Nigerians have to, and again, of course, with the experience, with the benefit of, all these many years of practice, okay, practicing democracy, both military involvement in government. So Nigerians, as a people, we have learned a lot. So time has come, and things are not working. It's not getting better, right? With the crop of leaders we have, where do you think this is going to lead you to?
Okay.
This
Okay.
leaders.
Now,
So,
can you recommend the same solution for all the people that have similar problems as Nigeria? Let me show you this list.
No. That's.
Let me show you this list because
Excuse me. I'm not interested in all those people.
hold on. You should be. You should be. You know why? You know why you should be?
Oh God! Listen,
because they
we
all
are
have the
Nigeria,
same
and then you
problem.
want to take me to somewhere else. We are
Hold
discussing
on. See, calm down. I'm not taking you anywhere else. It's right in your situation. The point you are making is dealing with it. Because when they try to steer you in the direction of trying to see things from the bigger picture, you refuse. But how can you solve a problem when you're not seeing the bigger problem?
Bigger picture, okay? You keep on seeing bigger picture.
Do you think having a discussion that makes you feel better will solve your problems?
It's not just having a discussion, okay? It's not having a discussion.
But it's not going to make you feel better. It's not going to solve anything.
Excuse me. It's not feelings.
It might make you feel better, actually.
It's not sentiment. It's not feelings. This is practicality, reality. Okay, on the ground.
But it doesn't work. That is what I'm trying to show you, and you are refusing to see it. It doesn't work.
What does not work?
The discussion you want to have, it's not going to work.
How do you know?
I've been listening, and there are people that obviously don't like me, and fair enough, that's all right.
Sorry.
The thing is, I've been listening. No, I have to say, Oti, I've been listening for a long time and keeping quiet. And your point of view, I'm afraid, hasn't come across to me at all. And I'm begging to understand where you're coming from within your argument. You are making an argument of some sort. I can see that, but you're not making a clear argument in any way. When a supposition is being put forward, you reject it immediately, and that is what you're making of your argument. Just a point of rejection. What are you putting forward, my brother? Because the discussion here is the discussion on the unity of Nigeria, whether or not Nigeria should break up, whether or not Nigeria should remain one. What is the unity of Nigeria? What's the importance of the unity? That is what we're discussing here. Okay. I'm not hearing anything from you that is online with anything that has been said. Sorry, and people are there writing rubbish in the comment section as they normally do.
Jagun, unity. I don't disagree with unity, but it has to be on the basis of a unity that is not enforced, imposed. Okay, it's not.
Yes. And what we're asking for you is to come forward. What is unity to you?
What it means to me, right? It's simple. Yeah. Quite frankly, simple. It means that, first of all, we have states now, right? States, and those states. I mean, how they were created, how they came about. Again, this is not something nobody had a prior discussion. It was an imposition, okay? Okay. If we really want to go back to basics, okay? Benefit of experience. We have learned a lot practicing the constitutions we have practiced. So we could go back to a situation where the regions, right? Or the regions, or the, I don't know, you can call it sections of regions of Nigeria, where people can really identify, have a feeling, a sense of belonging, okay? And then have as much freedom, as much autonomy as possible to function, to develop, okay? Then
you mean the regions?
Sorry?
You said the regions should have autonomy to develop.
We had the regions before.
Is that what you want now?
Yes, if not possible. But you have to be flexible, right? No.
There you go.
Why are you laughing? At least we
I've said it already. That's what they want. The reason why you asked the question, why am I laughing?
Listen to me.
Because there are a lot of people that hated that region.
Okay, right. Okay. Now,
what do you mean?
Minorities. Let me answer it. Let me answer it so that it happens.
Let me just Oti, wait a minute. Just be calm. Be calm a moment. There are only 4 of us on the panel. Let's please take our time. We're having a discussion. Let's take time. Calm down. Forefront, please.
Yes, the regions. You see why they like it? Because that time it benefited them a lot. When the wealth of the South came out, it went to their region and they had control of that region. As a matter of fact, Azikadakaboro when he rebelled against. Now he won't let me finish. Can you let me finish?
Excuse me. You can say, okay, I like religions. I'm here. We can argue.
Can you let me finish my point?
All right, gentlemen. Further. Gentlemen, further. Let's do it this way. There's another broadcast coming up tomorrow. Then you know, you and your night's crew will now gather together tomorrow. Can you make it to the broadcast tomorrow? Do you mind, Further?
I can't be 100% certain. I do have commitments, but if I am available, I will show up. But I can't be 100% certain.
Because we seem not to be making a headway now. It's back and forth.
Let's have the conversation. We can round up.
It's not that we're not making headway, because I think today, to be frank, electricity, and to be fair to you, the subject matter that you brought on. Well, the subject matter that you brought on board today was very fluid, and it brought up a lot of emotions, no doubt. But these things have to be discussed, and they continue to be discussed. So I think the only thing that's happening now for me was that Otti was being a little bit unclear. When he made himself clear to what he sees as a unified Nigeria and where that should be powered from, we now have an opening to a discussion. I don't know if you would allow that.
Okay.
I'm
backstage. You guys can continue. I'm backstage. Okay.
Okay. Great. So if he agrees to a geopolitical situation whereby the Southeast is on their own, is that what you mean, Oti? Do you want the Southeast to govern themselves?
No, then they take him seriously. Take him seriously. He means regional government. He means return to regionalization.
Exactly. That you see now. Why do you think they don't want geopolitical arrangement anymore? The geopolitical arrangement actually isolated the Southeast perfectly, but they want. He prefers. He prefers the this is the previous southern region or eastern region.
No. You see that's again. You see, because
that's why I was asking. You were quiet.
Because look, first of all. The answer can only be in broad outlines, right? Because I'm not, people have discussion about this, right? And then, of course, as I keep on saying, we have learned lessons, right? So perhaps maybe the original regions, won't suit the present circumstances, all right? So you have to be flexible about these things and practical. But you see, the point is, that sense of autonomy, okay? Now, the fact that, look, we have a government somewhere, federal government somewhere, that's too far from people, and more like a political.
Let's not drift. Are you saying you want it to be slightly different, like the Southeast of today, then the South goes on its own?
Look. You see, regional, okay, in the sense that which is much more manageable, and of course, remember we had old regions. That the new region may not be quite as extensive as the former Eastern region that encompassed.
But you want it to be bigger. You want it to be bigger than where it is now.
I said it may not be as extensive.
But you want it to be bigger.
Oh, come on. Listen.
It's a straight question.
Excuse me. Don't you know what extensive is? It's not going to be as extensive. Therefore, it means it's going to be perhaps smaller. That's what I'm saying.
Smaller than the current one. Because, they have a Southeast region now. 6 geopolitical zones.
Excuse me. Hold on. I'm referring, first of all, I refer to the old region, okay, before the Civil War. Okay, so it was a big region. It may not be as big as that.
We don't want that. I can assure you that a lot of people don't want that. I'm talking about the current one.
God. Excuse me. We have Southeast now, but it's not. It's okay. It's just a region by geographically, but not politically or in kind of constitutionally. It's just a matter of geography, right? So, but there's no regional
government. Part of the South do you want to take?
Excuse me, that
is both geographic and political.
No. This and now, Jago, I think you are beginning to see why they love regions. Which part of the South do you want to take?
No. My brother, my point of view, it seems that it's different, because at some point I was thinking, is my point of view similar to Oti's, but he was finding it very difficult to explain his point of view. So I hastened him along, and he came with a reasonable point. Now, as far as regions are concerned, where I must put it to you, I must mark my difference. Wait, bro, to Oti, take your time.
I must mark my difference in opinion where this thing is concerned. I've said it before in this program, and I don't know if anyone was here listening, but I'm underlining that where Nigeria is concerned, the disappearing unity that we've had is we're ever entering into it further disappearing. And we have to remember that the best time in Nigeria that we ever had was just prior to our independence and 6 years into our independence. Within that framework of time, which is about 11 years, that was the best time Nigeria has ever existed. Now, it existed under that because of regionalism.
You know why?
Wait, let me land. Let me land. Let me land. Let me land. Let me just land, please. Wait, let me land. We're forefather. Just let me land, please. I'm putting that to you as a remembrance of what may not have worked perfectly has worked better than any regime of today. And in the regionalization of the West, the East, the North, needed breaking down because this was still the geography of the Oyinbo. The North needed to be put more further up, and they needed a middle belt to exist in its own real term. And maybe or maybe not, the whole of the South would have become one region. But what I'm putting to us is that regionally, in terms of economics, that's how that country should work. And if it worked like that, every man would stand in dignity. Dignity as to who he is and the region he comes from, and to the fact that we as a whole nation are pulling together as a unit. That is what I'm putting forward. I don't like this aspect of when we're asking questions and we're there to answer it. Instead of us answering the question, we're creating arguments, which gives us an unclear thinking pattern. I need us to be men when we're having these discussions.
You see, I still haven't got the answer to my question. There is no clear answer. Oti, hold on, because I don't want people to get away with this. Oti, hold on. Let's not talk over each other. We have to get somewhere. I think this is one of the things I wanted to do so that we actually get somewhere. You say you want a region, but from what I gather, am I correct? I don't want you to give me an extended answer. Do you want the region to be bigger than the Southeast geopolitical region as it is today? Answer, please.
Who are you asking?
Oti.
Who are you asking?
Oti.
Okay, no, hold on. You see, it's like you have to look. You have to. So you want me to just give you a yes or no answer? No, I can't give you. You see, the size of the regions is not really up to me. But the important point, which
your preference is what I'm asking.
No, look, you see, people.
You have to be clear. We are listening to you.
Let's get somewhere. Let's not waffle this thing so that we can get somewhere.
Yeah, let's not dance around. Just
no.
Do you prefer it to be bigger than what the geopolitical Southeast today?
Okay, so by South, you mean the five?
Yeah, the 5 states of the Southeast. Do you want that region to be bigger than that?
It could be.
Or you want it to remain like that?
It could be. It could be.
Your preference is what I'm asking for.
Look, my preference. It depends again. It depends on maybe the criterion for this regionalization. Are you with me? If it is, for example, people of which of course may not be ideal or practical speaking Igbo speaking peoples of Southeast of Nigeria. Okay, in which case, so some of the states, I mean Delta, for example, we have Igbo speaking there. Then if there's, say for example, there's a referendum, some people living in the Delta state, they will be part of the region called Southeast. They may choose to be part of that region, and therefore it's not really the size of that region. To me, is not that material at this point. Okay, the important point is the understanding, the consensus, the agreement that there has to be more regional autonomy. Okay, more autonomy for the regions. So
so I take it that you prefer something larger. What if they want some of them that belong to the Southeast?
Smaller, you prefer it? Okay, he's asking me a question. Yes.
What if some of the current Southeast states says that they don't want to be part of the region? You are okay with that? Then then the Southeast region becomes smaller. Are you fine with that?
That's fine. That's fine. You see, it doesn't matter.
Okay, good. At least that's honest.
No, listen to me. You see, that's why it has to be consensus. It's agreement. It's understanding. It's people's choice. No imposition, right? Are you with me? So when I say that this unity, it can be imposed, it can't be forced. People have to have a choice.
But you know that the way they created the states right now, they knew those Delta area, they knew they spoke Igbo, but they chose to be part of Delta State.
Who chose? Who chose?
The people that created it, you know, some people like
not the people. Sorry.
Let me explain now.
Not the people, but
let me say who did it now. Calm down. Let me just say who did it. Many people say that it was Babangida's wife, Miriam Babangida. She is from Asaba. She could have chosen to make Delta State.
Forefathers. Why don't you say Nigerian state? There's no look, Babangida or his wife. Come on, Nigerian state.
They are Nigerians. She's a Nigerian.
Nigerian state.
If you do it, you are just the same as Nigeria as she is. What makes you different from her?
Nigerian state. The power of the state. So don't you understand that? Nigerian state.
It's always going to be the power of the state. How else is it going to happen?
Excuse me. So if you can't understand the decision, what's the point asking me who created it? Of what account is that?
Because the person that created it from that region, the person that influenced the creation is from that region.
Nigerian government, Nigerian state, right?
State if the person was from Edo or from somewhere else, I can say maybe the person doesn't understand. But the person that created it is from that region. The person that influenced it, by the way, which is Miriam Babangida, she's from Asaba there. She chose to make it. And I know a lot of Delta people that speak Igbo that say they are not the same as the other group across. Even Ikwere people complain that they are not Igbo in River State. You know that. Even
I know. Great example. That's not a problem. That is not a problem for me. You know, so the regions have, you know, it has to be something, a unit. It has to be a unit that the members, okay, are quite happy by choice. I mean, willingly, not force. I would. So that's why I said, you know, even though we had prior to independence, prior to the first military coup, we had regions, but the new regions or sections or whatever you want to call them, you know, they don't have to kind of.
Okay, let me ask you one final question.
They don't have to fit into the pre-existing or prior.
I take it that I think am I on the right path when I say you would prefer that more of the Igbo speaking parts of Nigeria should be part of that southeastern region that you prefer. Okay, good. So you see, the thing is, there's nothing wrong with that vision. If you have that vision, it's just as perfect as any. I just feel like when you have that vision, you should also still remember that there's a storm that you need to address.
There's what?
My concern is that people will ignore the storm and go after the little problem below.
Okay, what is the storm? What's the storm? Then I will address your storm. What is it?
The storm is the reason why almost all black nations are poor. What that storm means is that other people have grouped themselves in bigger blocks of power, and they are exerting it against our own interests, while we are busy arguing over lower level stuff.
Well,
that is the storm.
Okay, see, hold on, you can also, that's your interpretation, and I don't disagree with most black African or black countries are poor. I agree, but you know, perhaps the root cause of that poverty, that underdevelopment or that undevelopment, may lie somewhere else. Now, for example, this country of ours we call Nigeria. I mean, how it came about, you know, the brain behind it, it may not be necessarily, you know, I mean, the founding, okay, and the way it is constituted.
Oti, if I may, because it seems to me where where you stand in your utterances, in your argument, it's chaotic. It's very chaotic in my ears. If you agree with what forefathers said and the tenets of what he said, I think that is much more tangible than whatever is happening now. That wait. I have to take the camera from. I have to take the mic from you, my friend. We've listened to you, my friend.
No,
You
no,
don't
what I'm
seem to
saying is,
understand how
allow me
much
to
time
finish
you've
and then
taken.
interject.
You've
And then
taken a lot of time, and we've been
say what I'm
listening.
saying is,
Let
Oh,
Jago
you're
finish.
unfair.
just allow me to
You're
finish.
unfair. You are impatient. You're kind of wasting our time, bro.
I'm wasting
You're
your
being
time.
wasteful.
No, so, forefathers, you see what
In my ears, that's what's going on.
Sorry, excuse me, forefathers. Now listen, the undevelopment you correctly identified. The question, the real question is, what is the reason for that underdevelopment? Is it because, is it perhaps, I mean, the nations, if we add in the context of Africa, for example?
No,
I mean,
the problem with our
oh my God,
the problem with our present situation is disorganization. And what we need to do is to organize. How do we do that is the question. Where you are going in this history, we are all history guffs here. We understand what the problem is and how we got to today. Don't bore me. Stop boring me. You have been extremely boring.
I think
I'm here.
let's
I'm
try
here
to.
with my time as well.
You people don't want me to speak.
Yeah, don't mind. Everybody is just ignoring Masca and AY is always causing mischief. He's gonna say, "I don't want to talk about this topic anymore. This topic we shouldn't talk about it anymore. Let's move on to some other thing."
the question somebody's asking me.
I
Maybe you don't
think,
like the
to
way
be
I'm
fair to
answering
OT did answer some questions.
Okay,
All I said was to try to see the bigger picture.
allow other people to come to speak. Let them contribute. To
Can I
this,
just share this thing before we start talking?
You see,
just 30
I
seconds.
agree with that last
Because
statement.
I need to be reminding people
Allow
of this list.
other people to speak.
Yeah, let me count the list. You see, this list, was it not South Sudan that broke up from another country? It's the poorest country in the world. Jesus Christ, how did that happen? I thought it was going to lead to Nirvana. Oh, we didn't see that coming. Oh, look at that. The top 40 countries, almost unanimously, all of them are black countries. The top poorest 40 countries in the world, almost unanimously, even the ones that are not in Africa, if they leave Africa, like Haiti, it's a black nation. So now that should worry anybody. And that is what I'm trying to get, like my brother here, OT, to see that we have bigger problems here to deal with. Our problem, UK didn't even have a constitution. They were just making it up as they went along, and they govern half of the world with it. What does that tell you? Constitution is not your biggest problem. Your bigger problem is out there, staring at you, and that's the point I'm trying to get you to see, OT. Welcome, AY.
What is the problem?
The bigger problem. We are not coming together.
Make you move on. If my man is not up, if he's not up to date, let's move on. What kind of idiotic question are you coming with again? He's just explained everything.
Let Masca speak before me.
No, man, I'm disappointed with you.
Okay, let me say this, right? Let me say this, right? Thank you, Masca. Let me say this. OT was supposed to be clear. I was expecting to boom, 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 boom. This is what you should do to achieve this. In my understanding, anybody that is saying let Nigeria go into region, which I actually support, that's what I support at this point, you should be clear. But for me, the minimum we require to go into regions, it has to be 6 regions, nothing less, nothing more. It has to be 6 regions. The way we have them, anybody calling them, they are regional. They are both regional, political, and it's not only political. It's the way the region are structured. They are actually political. They are okay. But here is it. Here is my issue with people that come. They want to fight for their region. It's just like when people call Biafra. You are telling a lot of Nigeria that you don't speak the same language with them. That is why most of them. That's why you want Biafra. Why do you want to force people that don't speak your language to be part of Biafra? That's my first question.
No, sorry.
No, you gotta let me finish.
The discussion about regions about Biafra.
No. I'm not gonna be.
Why bring Biafra into it?
No.
If you talk about the regions.
Hey, hold on.
Oh,
Okay, I
God.
thought you are a lawyer now. You're supposed to know how to coordinate. Let's
LY,
talk.
no, sorry, excuse me.
Let
LY.
me finish. No. Oh, father, if you try to remove him. Don't remove him. Don't remove him. So
he's behaving like Passat now.
For me, to be honest, I actually, at this point, I actually think the region would be better for Nigeria, but not in terms of let Nigeria divide. I'm not interested in that. When I mean region, because let Nigeria develop at a smaller region, let the region develop at their own pace in such a way that region can even compete. The idea of Nigeria going to Abuja, the governors going to Abuja every month to share money is BS. It's not sustainable. I know one day we're gonna leave that nonsense and start developing ourselves. In this sense, what I want is, if you are saying, for example, oh, Northeast, what are they producing? No region in Nigeria that is not sustainable. If they have the plan, even if you want to do agriculture, the tools. Let me say correct. Thank you, Jabu. We should not do this with hate. It's not about hate. We are still brothers. We're gonna help ourselves. Let Southwest do what they are good. Let them invest. Let them do stuff. Let Southeast do their stuff. Let all the region. As a matter of fact, any region that is super rich gives part of this money to the federal government. Government can match investment in other region. Let the whole country develop. That is the reason I think if we take this part, it's gonna be like easier for us to grow, to develop. The way Nigeria is structured, governor go to Abuja every month and share dollars. To me, I don't think it's sustainable. It's not gonna work. I really have problem with that. Again, when I'm calling for this, it's not about division. It's not about Igbo should go to their way, Yoruba should go to their way, Hausa should. No, that's not what I'm trying to. What I'm trying is, by the time this, whatever you call it, premier or governors, whatever you want to call those regions, let them develop. Let them, when they get into the office, they think of how to improve the revenue of the region. Improve everything in the region. This is my interest. Let me finish. So I don't want you to interject me today. You know you always interject me. So this is what I think will work for Nigeria. It's such a way that we kind of work together to make sure the country, because by the time you start giving money to Zamfara state, we know that the tomatoes and pepper that are wasted in that state, the governor should set up a plan and start producing a canned tomato to African country and the world. They will make money. Come on, Dangote is in Nigeria, building industry everywhere, making money left, middle, and center. This state need to wake up. If they want to leave it at the state level, leave it at the state level. Let these people start thinking. I don't even know how a road will pass inside the Delta state. A governor is telling you it's a federal government road, it's not going to touch it. What nonsense. We need to wake up. We need to think better. We need to do better. Thank you.
Sorry, one question, please. Forefathers, from what he said, does he see the big picture, according to you? From what AY said now?
Yeah, he does.
Is he seeing the big picture? You keep on talking about big picture.
Are you the moderator now?
No, I'm asking a question. I mean,
it's a fair question to ask now, but you should allow me to answer it.
Excuse me. Forefathers, tell me, is from what he said, is he seeing the big picture?
Yes, he does see the big picture because he's not using that. Let me explain why. Because he's not saying.
Tell me the big picture he's seen.
He's not saying that the nation can never solve his problem without doing this referendum or having a conversation first.
Okay, so who decides he said 6 zones? What can there be, 8 or 10? Who decided this?
Yeah, you can have 10. This is my point.
He said 6. Who decided?
No, I said 6 is the minimum. You can't remove
minimum. Okay. So
now, Oti, tell me, show me one of the.
I'm asking your question. You're asking me. Look, you said
I already answered your question.
So now minimum 6. How do you decide it?
See,
based
you
on
can't,
discussion. I
for
thought
me,
you wanted to have discussions.
you can even limit
No, I
acceptance
have
level.
that same question. I have that same question.
Excuse me.
I have that same question. I wondered why you wanted 6 particularly, and why it couldn't be less or more. It's just
So let
No,
me
he
for
doesn't
reasoning
want
explain.
because
6. He want
because you said no less. You
Let
said
me
no
explain.
more or no less than 6.
Jagu,
So I just wanted to understand.
Jagu, here is my
Yeah.
whole idea, right?
Yeah.
I said 6 should be the minimum. We can have 10. In this way, it can even be at state level, like instead of having region, give more power to the state. Let's take control their resources. Let every governor start working.
Okay.
That is my whole idea.
AY, let me show you this and show me which power doesn't belong to the state among this list.
They don't control their resources. Full stop.
That is the biggest one.
Agriculture and forestry.
They don't have their own police. They don't have their own police. They don't
Agriculture and forestry, the state control it. Benefits, the states control it. Consumer, this one is a given. Economic development, they have ability to do that. Education and training, they have ability. Election in states, yes, states conduct their elections. Energy, the states control it right now. Environment, equality legislation, they control it. That's why you have Sharia and all the rest in different parts. Fire service, they control it. Freedom of information.
Let me answer the question for you.
Yeah.
Let me answer the question for you. So here is what happened, right? So the energy you're talking about now, to develop this stuff need a lot of money. First of all, let each state or each region, whatever you want to call it, let them control their resources. Give percentage to the federal to take care of the military, of the custom, of all those stuff. Give percentage to the federal. Now, even this electricity we are talking about, each state now, luckily Buhari signed that bill, he opened it up. Each state should start, even if not generating your electricity, distribute. You should have the power to distribute your electricity, even if the states are not generating. Hold on, let me finish. You can
no,
buy
I wanted to. I said you should speak, but I felt I wanted to just support you because
you can buy energy from the national grid.
That's funny.
The states
will
have develop facility.
I'm trying to find this.
The energy. Let me tell you, the bigger part of energy is civil distribution. Is bigger than production. So we need to know this. We don't even have facility to distribute energy. I can tell you this for free. I know here is one of my fears because of they are not paying Nigeria living wage. When you invest in energy and start having, for example, 24 hours electricity, bills are definitely gonna go up. It's not gonna be cheap. If you think it's gonna be cheap, the government needs to also come in and subsidize this energy.
So that's the government you wanted to weaken in one moment, and the next minute you wanted to come and solve the problem.
Stuff like energy all over the world, government subsidize energy in most states.
Let the states that keep their resources solve their energy problem.
Yeah, they will, but they will still make money. But you need to. Why are you making the money? The reason
but that is what is happening now. You see, AY, I think you are also falling for a little bit for some of all these lower level problems. That is what is to an extent is happening now. Let me explain now. You see this police, that's the only one that I can see on this list that the states don't control in Nigeria. Most of the resources go to the states. Like if you look at the oil that they get from the states, from the center, it returns back to the south. That's what their allocation is.
What is the percentage?
How many
what is the
percent?
13%, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, 13%.
Wait, sorry, please, wait. Let's understand. Let's take time. What is the percentage that goes back to the state?
I think it's 13%, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, 13%. This is where I believe it's upside down. 13% of the produce from an area is what's being given back. So we're talking 93% that goes. No, sorry, 83% that goes. 87 indeed, that goes back to the federal. Now, I'm afraid that's the wrong sums. It's supposed to be the other way around at some level. Basically, the majority is supposed to stay in the state for the state to function economically soundly.
Otherwise, you're just
But
begging.
it's not like that in the UK now. It's not like that in America. The idea that
That doesn't matter. Where it is like that or not.
You want to set
That
a
doesn't
different standard.
Wait, my brother. It doesn't matter. What matter? You see, back in the day when it was the Western region, what they were putting into the state was not the majority of what they were earning. What they were putting in there, and it made it work. It's what works that matters, not because they're doing it over there. What's laughable now?
Why don't we always look at the outcome? We always look. This is the only one that has endured for 20-something years. That one ended up in a civil war very, very quickly.
No, that's not the failing of that. That's the failing of
the center is weak.
No, man, you're off key, bro. You're off key again.
And then you say we don't have a constitutional problem. The problem is that you don't understand. You don't get the basics, right? Look at the argument you're making. And then
I'm making the argument because this is a secondary argument you are making. When you talk about the real issues, that is on a higher level.
Our problems are unique, and we have to look for the solutions to those problems. I mean, what's the point of getting each time?
These problems you're arguing about is a secondary problem. Make no mistake.
We
are having that conversation right now. But if you really want to deal with the problem of Nigeria, this is not the conversation you should be having.
I don't know if I can appeal to the panel to allow Masca to speak in order to move this thing forward. Because we're stuck.
He refused. Masca, go ahead. Oti don't target him.
Oti is a Passat boy, so if he interjects, I will not be surprised. The boy will be acting like the master. Anyway, so thank you guys. Good evening. I beg to disagree with all of you because you guys are just, what I would say, whiling away the time. Yes, the reality is that we are proffering good solutions, but in terms of implementation, the fact is that we are missing out on who is going to implement it. Oti, who wants a Biafra nation, a nation, not really a nation, but a tribal enclave.
Sorry. I don't know. When did you hear me advocate for that?
Because look, you ask questions and your answers will determine who you are, Oti. That's the reality. That's the danger of sitting. Wait, Oti, just hear me out. Hear me out. They ask you whether you want.
Your audio is gone, Mascot.
No, sorry, forefathers. I mean, you laugh at this, So is that? I mean, I talk about region. It's the same region AY was talking about. Look, the point I was making, we have to be flexible.
You are pretending, Oti. They ask you questions and you answered. They ask you who and who. Is it the Igbo? Look, you've answered. I don't waste time if we go back to that issue. Are you saying that you don't want they can split? Wait, Oti, we are going to waste time. Me, I don't want to join issues. These are just whiling away time topics. Even if you want Biafra, who is going to do this?
Masca, you.
Oh, John Zion says from Anyoma. Are you going to join the region that Oti wants? Oti, do you want Anyoma? Oti, would you like Anyoma to join you? Oti is not answering. See, the point is that
excuse me. Look, if we're having unless we're not serious, quite frankly, because for us, you laugh about these things.
No. See,
hold on, listen. Hold on. Can you just hold on for a minute?
You did answer the question, so I'm just joking.
We can't have a conversation.
Come on.
I should be wasting my time, really. If you can't allow me to say something, a word, okay? You were asking me questions, and I was answering your questions. First of all, you asked me, is it gonna? Anyway, you start putting questions.
You've already answered it.
Idea in your mind. You are projecting what you have in mind to people, and that's the reason you ask these questions. But I answered your questions, and I know what I'm talking about. I'm going to be consistent. Hold on. I said first of all the regions, and because at the moment, the previous regions we had, our current circumstances are different, and therefore they're not going to be suitable. So we have to be flexible about it. Nigerians have to have a discussion about it. AY says 6. So on what basis did you arrive at that? That's your opinion. It could be 6, it could be more. So
can you guys, AY, can you hear me?
And then I'm making this point that then you find it funny, or maybe I don't know what I'm
You
talking
can
about.
hear me?
Yes.
Oti has been talking now since, so I don't think Oti, you have spoken at least. So my point really, I beg Oti, it's okay. If you, me, I can keep quiet and you can talk. Me, I don't have an issue.
Okay, let's get busy now. Please go ahead, Masca.
Masca is off again. No,
your mic is not very. Your connection is not very good.
Yeah,
today.
it's having problem. You know, it's just that OT was not clear about his answer. I don't know when other people are talking. Just get in and try.
Well, you have to learn to listen. You know, sometimes
I'm just trying to ask.
Listening.
People just keep saying I'm trying to be mischievous.
Does that mean all of us are not listening?
No, I don't have to answer the question. You want me to answer it. So that's something.
I don't see. You see what these people are doing? They are saying I hate Biafrans. I don't hate Biafrans, but I don't like when people are lying to themselves. They will say they want regions. The reason why they want regions is like, you know, when white people that are racist say they want the 60s back and the 50s back because it favors them.
No, sorry,
they don't look at that. Other people don't like it.
For us, AY here was talking about regions, right? And then he didn't say he wants to dominate somebody, or he didn't say that.
Yeah, I know, because he's not his own is based on his own political. Listen, hold on.
Come on.
No.
His
own is based on political analysis, the way he sees it.
Okay, so when we talk about region, we don't base it on political analysis.
Tribal region. I'm not fighting for tribal region. I'm not.
Who said I'm fighting for tribal region?
That's how it sounds.
How?
Are you going to allow Hausa to join your region?
Look, you see.
Can we have the Ruga come and join? Can we bring the Ruga from the north to come and join the region? Would you allow it? You know you would like it.
Either you're not serious or you just be honest.
We have to joke a little bit now. Since you want to talk about secondary issues, you don't want to talk about the big stuff. Let's talk about the small stuff now.
You see, all this your laugh. It shows that, you know, it's either you really being mischievous, you just wasting people's time. Yeah?
I'm not being mischievous, actually.
If you want us to have a conversation, we have a conversation.
No, Oti, we've already had a serious conversation. You answered all my questions. I've told you. You didn't. We got somewhere. You said it. Let me tell you what you told me. I can repeat exactly what you told me. So all we are saying now is just repetition, really, and it's a joke. Don't take it seriously.
Yeah. You see,
No, I'm taking it seriously. I mean, I don't come here to have a joke. Seriously.
We've already had a serious talk.
If I can't have a conversation, a serious conversation, and learn something from people, share ideas. I mean, I have it's not allowed for me. Seriously.
We've had a serious talk now. Okay, let's see. What is a South? Imo and Abia alone are more south of Nigeria than Edo. We see, though, all the lies and the anti-Igbo agenda. There is no anti-Igbo agenda. Okay, maybe there is actually. Some people really don't like Igbo people in Nigeria. Some tribalists don't. But not vast majority of Nigerian people don't care. Don't care about this. They just care about what works. But what concerns me is that some people like region because they like the idea of controlling other people. And a lot of people lie about this.
Yeah.
A lot of people lie about this a lot.
That's true.
I've had conversation with East Africans. One day, it was a very revealing stuff. All of them came out with it. They said, we all have greater nation ambition. Somalia wants to invade Ethiopia. Ethiopia wants to invade Somalia. Because they want to enslave each other. They are looking for people to enslave.
But
and they don't want to go on their own. If you want to go on your own, be in your southwest region.
You see, quite seriously, you see the reason why I asked you after AY has spoken whether it fits into your big picture stuff. Look, the thing is this: you have a projection in your mind. You know, you see, people are thinking about what is workable, right? All these things, all these fanciful ideas you have about I don't know, big whatever. Look, it's something that is workable, something that is practicable, something that is on the ground. Okay. Look, Africa can be one country if you like, but at least it has to be that something that is workable, functional, so that serves people's need. Okay, the people are more important than whatever structure that you have there, and that's why I mean I'm making the point. You don't distinguish between the Nigerian state and Nigerian peoples. The individuals live in Nigeria. Which one is more important? Is it the Nigerian state, which is just an instrument? An instrument, it could be an instrument of political operation, political conquest, and it may even be external to Africa. I mean, those that that are using this Nigerian state. You miss that point. So people are much more important.
I think I actually get the point you are making. My focus is always on the people. However, the Nigerian state is the boat we are in right now. You can't go on and keep knocking the small boat we have that is rickety to pieces. Because if you do that and everybody jumps on their own plank in the water, guess what? The sharks will come and take everybody out. That is what happened. That's the picture they try to paint to you. And we are in a storm in that water right now. And the other groups have their iron ship. Some of them, they call it NATO. Some of them is 1 billion China. Some of them is 1 billion India.
Don't go.
Yeah, he's back. He's back. I think he's trying to repair his connection. So some of them are in a bigger boat. So if you don't face that bigger problem, the small problem, you can't even solve it. You are fighting for a hollow victory. It's not a victory. You can get the southwest, the region you want. You can even have a lot of subordinate groups that you can control. It's not matter because the people that control it is not you.
Let Master please have it go, please.
The sharks will take over.
No, I know.
Control everything.
But you see, final point. Jago, made the point. The best Nigeria ever had. Time, the most progressive period of Nigeria existence. Okay, just before independence, and of course after independence, up to the military interregnum. These were the best times of Nigeria in terms of development. Okay, and then you deny it because for some reason, you believe in this structure we have at the moment. That is not true.
They see, after independence, Nigeria is not the same anymore.
Anyway,
they have a prime minister. They have it's changed. It's not a. That's when the Nigeria we know
they can't go Masca.
Masca, please go ahead if you want to say something.
Oti, I see where your line of argument is going, that there were regions at that time. But there are other issues also that other people can argue. Oil was not discovered at that time. It could be that the regions were operating were okay, or it could be that it was because we did not discover oil. And I can push that argument. Venezuela is a very poor country today, but it's because they've discovered oil. So, but that's a separate argument. The point I really want to make, I think all of you are
separate. I don't think it's a separate argument. I think it's a very underlying point, the oil factor. But continue.
Yeah, so but no, I'm gonna push that aside because the argument of where did we get it wrong is a big argument. But I think the overall overarching argument is that we've gotten it wrong.
Yeah.
Nobody will argue. No Nigerian will argue that we're okay now. I think we're just wasting time. That argument has been dealt with. We all agree the system is not working. Now, for me, what people want is okay. If you want referendum, the question is how do you go to get referendum? This is OT. If AY wants to devolve power to the states, how do you get to do that? Because for me, what I see when I look at the country, what I see a group of people and a system where these people that are running it are enjoying themselves.
Absolutely.
The idea that they would devolve power to the states, it's absurd. It's just a dream. It's pipe dreaming. Or the idea that somebody will wake up and say, I like these Igbo people. Let me do referendum so that we can give them their tribal enclave. I think it's also a pipe dream. So the discussions we should be having, first we agree the system is not working.
Is not working because they are
how do we get to change the system? By the time we change the system, we can then decide how to design it. By the time you look for a good, credible, responsible leader and vote him into power, if he's really a responsible person, He can then begin to listen to your needs. Those that want to go their separate way out of the country, they can go. The remaining part of the country also, if they say, okay, we are the remaining country, but we want states to have more power, he can do it. And without thinking of how to get this kind of people into power and clearing these people away, you are wasting your time.
I must say, in Nigeria,
so yours is essentially of I mean the practicality, okay? But
my own is let's focus on the next election. No, I'm going to answer you straight. Let's focus on the next election and see how we can at least bring some reasonable people inside so that we can begin to have these discussions with them. These people that are there, this system that is operating, it's not going to work and it's not going to listen to you.
No, hold on. But see, but someone like Forefathers here, I mean, would not agree with you because for him.
No, I don't have. No. See, why are you saying? I'm not saying that you should agree not to talk of forefathers or jargon. This is my peace, and I don't care who agree with me or don't agree with me. I say my peace and go at peace.
That's how we are here. We're not here to talk about.
So it's not an issue pointing out who will agree, who will not agree with me. It's not going to add or reduce.
What I mean is this. You see, for him,
okay, no. Link up. Are you what? Do you agree with me?
No, yes. And what for you? What for you?
I agree with you. I agree with
so
you.
then that's all that I'm interested. Forget forefathers.
The only
okay, so let's even call it forefathers. Do you agree with me?
I agree with you about the next election to get good people into office.
Okay,
I agree with you on that.
The further project. In other words,
because to get the further project, you need allies in the structure of power. So it's in line.
Really, the grand vision. Do you buy into it?
Yes, it's in line.
As far as my agreement with Masca, I agree with his premise. However, being a political person, I don't believe in the politics of Nigeria 1 inch, 1 iota. And given 2027 as an election period and hoping without a plan or organizing without issues, I don't believe in this. I believe
so Jaguan, if you listen to me very well, what I said is that any discussion outside discussing how that can be achieved, I'm not saying that it will happen.
Okay, yes,
I totally agree with you. I don't believe in the politics. I don't believe in it also. I've said severally in this on this platform, half of my life, the candidates that have been presented to me for election, it's like you present two devils for me and say I should choose one. That has consistently been what has been happening.
Yes.
So that whole system doesn't work. And the reality is that some of us that are political science students.
This is where it comes to a serious discussion about our unity. I want a serious discussion. I don't want flim-flam. And what I mean by this, I'm looking at Oti Forefather Masca, AY, if you're still listening, is that the way we should approach this thing is with all of the ills of Nigeria, we should know where we've packaged it. These are the ills, and I've put it here. Now, from these ills, what are the solutions and what is the realistic position of a future and the way forward? This is where our minds have to be. We can't continue squabbling because the squabble, I'm afraid, is boring. It's boring to hell. Boring. Rubbish. And if we are looking at this paradigm of the issues of our country, and we who are the generation of custodians of our country, these are our talk we're having. It can't be flim-flam talk. There has to be talk based on the seriousness of where we are right now. We have a projection of Nigerians who are all over the world, and they're doing stuff. They're doing stuff as individuals. How is it they have this power? They have this power, my friends, because they're Nigerians. And this power has to be enhanced. And it has to be enhanced inside the place that we call Nigeria. Because if Nigerians work outside of Nigeria and they can't work inside of Nigeria, that's where our problem is. That's where our problem is. So the squabble that we entertain here, and then we think we're intellectualizing, I'm afraid I'm completely bored of it. And if people
let me add, let me add to what
I've got to, let me just land on this, so possibly we will get somewhere. So when Oti, we are being asked about our unity, and we turn it into an argument, as opposed to putting forward our thinking as to the Nigeria that I know, in order to put it in a position of progression. This is what I believe. If you're not doing that, you're coming here to encourage argument. You're coming here to encourage argument. We're looking for a grown-up conversation. I'm going to finish it because this is how I see it. I've been listening now for an hour and a half to 2 hours. This is how I see what's gone on in that last time. So given this, we know we have a projection of fantastic people, almost superheroes that call themselves Nigerians in the world of entertainment, in the world of sports, in the world of business, in medical terms, in terms of administration. We're there. Why is none of that taking place inside Nigeria? It's not taking place inside Nigeria because there are a whole heap of people who are listening to stupefying rubbish on a constant basis. The makeup of Nigeria, the laws that they install, the unity of the nation, none of that is being practiced. It's not happening. So given that, those of us in the diaspora and those who are thinking people inside Nigeria, as we know there are many, we have to come together to make this thing work. We have to. And the arguments are going to be serious. That this table isn't for crybabies. This table isn't for the emotionally imbalanced. This table is for people who are gifted with a mental sobriety in how to move the polity forward. We have to be sober. We have to be sober. We cannot be here coming to clamor upon stupid minutiae when there is a bigger problem. There's a bigger issue, as forefathers has put forward. We have enemies. We have enemies. We are making enemies of ourselves. I tell you, the gun violence that goes on in America where they're killing themselves, the stabbing, raping, and killing that goes on here in London, it's amongst the black community. When I look back in our history, I think, where does this come from? When our culture is so high and cultured. I tell you part of where it comes from. It comes from the slavery issue. It comes from the years before colonization, when the Yorubas themselves were there killing themselves to a stupor. They became so tired, when the British actually came, they couldn't kill any English people. We are continually being blinded by our own shit. It's the shit that we are smelling that is confusing us before we pack the shit away and dispose of it so we can get on with the real options of the day. I hate hearing rubbish, Oti. I hate hearing rubbish. I need to hear things of a much higher degree, than you brought to the table today, my friend.
That's to your mind. You have your views. And by the way, having an argument, there's nothing wrong with having an argument. I mean, if it helps us to clarify our thinking.
So, Oti, there's something I just wanted to add on top of what, in the direction of what I said. Okay, and it will be something that you will like, Oti.
Okay, go ahead.
My position is that, look, the idea that we all would like the same thing, or the idea that good Nigeria means the same thing for all of us, I think is also a fallacy.
Mm-hmm.
There are some people who all they would want is to see Nigeria modernize, okay? Mm-hmm. Throw away religion, throw away culture, carry on a lot of things. Not every Nigerian will like it. Not even on this panel will agree on that. Some people would want to remain very cultural, would want Nigeria to maintain its heritage.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing wrong with that. Mm-hmm. Whatever we all want, I'm okay with it. But the point I'm making is that we should, for now, shelf what we want to buy in the market.
Okay.
Let's get to the market first.
My response to that would be this, okay?
Different things. How do we get to that market? Do we get? Because now, if we start arguing about what I want in the market, what you want in the market, the boss will even leave.
No. So
and leave us where we are.
let me respond to you this way. You see, what I, as a person, and what I want for Nigeria is something I would want for everyone. Okay, and that is this. You know, any section of Nigeria should be able to live a life and have the opportunities, and not be hindered from, achieving, fulfilling their potential. Okay, are you with me? So that is, that's what I want for myself, and that's what I would want for anyone. So I won't really stand on the way of anybody, anyone's progress. I mean, if you speak on individual basis. So, and I don't see how anybody can argue with that, right? In other words, really, that's having that self-determination, self-autonomy as a people. There are peoples of Nigeria. We can't.
But guess what? You are going back to the same place, OT.
No.
I don't listen. I don't have a problem with self-determination, but I'm saying that people are now proposing self-determination as a solution. It is not at this point.
It's not a solution. You see, hold on. Okay, now when you spoke initially, you talked about. I think you spoke about the politics. Okay, the next election.
It doesn't have to be. Okay,
no.
It doesn't have to be 2027. All I'm saying is that you and me now, OT, that we want a better Nigeria, even though what we want as a better Nigeria, we need to sit and work together. That's the point. Also, Jagun is making. We maintain our differences. I will not be an Igbo man for anything, but I will work with you as an Igbo. Wait, I will work with you as an Igbo man, knowing that at the end of the day, what you want is to leave the country. I will be fine with it. If what I want also, I will get it at the end of the road.
So
and you have to understand that for you to get what you want, for me to get what I want, we must shove our differences now and put it aside.
No, hold on, listen.
What we do and what I've seen everybody do is to bring his own differences and desires to the table.
Look, excuse me. Hold on. Politics is a messy business. Come on, let us not pretend that we're gonna have all these disagreements and discussions and arguments, all that. It's part of it. So the thing is, but at least we can have, in other words, having.
We are not playing this. OT, are you a politician?
Oh no. Let me finish what I'm.
Wait. Have you ever sat with politicians? This is not how they talk.
No.
No. I sit with some of these people. This is not the way they talk. They all have their, just what I'm saying. Everybody, look, this is what I want. This is what you want. But they sit down and articulate a strategy. How do we win the election? Me, I want to be Senate President when we win the election. Me, I want to be a minister when we win the election.
We're not talking like politicians here. We're not talking like politicians.
You are talking politics and you are saying you are not politician. You can't. You are making things up. If you. Okay, I rest my case, gentlemen.
So look, at least we can. You see, we have to have at least some understanding, agreement on what we want, the Nigeria we want, is it not? Are you with me? So then, of course, we can discuss how we get there, the steps. You talked about.
That's what we're doing now. That's what we're doing.
Okay, that's so. I think what you added, so what. You focus on the politics, which is the practical step. Next the coming election. Okay.
Yes.
And of course that is not the end. That is not the end of the journey. That is not the destination.
Well, this is why I say I don't necessarily believe in the politics necessarily. I mean, it's all politics. But what I believe in is the upswell of the people with the power of the right information that they have in their hand as a tool to know who they want as a leader, to know why they want this person as a leader and why they want this political change in the present polity. These aren't things that are on the ground at the moment, but they are things that can be functioned into the ground within a quick space of time. And it depends on the time that we use in forums like this. Are we going to use these platforms and the opportunity to speak to each other on a platform like this to countenance a desire for a right design that suits our nation? Because it's all in the design. And I don't believe that what's going on at the moment, that 2027 would make any difference in going forward. it's just to me that I have an appreciation as a what the politics is outside of Nigeria.
Okay, let me ask you a question, forefathers. You say you don't believe in the politics. You don't believe in the politics of Nigeria.
Forefather didn't say that. I said
no, you. Sorry, yes, you, Jagun. Sorry, I like forefather, so I may be calling his name all the time. So you, Jagun, you don't believe in the politics.
Okay. So what? Yeah, what's your?
My question to you then
is, I mean, I think you agreed with me.
What are you willing to do to change it, or have you given up?
Very good. No, very good. Fantastic question. Fantastic question. I believe that this is more on the road of the lining of questions that we should be offering each other. Me as not just a believer in Nigeria and the people of Nigeria, I've always in my mind had the unction to work for Nigeria. And whether I'm inside Nigeria or not, that's how it's been throughout my life. So at this point in time, in thinking about Nigeria, I've got a project that I have. It's an economic project. Africa Expo is its name. And I've been working on this for the last 10 years to the point that I've got it at quite a tight position. And I wonder who is thinking on these levels. So that's me as an individual. Now, where it comes to the politics, I really want those of us who are acting in some leadership role in our profession, in business, I believe that we really need to come together and begin to posit a politically media-driven line of information that we know that we are getting across reality to the people in the country. The more we do this, the more educated as to the reality people are in the country. Once you have that groundswell of people, then you know that you can create a movement with that. And then people who are of the elite, and none of us should take away the moniker that we ourselves are part of this so-called given elite. We are part of it. We know people who are in the very elite. We would have some knowledge of who and why. We are part of it. So given that, we have to take on board the responsibility of action and not just lip service.
I love this statement you just made, that to take responsibility for action.
Can I agree with that? And I think there's something I'm even looking into.
Just one question to Oti. Do you agree with what Jagun said now?
Is it one about I mean,
I totally agree with him. I'm just asking whether you agree with him.
Taking responsibility for actions. I mean, that's the one point I think that made quite an impression on you. I mean, I agree.
Is that all you heard? OT, troublemaker.
I say he's Pastor's boy. The boy will act like the father. Don't mind him.
Oh my God. Taking responsibility for the action is the one that made an impression on you. Is that all you heard?
I'm saying I agree with that.
Oh
that's the
God.
one I heard, and then that's at the point you kind of you gave me a thumbs up.
No, do you agree with him?
I do, yes. I mean, I always take responsibility for my actions, and I say things, I mean it.
So I will ask the same question to you that I asked Jagun. So what are you willing to do?
Hey, it's my turn.
What context?
His question, you answer is the same question for both of you. No, Allah.
No. In what context? What situation? What context? Sorry.
Okay. What situation comes to your mind?
Look, you see, I'm ready. Okay, if from what I'm doing where I am, okay, I'm making sacrifice. I'm involved in community organizing. I do things, and I mean, my situation now, I'm doing that. And if I happen to be in a different environment, if I were in Nigeria, I would be involved in politics. And
you don't have to be. No, the reality is that we don't have to be in Nigeria.
No. See, I said if I were, but where I am, and I'm telling you that I'm doing something, I'm making sacrifice. Okay, so I don't know what else you want me to say.
Okay, yeah, fantastic. No, not to say what I will advise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's begin to look for, not for people who agree in the type of solution, but let's be looking for people who are willing to see things change first.
Mm-hmm.
If we agree that we all want to see changes, then we can begin to discuss what are the things that we think can make it happen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I agree. And I can tell you, coming to this forum, I've seen not everybody that come here really want to change.
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. So you need to seek out the people that you believe they want change and begin to have discussions with them.
Again, not everyone. For some people, they think maybe the current dispensation favors them and they don't really care, and so there are people like that. And
can we move on to something more? Let's change it.
Father, let me just make this last point. But I want to put it to you, OT.
Yes.
Okay. This situation doesn't favor anybody. It's just an illusion. Even the people who think, so even the people who think that it favors them, it's not. It's a fallacy. Thank you.
He favored the people.
Let me just add something quickly. Today, Jide of TVC interviewed our defense minister, isn't it? Or no, minister, defense army, defense.
Chief of Army Staff.
Pardon?
Is it Chief of Army Staff?
I think it's Chief of Army or Defense. There's a defense one in the army too. I think.
Defense.
Okay, I think that's what it is.
State Minister of
Don't worry, I will bring him up. I forgot it. How did I manage to forget his rank?
I think he's probably
CDS, isn't he? Chief of Defense Staff.
Chief of Defense Staff.
Chief of Defense Staff. That's the word in this thing. So I interviewed him, and I will play this so that people hear what you make of the sense he's made in this sort of. But it's okay. I know I don't want to, act my own prejudice to it.
In Nigeria, this brings the industrial complex that Nigeria must produce what we need, because this has clearly shown us why these challenges are ongoing for this long is because we can't even get all the equipment we need to fight this war. And so we are hoping that by the time we start producing them, we will be able to stand up. But as it is, the intelligence gathering is, we're managing what we have, and it's making a lot of difference.
People have complained, as we go back to banditry, people have complained that the response time to attacks when they happen on the part of the armed forces is usually too slow. They point at the fact that bandits will attack a school, move over 100 children into the forest, and by the time we try to respond, they are already safely in their camps, and at that point it's difficult to achieve any form of rescue. What are the impediments to quicker response to this kind of attacks?
All right, thank you very much. Again, this comes with lack of infrastructure. I'm sure one of these days will embed you in one of our operations so that you get to see how the terrain is. The terrain is a dangerous terrain. Again, no roads. Now, especially the last incident of when the school children were taken, we did not get that information until the next day. So they had enough time to do whatever it was they wanted before they left. So these are the issues of infrastructure. And then besides that, the issue of IEDs. Even in the theater, we have discussed this issue of the menace of IEDs. The greatest casualties we get now come from IED. One IED can destroy a whole MRAP that is costing over $20 million. One. So, and then it will kill almost everybody inside. Or if you go to medical centers now, you see troops amputated, just because of IED. So that has become a great risk. And realizing the dangers, because we don't have roads. So you see a 10 kilometers road that you are supposed to react quickly. But because of the fear of IED, now we're only left with hand powders. So you have to have somebody that will go down for 10 kilometers on the road, scanning the width and length of the road. If he makes a mistake, he's gone or the vehicle is gone. So that actually slows us down drastically. And so we're hoping if we get modern equipment, there are drones that could go ahead very fast, be able to scan depth and be able to see if there's anything, or MRAP.
Now, just think, if you are the one that wants to solve that problem, how you solve it. Now, I will show you another one again that he said. That's his argument there. Now, they asked him another question.
To avoid killing innocent civilians.
Would you say we have enough troops to defeat these threats?
Well, if you look at troops, there's no country that has enough troops. Even the US does not have enough troops. What we want to leverage on is the use of technology and equipment, which we're...
Again, you see, this is at the, you know, all the other arguments we are arguing, this one has more, this is more dangerous to us. For me, I feel like what he's just done is very dangerous. He talked about the US having enough troops. The US has even more technology. But yet, why did
before you continue, my brother, can I just put this in, that this is no more important than any other thing that we are talking about, because it is sustained with the politics, with the normality as how Nigeria take what's going on in their country. I don't want to stop you. I just want to let you know that it is systematic what's going on in Nigeria. It is not any one issue. So continue.
I think what in itself as a problem is the most vital. It's like saying, oh, I don't have any padlock in my house. Let's focus on the systemic issue, but this padlock issue is not the problem. Yes, the two of them can be true. You see what I mean? I'm addressing that in terms of issue.
Sorry, forefather. What
no, let him continue. Let him continue so
that we can make out time. He's not getting what you're saying. He's not getting what you're saying. What Jagun is saying is that, yes, agreed that having a good padlock is important. But when it is your own children from inside the house that are fiddling with the padlock, no matter what padlock you get, it's a systemic problem. You have to deal with the root cause of the systemic problem. We are not having technology. Why is US having more technology than us?
But the technology is not the problem, though.
No, but what we're hearing is simple excuses that any government
that is what I'm trying to flesh out.
Any government.
Forefather, did you not hear when this guy said if we have enough drones? I mean, like it's bitter in the mouth. It's bitter to hear that kind of statement. How can we? So what's stopping you from getting drones? Are you saying that you want to fly 1,000 drones at the same time?
We are forgetting that America was in Afghanistan with all their drones. It didn't make a difference.
But anyway,
that is the point I'm making.
But see,
I'm trying to get you get distracted a lot and you start chasing other things. Look at what the technology has done for America. It didn't do much for America in terms of holding Afghanistan. This is a problem that Nigeria is having. Instead of it to focus on the human beings that is going to prevent that from happening.
Apples and oranges, my brother. The man who lives in the country, yes, the man who lives in the country.
Master,
you
please.
can't compare him with somebody who is defending his own children. How can you mix the two?
Let's hear him. I don't know. Please repeat that again. I missed that. I didn't get him.
Wait. I detracted from you making your point just to make a small point. I wanted you to complete what you were actually saying and don't be distracted with arguments. So please,
I will go back to
what you were actually saying.
I'll go back to it. Let Masker just finish what he's saying.
Okay, what I'm saying, forefathers, you are mixing apples and oranges. America went into Afghanistan not out of good intention. And they are not in their home country. They don't understand the place. They don't understand the terrain. The desire, the reason why they are there is not even a good reason to stand with. So chances are that whenever you find this kind of war, the man with the more altruistic objective will win you. You're comparing a situation where it's our children, our wives and mothers we are talking about. We should be defending with all that we have. Not to
Then why are
compare
we
them.
not doing it?
Exactly. This is what Jagun is telling you. There is a
Yeah,
systemic
but I
problem.
already know that. That is what I'm trying. When you have a systemic problem, when you want to fix it, you say, okay, this is the one of them. This is one of them. I'm telling you, out of all the systemic, the symptoms of our systemic problem, this one is the most consequential of them all.
Okay,
This
so
one,
what
may
you
be the
suggest?
case.
So what you
That may
suggest?
Moscow, hold on. That may be the case. Godfather, that may be the case. It's arguable, but it may be the case. Now, if that is the case, or if it's not the case, is it not the system in its whole structure or in structure that it needs to be reorganized in order for things to be put in place? Because you cannot chase after one remit of Nigeria's problems in order to satisfy the whole issue that Nigeria constitutes. If you just look at the security, let's say the issue of the killing of this girl was a religious killing, and by some wonder of man, it stopped in the whole of Nigeria. That the religious killings, no, there was nothing that we heard of that ilk again. If that now took place, what about all the other systemic killings that happened? You can die driving from Lagos to any village you have. You can just down the road. You can die by going in the hospital with a small virus that can be easily cured, but somehow you are given the wrong drug and you don't walk out because you're dead. This is the issue of here. What lottery should we take?
The reason why I point to this one, because this is the most consequential, is the one that fits into the others. If you are not strong and you are not capable of defending yourself, everything else will start failing. That is how the life works. That is why a lion can go and take an antelope. If you don't have your own defense, what is going to happen is that everything else you own belongs to other people. Whatever they leave for you is all you have left. Like a jackal feeds on the carcass of the prey of a lion. It's just what it is. And if you don't deal with that,
I hope you know it's bandits this man is talking about, not that another country has invaded Nigeria.
I will come back to what. Let me address that point directly. So the point you're making is
not
that
see opinion. Mr. Oti is here. He's a security expert.
You know what?
Good night.
Don't go anywhere yet. Don't go anywhere yet, because I want to address the point you made directly before you go.
Okay.
The point you made is about because they had more altruistic and it's in their own homeland.
No, I'm just saying don't bring it. I'm just saying don't bring it and don't bring it here. It's a different issue. Don't bring it here.
I can also, your reasoning is based on because it's homeland. Algeria is their homeland.
America has lost, not only in Afghanistan. They've lost in Vietnam.
No, I'm not talking about America now. You are not listening. I'm talking about Algeria.
No, don't go.
They had exactly similar problem as we did.
No, you are the one that brought Afghanistan. No, you brought Afghanistan. Let's stick with Afghanistan. Even Russia went to Afghanistan.
Your argument against it doesn't hold. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
All right,
it doesn't hold because Algeria had the same problem internally. How did they address it? They had a large military to address it. Egypt had the same problem. You remember they used to bomb all over the place in Egypt. Why do you think it stopped? They have a very 1.something million in their military. Why Nigeria has 200,000, and Nigeria has double their population. And you hear your chief of defense staff tell you that it's not people we need. America doesn't have it. America has 2 million, and their population is just about 1.5 times more than that of Nigeria, while their military is 10 times more.
I would agree with you, forefather. That
no, I don't agree with forefather.
Wait now. I started speaking first. I started speaking first.
That's what he's saying. He said
I agree with what you are saying as far as military personnel and that it should be higher. But again, we must look at the scenario of why it is the way it is. It is the way it is because they don't care. They don't care.
No, I agree with
you. No. This is why we must kind of reason in. We can't just be.
Can I finish my submission then?
Wait. Let me just say what I'm saying also, because I'm tying into what you're saying. You know, it's not just to speak. I'm saying that what you're saying is agreeable. You've heard me speak about the systematic thing. putting that down, the fact that this man is giving excuses as to the poor conduct of the army is, as I said, excuses that any minister of any ministry would give. And they give it in such a blatant way that we know the parity between where our armed forces are at the moment and where they should be by way of personnel is adrift. Given that, he's making all kinds of excuses. Now, this adriftness is the same adriftness in any issue where Nigeria is concerned, is what I'm putting to you. So
Yeah,
unless that can be lifted, pointing at any one thing and becoming emotional about it, it's a waste of our energy.
I'm not. See, anything that I feel like risk my own life to, actually. This is not just only our people's life. It will imperil me too. If things are bad in Nigeria, that's why it's bad for African Americans. It's going to be bad for us eventually. Let's not pretend that this is not going to come up to bite us. It may not bite us, it will bite our children. If we keep failing in our homeland the way we are failing. And what concerns me about the statement he makes is that he literally said, oh, the reason why we are not there is because we don't have infrastructure. Fine, you don't have infrastructure, but you have human beings. If human beings were there, they will be able to combat them, hold them in place until you show up, and they will deny them space to be able to plant the nonsense that the IEDs that they plant everywhere. You have people, you don't use them. Now, I'll go to another one again that he made. Another statement
No, I beg, please. Let me just make this point. I beg, please. Ejo,
okay.
I beg. You didn't hear the man correctly. Okay. They asked the man pointedly, do you have enough troops? What you are expecting the man to say is, yes, we don't have enough troops. We need more troops. That's what you expect, right?
Yes.
This is exactly what the man said. I don't know why you are beefing him.
Actually, no. You want me to play it again?
No, you don't need to play it again. All of us had it. The man said even America doesn't have enough troops. You know what he's saying? You can never. We need more troops, and we will continue to need more troops. Troops will never be sufficient. Even America that has a large army, they should still get more. This is what this man is saying. No. So that you are not listening with the right frame of mind.
No, because he went on to say, he said it the way he said it, it's different. Let me play it again so you hear it, and good. Let me play it again. Hold on. Have I? Hold on.
Now we're analyzing English.
What are we going to do now? It's because of you now, Baska. Baska, you started it, Baska. You started it. Let's see.
To defeat these threats.
Well, if you look at troops, there's no country that has enough troops. Even the US does not have enough troops. What we want to leverage on is the use of technology and equipment.
You see his answer. He didn't just say, no. He said, what we want to leverage on is technology and this thing.
Point to bring order so that they can participate also. What do you think, Oti?
Yes, I mean, what he said.
You won't let me finish my statement.
No, fine. Look, I've listened to that. I don't see what is, I mean, so bad about what he said. It's you have your projection, because you're obsessed with this security and military and numbers and all that. So that's otherwise it's factually correct. I mean, no nation has enough foot soldiers. So,
but he didn't acknowledge that they should have more.
What do you mean? How is it gonna? What are you talking about?
No, he said what we need is leverage technology. He went on to add context to it.
Any more questions for me, forefather, make I go sleep.
I don't have any more questions for you.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
This is what you do. You have some ideas in your mind, and if anybody is not speaking to those, those your imaginations, and then the person is not seeing
my imagination. Good luck with that one.
It's not seeing clearly. The person is not seeing the big picture. So, but your big picture is I don't know. I don't know what it may not really be the correct.
Yeah, I think my problem is that you people are very easy to fool. That's the problem.
Oh, really? And
yes. You're very, very easy to fool. You literally heard that guy tell you just now. He even went on to talk about how people are not around for in large swathes of the country. No people. And yet we have people in the country. that he could employ to go and secure all these areas, but he won't do that.
Well,
Then he goes on. Hold on, now let me finish. Now let me finish my point, please. You just spoke for how many minutes at least? Then he goes on to talk about, if I play it, he goes on to talk about there are large areas where there's nobody and all these things. Then even with the question they asked him just now, he said we don't. No country has enough military, but what we need is to leverage technology. He put the emphasis on technology, like they all do. He didn't say, as they said in Chatham House, that they will recruit more people. And the problem with many people is that's why I said people can be fooled so easily. The one that matters most, he chose not to address it. And you believe that technology is going to solve your problem. It won't. We've been doing it forever. The people that can solve the problem are on the ground. Human beings, it's very hard to deceive human beings. He said it during the interview. He said when they bomb them a little bit, the people will disappear.
Let me ask you a question.
Forefathers, these men you're talking about, are you not going to equip them? You're going to train them. You're going to provide for them. So it's not part of, when he talks about equipment.
Egypt can do it.
Sorry?
If Egypt can do it, why can't we do it?
Oh, look, you have to look at a country and then understand its condition.
We have more people than they do.
In Egypt, So,
Forefather, let me ask you a quick question. Forefather, let me ask you a quick question. So, people and technology, equipment generally, which is more important?
Both have degrees of importance, but people are more important if you don't have technology.
They will fight with stick and
hand.
No, that question is not a one or the other. Technology is important, but people, it depends on how you balance your military. People are very, very important. If you have enough people, if you get enough technology, there's a level of military you have. Technology doesn't count too much anymore, and there's a level of technology you have. No matter how many you have, if the people are enough, you won't defeat them. It depends on their military strategy. Like they couldn't defeat Taliban. No matter how much you bomb, America bombs, it makes no. Look at Hamas. Israel has been bombing for how many months? Do you know how many bombs Israel has dropped in this? More than 2 Hiroshima bombs.
Hamas are still fighting.
They are still fighting. That's what human beings can do to you.
In fact, 2 weeks ago, it was very tough for Israel, man.
That is how powerful human beings are. And yet our soldiers pretend as if they don't understand it. You know why I know they understand that? This is what annoys me most. Because I've seen our Nigerian military, when he was training other soldiers, they were showing them on this same channel. He said the strength of a soldier is not his weapon, it's the soldier himself. So you know. And yet you have our youth sitting in the country, not defending the country. They know. And that is the problem. That's why I say people are easy to deceive. These people know what they are doing, and they refuse to recruit and defend our country. And because you know why? If you make Nigeria stronger, Nigeria will have influence in the entire African continent. And guess who is going to affect? It's going to affect a lot of foreign powers. And this will don't want to annoy them. In this interview, he said Nigerians go to Sierra Leone, even Central African Republic. Nigeria sent troops there to go and train them. Right now, with only 200,000, we are doing that. Can you imagine if Nigeria had 2 million? The power Nigeria is going to wield from West Africa to Central Africa. I'm telling you, if you say you want power, OT, if you say you want money, you want your children to enjoy, this is what we should be doing with our country. But these men pretend as if they are doing good work for us. They make us seem like we are just babies. 200 million in population, a country endowed with oil, with gold, everything. And they tell us that we need to just only 200,000 soldiers when Egypt has 1.3 million. What is that? See, this is not. I'm not making a stupid demand. I'm just making a common sense demand that everybody has. I'm not asking for much. If I was asking for what we should have compared to like Sri Lanka, we should be having 4 million. I'm just asking for a reasonable size to deal with our country, deal with our geopolitical zone. And they promised to do it, and they are not doing it, and we are not holding them accountable for it. Tinubu promised in Chatham House that he was going to recruit. Now it's about technology. It's about synergy. and then you say you have a problem in your country. You should be holding them accountable to their promises, even their own promises, not to mention the one that they didn't promise, that you're supposed to hold them accountable for. But that is me anyway. We can complain all we want, but if you cannot hold them accountable, that is the beginning of failure on our own side. It's easy to blame people, but when you're not doing your job to hold them accountable, who else do you think you should blame? I think we are even more to be blamed, because they are politicians and they lie. If Oyibo man promise them tomorrow, World Bank promise them tomorrow, they can deceive you. But how about us that they are deceiving? Why are we not calling them out on their deception? And then we say that things are bad. Things are bad for us.
Pastor is here. Pastor is here.
Are you forefather? Are you
I heard
forefather?
forefathers
Wait,
argument.
please. Are you forefather calling anybody out on the
I'm
issue?
calling him out right now. What do you think I'm doing right now? I'm calling him out on his BS, because what he just did just now is like, it's like insult Nigerians. Maybe he's actually right. Insult our intelligence. He's telling us that there are no people there. Oh, you can't have people there, but you have people in your country that you can recruit that have no job.
Okay. Forefather, sorry that I jumped in. I'm actually agreeing with what you are saying, that the fault is ours. We are not holding them accountable. I think I've said this several times here, that
You are saying it this morning.
It is us. We can argue from now till the kingdom come. We can argue and go to the moon and back. It is still down to us, the people. Let's blame all we want to blame. Let's call anybody name we want to call. It is still us, the people. Yeah.
It's crazy. They don't want to hold them accountable, and then you wonder why they are deceiving you. If you don't hold them accountable, why they would not deceive you? Even on their own promise. You think Tinubu was stupid when he came out on Tataman and said we are going to recruit more people? He didn't talk about synergy then. Suddenly, when he got into office, it's all about synergy. Why do you think they always change tactics very quickly?
Father, I beg, leave Nigeria matter. I'm not the problem of Nigeria.
That one is serious for me. I'm not taking that one as a joke at all, because that one is the one that is killing us every day. That's why our nation is so poor. It's so poor. The data is so blatant, and then the historical data too is also there, showing you that this is at the core of our problem. And this man comes on TV, keeps saying this is, and people are not irate. The UK now, they want to increase the size of their military by about 30%, and they are not even at war. Nobody's kidnapping their children. They are even thinking about conscription. They've not even gone to war yet. They know it now. Jagu knows it. Pastor knows it. We are in the UK. They know.
When you say
Nigeria should do this,
they are thinking of conscription.
Imagine that.
They say their military is depleted, so they need to war. If war breaks out today, what will happen?
Maybe they're preparing for Russia.
Their military is depleted when their military is better positioned than ours.
You see, here is my question. Like I said, I would support any secession. I would support any self-determination. And I think I've asked this question. But you see, if we do not have this change in behavior, and we go changing behavior as starting to hold our elected leaders accountable, the citizens. When we move to Biafra, to Dudua State, to Ijaw Nation, and we've not changed our behavior, it will continue. This rot will continue. It will continue, whether we like it or not. Like what Loco P said earlier, if you are here when Loco P said, he said they divided the states because of allocation. People think they will get more allocation, but they do get it. Does it reflect in the lives of the citizen? The answer is no. It's all about greed. And we, the citizens, are not doing anything. Actually, before I came in, I was taking a study on this Deborah's death. I'm going to run a broadcast on it because, like I said earlier, if you were here earlier, I told anybody that I am ready for everybody on this platform. I am prepared for everybody on this platform because I've come to understand that we don't love ourselves. We don't have each other's good interests at heart. People will push narratives, evil narratives. We don't have it. We want to hold other people accountable, but we don't want to hold ourselves and our leaders accountable. We keep blaming the white man. I'm not disputing the fact that they've perpetrated their own atrocity even up to tomorrow. But we come across, or we come out as if we don't even have our own senses to make decisions for ourselves, to stand on our 2 feet. And every day we'll be blaming them. We'll be blaming them. We blame them when we're in Nigeria. We blame them when we left Nigeria. We still blame them till tomorrow. But not accepting responsibility for all our own self. Not standing up to the challenges that is ahead of us.
It's in the excuses.
Who do us?
This one is saying is because we have different ethnicities. That's why we are not recruiting. How about the other? You think it's only Nigeria? Go and look at many black nations. The poverty that we have is tied to our lack of defense. It's just useless nations that if it's like the men decide that, you know what, we don't understand what it takes again to keep a nation together. Maybe we never did. Maybe these other people are far more developed in terms of their understanding of threats. Maybe they did. Maybe that's why we are where we are. But even when we see the expo, we see how they do it, we don't want to learn anything. Switzerland have not been to war for 200 years. How is it that they have more soldiers than Nigeria? That's for population mass. How is it they've not been to war for 200 years? Though. It's like there's a vast difference between their mentality and ours. And Switzerland is one of the richest countries in the world. They maintain a stronger security posture, and yet they are the richest. With all that money that they, from the point of Nigerians, we are wasting. Forget it, man. Our people, if we keep, it's easy to blame your leaders, but first look at yourself. Because that leader now basically told us lies. He knows better. I know he knows better. He's not stupid. He's well educated, and that's the one that annoys me most. Just like our CBN head knows what he did when he floated our currency, because he's educated enough to know that you don't float the currency like that. Yet he did it anyway, and Nigerians let them get away with it. It's like we are not educated. Maybe we are not. Maybe I underestimate all these degrees, useless degrees Nigerians have. I overestimated it because they are useless degrees. Because how can an economist
calm down, forefather?
No, this is annoying. How is it that we have so many degrees and our people not know that you don't float your currency when you are not you don't have a diversified economy?
Is that not the reason that when Dr. OT is explaining to you, you don't want to listen?
What is OT explaining to me? They are trying to big OT to this now. Leave OT out of it, OT is just going to be telling me no. You got this one wrong.
Something you're missing is this, okay? Because people have to have a sense of ownership of a country, okay, to be ready to die for it and to this sacrifice. When that sentiment, if you like, call it patriotism, when it is not there, and you can't force it.
You take ownership. If you don't take ownership, sit it out.
Sorry,
forget it. Don't say people give you. They don't give it to you. You are a man. You take it. What do you think? You think somebody offered me patriotism offered me a territory in Nigeria?
First of all, you see, and that is where, you know, like getting the basics. People have to believe in something, the project, in the Nigerian unity. Okay,
people, you have to believe.
If that belief is not there, it's not. You can't impose it. You can't.
If you cannot impose it, then sit it out.
What do you mean?
Let others that believe in it do the hard work.
Hold on. There are things. There are ingredients. Okay, they are not. These are ingredients. Okay, first of all, that sense of fairness, sense of this is our country. You know, I'll get a fair deal, right?
Who do you want that from? OT, who are you expecting that from?
For you.
Yeah, who are you expecting that from?
No, from the
probably expect the Igbo man to come and do it for us again.
On the Nigerian state. So,
my friend, OT, I want to hold on for you, my brother, but you start off on such a premise that gives me the understanding you have no understanding of where Nigeria is. You are coming from a premise where you know you're not going to get anything, and you're asking them to give it to you. I think it comes to a point where you have to...
So I don't. What I'm saying, I don't have a. There's no premise. Okay, the premise is that, you know, what we're talking about.
Imagine that. Imagine it as a statement.
Sorry.
Imagine what you just said. There is no premise. Is that where you're going to begin from?
No. I said you are saying. You didn't hear what I said. I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay. So, but of course, what I'm trying to tell you is this. Okay. Now, because this kind of commitment or love of fatherland, of country, you want to fight for it. You want to defend it. But that is not how the place Nigeria is set up. Okay. Now, because starting from your leaders. We talk about a state, a captured state. The people ruling Nigeria and their followers.
I'm itchy to interrupt again, and I don't want to interrupt you. I really don't. What you're saying to what Forefather is saying, he said these things aren't given. That we have to feel a sense of nationhood all by ourselves. And he said that for those who do not feel that, because you came back and said that there are those you can't force nationhood. For those, therefore, who do not feel nationhood, let them sit it out. We who feel that thing will do the hard work of being some people who will take back the country. All you're providing, as my hearing, is excuses upon excuses upon more excuses to the inexcusable. And for my ears, bro, I can't handle it. I can't lie.
I think you are that's very, very well put, because it's a very straightforward thing. If you don't want to do it, it's fine. You can sit it out, or you can be the Jabari tribe. When things start getting funny, then you can join the struggle. Nobody can force you to join.
The people you are blaming, first of all, they have to believe in. Nigeria is a project, right? Okay, this Nigerian state is not a natural fact. Okay, so people, the Nigerian people, have to believe in it. Okay, and it is the way the leaders, the vision that the leaders present to them.
Let me ask you a question, then. Let me ask you a question, my brother. What is it that you believe in or don't believe in that calls you a Nigerian or that says you're not? So what? Let me just hear your premise on that issue.
Sorry, repeat the question. I didn't get you. Can you repeat the question?
You just made statements that said that the state is set up as it is, and whether or not we believe in it. What is it that you believe? I can tell you what I believe that makes me a Nigerian. You understand? I want you to tell me what you believe or don't believe that makes you a Nigerian or doesn't make you a Nigerian.
No. I'm talking about the people of Nigeria, okay? Because that's what it's not about me.
I'm asking you a question, however. Can you just get on with what you've heard and stop this side issue? To answer the question, please. You're frustrating me, man.
It's the way OT talks. You have to be patient with OT. OT takes
No. I understand OT, the way OT speaks, but I don't want him to veer off the subject in order to answer the question. That's the problem. If you stick to the narrative and you look at the question and answer it, life will become easier between me and you.
No, sir. Listen. See, we are discussing Nigeria and Nigerians, okay? I'm just an individual, a person, okay? And I want to talk about Nigerians, right? And now you ask the question, so I'm telling you that Nigerians, there has to be something that make them want to defend Nigeria, want to die for Nigeria, want to own the project, okay? And the leaders have to say that vision. If, for example, the simplest things that a country can do for its citizens, okay? If Nigerians can do that, protect the citizens, defend them abroad or even at home, they are slaughtered, then how do you expect the people really to believe in Nigeria and to want to die for Nigeria? That's the question. You see, it goes back to really the fundamental, the basic questions we'll be dealing with. That's to be something that make people of Nigeria to want to be, to be involved, have a buy-in in this project. You can't force it. You can't force people to love.
Nobody is forcing
you're in a relationship, okay? You can't force somebody to love you, okay?
Yeah. See, I think what we've heard you. Nobody is forcing it. Like I said, sit it out. Let the patriots do what they need to do.
Where are the patriots?
Let me explain. Let me explain. The people that are willing to fight to build a nation, if you are against them, then you are going to be a problem. Can you leave it? You said you don't care, no, you don't love the nation. Then I just said, sit it out. Why are you arguing with me now? You are the one forcing me now.
Wait, forefather, let him ask me. Let him ask the question. You asked the question. You asked the question. Where are the patriots?
Excuse me. Can I listen?
Let me just let you know. I am a patriot.
Okay, good. Right.
I am a Nigerian. If there's a project,
if answer the question,
you put a question, but you don't care about the answers.
No, okay,
but you're going to put forward some kind of.
He just doesn't care about the country. He wants everybody to be like him instead.
No, forefathers. Okay. Now you're talking about patriots. Even when you're leaders, because it's about leadership, right? When your leaders are not patriotic, okay, when they fritter away the wealth of the country, and then you're asking, you want the people to be patriotic.
Who says so? Did I tell you that?
No. Don't let's argue with him like that. My friend who's making these statements, are you a leader?
Am I a leader? I'm not a political leader.
I didn't ask you what kind of leader. I said, my friend, look, before
I answer your question, listen, I have to be specific, okay? Because leadership involves a lot of things. I'm not a political leader.
Okay. Calm down.
Give you the answer you want. I answer the question the way I want it.
Calm down. When I put to you, are you a leader? If you need specifics.
I'm not a political leader. That's my answer.
If you need specifics, listen. When I ask, are you a leader? I'm asking for the things that you complain about, the things that you are annoyed about where Nigeria is concerned, the things that you are annoyed about in public life in general. In public life in general, we are all part of public.
No,
let me land.
Please
let me land.
Talking about political leadership, okay?
What's wrong with OT today? Let me land, OT. Understand me. Understand what I'm actually saying. So that maybe instead of asking asking a question at the end of every answer put through, but you don't understand what you're sounding like. You have no idea. I wish you go back and listen to this and your utterances and try and make sense of what you or yourself are saying. I'm trying to put a question to you that you might be able to answer. And if you listen, I will give you grace to answer it. I'm asking you, if you, at the age you are, with the expertise that you have gathered through your years as a professional, I'm putting to you, are you a leader by way of public affairs in the surroundings that you are in? I think you're in Ireland, and in what you have some level of affiliation to with a country called Nigeria. In this aspect, are you or could you be a leader?
I am, okay? If that's the way you put it, the question. No, but you see, when we talk about leadership, when I say leaders, I'm referring to political leaders because it's political leadership. That's the most important thing, okay?
I know who you're referring to, and I'm quite clear. But you see, where the problem of Nigeria, is, what forefather has put on our table is to suggest that we are all responsible as individuals to the well-being of the country called Nigeria.
Sorry, excuse me. Sir. I don't deny that. I don't deny that.
Can you wait and understand where people are coming from? So when you argue, you can argue from a point that we can engage with. Because where you're arguing from, brother, it has no premise. It only has premise in argument. And we're not just here to have an argument. We're here to purport different views that may be argued for or against in order for progression, not for argument's sake. So please listen. I'm saying to you, sir, that if we take on board that we love Nigeria, one way or the other, even if it's just that region that we love the place called Nigeria. In this love that we have, we all know it's going hey crazy wrong. And it's been going hey crazy wrong for as long as our lifetime. Given that, whose responsibility is it to put it in order? Given that we already know our political leaders have failed us miserably. You see, we have to take the conversation out of the hands of the status quo. Otherwise, the status quo remains. These are the poignant issues that men who call themselves Nigerians should be talking about. But we know on platforms like this, we pontificate upon lies, propaganda, rubbish, idiocy, and we propagate this as palatable for young Nigerian ears to listen to as to the way forward. My brother, I'm saying, please, let's deal with the problem. Let's deal with the real subject matter.
Okay, so what is it? Listen, you've spoken well, but to me, I see the problem. I mean, quite simple. Is leadership. We have our responsibility is to install good leadership, responsible leadership, right? However, we do that. That is the challenge. You see, if you don't have a good leadership, there's nothing you can do. It doesn't matter how
you can also change the actions of leaders too. That's another option.
Right?
Well, can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
Can I ask you another question, Oti?
Yes.
For the leadership that we have right now in Tinubu, do you think that you, in the Oti that you know you are, do you think that you could do a better job than him at the moment? I'm being serious.
Okay, first of all, can I do a better job? That question.
I don't know.
These are things that you haven't.
That question.
These are things you haven't thought about. But you're pointing fingers.
No, hold on.
Please answer the question.
Of course, 1,000% better. You see, that is the honest answer. 1,000% better. I don't want. You want me to go?
Finally,
yes.
Now that you've said that, then you have no. Now that you have said that, finally,
yes, it's
says to me that you know authoritatively that you are a leader. Okay. And that is where pointing the finger as you're doing doesn't work for me.
No, but look, gentlemen, sometimes kind of we argue at cross purposes. Look, I'm not saying that, and you did put it earlier to me, which I accepted. I'm a leader, but it depends on the kind of leadership we're talking about. Nigeria, if we're talking about Nigeria as an entity, as a state, as an organ, it's political leadership we're talking about. In my home, my house, I'm a leader, right? Maybe in my place of work, I'm a leader too. But Nigeria, we're discussing the problems of Nigeria and the solutions. Okay, it's political leadership. Are you with me? And of course, it depends. So there are people that occupying that role at this moment. We have our own responsibilities as followers, as citizens, but they have to drive. They have to drive the trend. They have to give direction. Leadership is everything. That is my view.
I agree that leadership has a role, but there is a way you can get leadership to do what you want. Like the cybersecurity bill that was about to be passed, people criticized it so strongly that the government pulled back for a bit. I think we miss the fact that you can interact, you can pressure the government to do stuff. Like some of the stuff we are doing here is part of it. Maybe one person will hear it, pass it to the next person, pass it to the next person. Maybe if we organize ourselves a bit more, like from one platform to the other, we push one agenda one at a time, they will hear us more. That is what I'm arguing for, that we need to amplify our voices, because if one man is doing it, Nigeria Watch is doing it, all of them are shouting about the same thing at the same time, they will hear it. And the Nigerian government, they do respond when they fear that they are stepping on a political landmine. They do respond. If they hear that people cut them out and say, you know what, your defense minister is blaming the road for the reason why they are not able to secure the country, as if this is the only country that doesn't have road, then you might remember that they promised us that they are going to recruit into the military in Chatham House and actually start moving in that direction, because people are pushing them. You have to put pressure. You know it yourself. If somebody comes to you every day and makes everything they offer you free, you take them for granted. But if they condition everything they do for you, like even a woman conditions everything she does for you based on the way you value them, you treat that woman better than the one that doesn't put any conditions. That's how citizens are. Citizens, to be a citizen, you have to also participate to pressure the leadership, sometimes to do what they will not normally do. This is not new invention. This is something that is known in politics already. So when you say leadership, followership matters too. That's the point I'm trying to make.
No, I agree. I don't dispute that.
Jonaba, thank you for joining us. I got a little bit angry and passionate about it because it drives me mad. These people, they are messing with our intelligence, and I feel like, how can you be blaming the road and no infrastructure when you have? Do you know how many people I know in Nigeria without jobs? They are doing 30,000 naira jobs, some of them 20,000 a month. They are looking for a job. As a matter of fact, many of those bandits are looking for something to do. If you look at the bicycle that they were riding, my God, the poverty around that area. And these people, they are blaming the road for the reason.
Forefathers somehow still believe that Nigeria is a normal country.
No, that's what I'm telling you. You need to displace them. The country is not the country, it's us. It's us. Those ones that are representing you right now, either you displace them or you make them do the right thing. That's what you do. Thank you. I think we agree on the part that there's a problem, but the way you're approaching it is from a weak position where you say it's a problem, but what next? You have to do something. You are a man, just like me. So, Jonaba, welcome.
Thank you. I think you are doing something already. That's why we are all here trying to send a message. But when to speak directly to the defense minister comment that he made, I think it's coming from, unfortunately, they dabble into politics these days because of self-interest and not to defend the nation. If he could have come out to say that the life of our of those that are serving currently are not having adequate training, they are not having the machinery they need to operate. He can't even say that because if the allocation that go to them, if those that are in charge of it use it appropriately, they will not be suffering casualty that they are suffering. There are decent Nigerian army that are ready to defend Nigeria, but most time they expose them to danger for lack of adequate weapon or a good weapon to use. Also, I understand your point in terms of, okay, if we don't have this technology that we need now, what about the manpower? The youth of Nigeria can defend Nigeria. There should be a reduction in this crime. Recruit them and let them defend their people. You cannot start comparing America. Even if America have less soldiers, they have more equipment than we do. So, in the absence of enough equipment, then there should be the manpower on the street to fight those fights. I personally,
and just to clarify, America actually has 10 times more soldiers than Nigeria on top of it.
Of course, I'm trying to look at his own comparison that he was trying to find an excuse. It's because he's also part and parcel of the corrupt people in Nigeria. That guy, they are all sharing the money. During the time of NSAS protest in Lagos, the spokesperson for Army as at that time, John Enenche, said nobody died. So these people use this to just speak to their base. And this is why it's very crucial that when we come here, we take our time to speak to issue with open-minded and with clarity and understanding of issues. So we don't just dabble here and there. What they are trying to do in the nutshell is any area that can control the mind of the people, thinking that, okay, we are comparing you, American, what we need is more of technology. While we don't even have the opportunity to use our youth that are jobless right now, who they have, even those ones looking for job, have to bribe and bribe and bribe and bribe. Why should you bribe to serve your nation? Youth are willingly in Nigeria right now. Call family, you will see them want to be recruited. But then they are not recruiting, and the few still have to go through bribery or man no man to get there. And that is the issue we are facing as of that. The notion that Nigerian doesn't worth dying for, I think that is a message of trying to rob ourselves of our value. And that is when we started dabbling into a zonal political talking point that somehow Nigerian doesn't want it. We cannot do this. There is no perfect nation on earth. A citizen rise up to the challenge, and in one way or the other, we are doing it. It may not be faster enough to some people's pace, but then this is the pressure we put by speaking out, and eventually it will get to the mood of organizing people to push. But that Nigerian does not worth dying for the nation. And is it a person, is it a country that the prime minister is in abroad that you don't know that worth dying for? I don't understand the narrative we push sometimes. We fool each other. Thank you.
Sorry, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, sorry, Janaba. I mean, such statements, you can understand where it's coming from, you know. I mean, when somebody, well, if I say that Nigeria, you can understand. I mean, the people are, it's not a sentence or statement somebody you should take lightly, and because you just mentioned that people actually bribe, you know, to be recruited into the Nigerian army. Even, I mean, the young people that want to serve the country. If you don't know anybody, if you don't have the money to bribe, and then so such egregious, where is does such a thing happen? I mean, it's unimaginable, and therefore, and the things that happen in Nigeria. Are you with me? So it's, and if somebody says it's not a normal country, it's a serious statement, and people don't make these statements casually. There are things really happening in Nigeria that, I mean, if I use a biblical metaphor, that makes the ear tingle, you know. So people are not saying these things in a cavalier manner. They feel it, okay. And most of us, of course we love Nigeria. It's our country. No, but it's gone so down the drain that really something drastic, you know, has to happen. Okay, so that is just the way people see these things and feel it. You can't fault them for that.
No, I got where you're coming from, but in 10 years, I'm sorry, Pastor, 10 years ago, we don't have this media platform to reach out to people the way we do today. And that is why we are summoned this courage to speak to these issues. There are things that you and I can say based on the fact that we live in abroad and cannot be accessed by those cabal or who you are stepping on their toes or one way or the other for good reason. But then there are many media outlets in Nigeria today that they will be more popular, well known than this place, but they cannot push such narrative because they are also divided by political interest and also somehow by the fear of the outcome. And we have seen in a few weeks or months how those that dare to speak out against the corrupt system, the injustice, carry out their work have been locked up or been silenced in one way or the other. So the point I'm making is that, yes, I understand those challenges are there, but then that is why we come here day and night. And I always say there's a book says that I touch one life, but one life that I touch a million. If this thing drop in a good ear and people can spreading it in a very positive way, is better than those propaganda words that cannot build us as a nation, rather it divide us more.
That's true. And my number, when I say America has 2 million, actually the total is 2.8 million that they have in their military, which is almost how many times? 14 times more than that of Nigeria. And they have the most advanced technology. That's the one that drives me mad when anybody talks about technology in Nigeria. This is common sense stuff. And if we that claim to be educated don't start calling the nonsense these people keep telling us, because they come out on TV, they tell us, oh, this is okay, we can do it in our country. And then the CBN head will come out and tell us that it's a good idea for Nigeria to float this country. Nobody challenges him that this is a terrible idea. Can you imagine in the UK, this in what do they call them, number 10, Chancellor of the UK comes and depreciate the UK currency by more than 100% in less than a year? That Chancellor will not last 2 weeks in office. He will not get the chance to destroy the currency any further. They would sling that Chancellor through the roof. But yet, in Nigeria, they will they will accept it and make argument for it. I don't know, man. Please, Pastor, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'm taking you people back. Apologies for that. But if it's not appropriate, you don't have to answer it, Mr. Oti. I was going through the private chat, and you made reference to my argument being a wrong-headed argument in respect to Deborah State. And you also stated that it's a religious indiscrimination dimension case in a country that is secular. In 2002, Amina Lawal Kurama, according to the report I'm reading here, was stoned to death for adultery and for conceiving a child out of wedlock. Are you aware of that, Mr. Oti?
No.
Okay.
I'm aware.
You're aware. Okay, so that's a confirmation. Mr. Oti, are you also aware that there has been other religious intolerance that some few people were also killed?
Yes.
You are aware. So, in the case of Deborah, what is the difference between Deborah and...
Let me explain. So, of course, when I wanted to touch on this issue, Jago couldn't allow me. And yes, my comment on your view, I maintain it. I can't run away from it. Now, the question I will ask is this: do you have understanding of what is, racially, just for an example, as an illustration, racially motivated an assault, for example? Let's use assault. You know what's an assault? You can if it is racially motivated, or when it is just a common assault, there's no racial element to it.
The racial,
do you understand that the law would...
You asked me a question, you want me to answer it?
No, I'm kind of elaborating. Do you understand that the law would treat the one that has a racial tent of racism much more seriously? Do you understand that? The reason why I'm asking you this, if I may explain, is because I'm trying to where on the distinction that I see that is important, which you're omitting when you try to draw a parallel between, Deborah being...
Is it racial or religious?
No. I said it's an illustration. It's a different example I was giving. Okay.
Okay.
And because we are in the West.
Yeah, we understand that there are aggravating circumstances.
Some crimes, because there's a racial element to it. Is viewed much more seriously.
Yes.
And therefore, if somebody is murdered, okay, and then with this religious persecution attached element involved in it, and not just maybe somebody having an accident and then not being treated well in a hospital, a failure of a system. The distinction, the difference is quite clear. Are you with me?
There is a difference, but they are all lead to the same end.
Mr. Oti, you did not answer the question I asked you, please. I
answered your question. And I was trying to clarify, to make this more elaborate, because it is very clear in my mind. And
there's a religious tinge to it, but there was another Muslim that was killed because he said the wrong thing about this.
Hold on one second. Mr. Oti, you are a lawyer, so
ask the question. It doesn't matter. Ask me the question. I will answer, please.
I asked you. I read to you a woman who was stoned to death because she had adultery.
Yes.
1, 2. There are also examples of people that have been previously killed based on religious intolerance. Is that correct?
Correct. And so what's the question?
My question I'm asking is, why is Deborah's case exceptional?
Now listen, okay, you're asking the wrong question. The reason is
you don't tell me I'm asking the wrong question. I'm asking
answer the question.
If you cannot answer it, just say you can't answer it.
No.
I can answer
it.
the wrong question.
I can answer it.
Okay, you want to tell me how to answer the question?
Let me answer it now. I can answer it.
Okay, good. Answer it, please.
Deborah's case is exceptional because you were comparing, okay, drawing equivalence, right, between Deborah's case and somebody that was brought to hospital and not attended.
No.
He just
why is this man twisting the truth?
Don't start now.
Like when you twist the truth. What is wrong with you?
Excuse me. You're asking
Okay, let him ask you the question again. Maybe you didn't get the question.
No, it's not I didn't get the question. Oti is very evasive. It's extremely evasive. And we're not here for that. We're here to hear what people got to say. You're being evasive, my friend.
No, listen.
Wasting time.
I hand over to you. I can't be bothered with this one.
Hold on.
The guy is dodging the question.
No.
He literally went back to the old
electricity. Please don't leave.
Everybody here heard the question. You are twisting.
Don't leave electricity.
They just ask you if you can be a leader. How can a leader like you start twisting things openly like this?
Oti, I think
this matter.
Oti, this is the deal that my own understanding. When he mentioned that what is the difference between other incidents that has happened, he didn't come up to mention exactly about this woman that was stoned to death as a result of adultery. Now, so your comment then was based on the gravity, the intention,
the context,
the
comparison.
Yes.
It was
so
between.
Now that he mentioned, So now that he mentioned it in the context of the equivalent,
here laughing, said I'm invasive. The problem is
let me finish now. Because what you are responding to that time was not it's not the same as this now.
It's not.
Because now there is an example of somebody that was stoned to death as a result of adultery, which is also a religiously motivated death, like case of Deborah, because it's all religious. So now you shouldn't have gone back to mission hospital and negligence.
But that was
what you could have said is that listen to me now. Yes, if that come as a result, it's the same thing. They are all motivated by religious, and they all die. Their death is yes.
So
all of this you could have come straight, because that context of you mentioned that this language was not used. So now,
excuse me. But there was a context, okay, to it. To the discussion, right? So electricity was drawing a comparison, okay? Or in other words, asking why Deborah's death, her mother, had been being burnt alive, should be seen differently from a lady having an accident and then not being treated properly in a hospital and then dying as a result. So that was the context.
That's not the context he gave you. You are misconstruing the context he gave you just now.
No, excuse me. You see, when I wrote, he was reading what I wrote, comment, and he was asking me questions. And I'm telling you.
But he asked you the question and gave you the context that he gave you, and you completely ignored it. He gave you a context and he ignored it.
Father, in fairness, right? What OT responded to that time was not a comparison to death by stone of a woman committed adultery. Rather, it's about negligence in the hospital that he was.
Yeah, but that is the one. The pastor wanted him to answer. He wanted him to answer.
It's just no. This thing was not now.
I know about it. I know about it already.
Okay. What I was trying to tell OT in my own way of looking at it now, that OT will say, if I were OT, I said, okay, now that you come, in my own world, like somebody was stoned to death as a result of they consider committed adultery, it can be equivalent to a woman being born or being killed alive.
Exactly.
Yes, that's all.
Okay, but hold on, John Abba.
Well, he wouldn't even address it. He just like completely dodged it.
Excuse me. Look, fathers, I'm not you. I'm not John. I answer questions the way I answer questions, okay? And don't forget, I started off by using another example.
Within reason.
Hold on.
You don't answer something else.
Oh my God. I started by using a different example to illustrate the point I was making. In other words, this element of the motive for the crime. And
you still haven't answered the question, even till now. You still haven't answered it.
Which question?
He asked you.
Ask the question again.
See? No,
Ross, you are not going to get anywhere. You see, this whole OT matter has driven us way away. I'm going to allow you. I'll allow you. I'll just make this statement.
When you jumped in,
I'll just make this statement.
You jumped
this whole focus on OT, which is understandable, but it has taken us way off where we were speaking from. I will say that one. Two, I would reveal to you that you are not going to get any straight answer of OT. If you haven't realized that in the last 2.5 hours, you're not going to realize anything. There's no straight answer coming from him, nor is there clarity, nor is there a premise of which he stands upon. So continue.
Yeah, let me try one more time.
Okay.
OT, he said that, yes, he acknowledges that Deborah was lost her life due to religious violence.
Right.
Then he went and gave 2 other examples of a lady being stoned to death because she committed adultery. And there are other religious cases where a woman, like in the case where they accuse somebody of being a witch, that she loses her life because of either beating or the torture that they tortured her, that she loses her life. That is there any difference between those 2 scenarios where people lost their life? Let me finish the question, please. Is there any difference between those 2 scenarios where people lost their lives versus how Deborah lost her life? That's the question.
Is there any difference?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, if we're being honest, okay? If we are being honest, and by the way, people ask questions for a reason, okay? Sometimes you ask questions that really, I'm answering your question, okay?
Don't analyze, just answer.
Let's be patient with him.
Let me answer the question. You know, sorry. Not only that, in terms of the situations are different, okay? But of course, the similarity is these crimes are occasioned by, I would say, ignorance. I mean, false belief and religious fanaticism. Okay, so that is we have all these aspects. That is the similarity. But of course, the difference again is clearly somebody was killed by maybe being stoned to death. Some other person was either burnt alive. This other person maybe for a reason of accusation of witchcraft, and then accusation of adultery. This other one religious what do you call it? What's this called again? Religious this crime, blasphemy, right? So three different accusations, all right? So that alone is also there's a difference. If you're asking me where there's a difference, there is a difference, but that is not what I'm concerned. So look, context is everything. So let us not just be talking for talking sake.
You do know what the context is. Let me just
leave him. Oh, you are blocking him. Let's get to the end of it. Please, let's go.
So he can
He's going to sing soon, Jagun. He's going to sing. Either he's going to sing or he's going to coil himself up. Just give him time. Give him time.
I want to give him time.
Please give him time,
I could have given him time if you just be patient. There are only a few.
Be patient then.
Be patient.
Yeah, you be patient.
Oti.
You are not patient. They're asking people to be patient. Please finish, Oti.
I want to ask you.
Jagun, hold on. Oti, go ahead.
The promise that you come from, Oti, in where you are speaking. That you say, forgive me, forefather, I don't mean to be pedantic. I'm saying that where you are coming from, in saying that you've made me lose my position, forefather.
Yeah, you should.
I apologize to everybody.
You can go ahead.
Continue. I apologize. Continue.
I was only saying context, right? So when I commented on electricity's position, there was a context to it. I wasn't just saying that abstractly or not knowing what I was
asking. Are you aware of the context that was originally put
by, are you aware? Because the argument was between Chim and electricity.
That's correct. That's correct.
Very good. So there was a context, and the context was not where we are.
So
The
why
context.
are you
No,
not
I'm giving him.
allowing?
I'm just.
You are getting involved again. I want him to finish his answer, then you can come in. Then let him finish his answer. You can come in after that.
Okay, forefather, I'm allowing everybody who's here to understand the context that we're coming from. These things are important in this discussion.
That is the reason why I asked the
it's
question.
Very important. Please. Kim and electricity were saying,
you are blocking him. Do you know you are blocking the conversation now?
You're awful.
Let him finish.
You're awful in not being able to understand
you are
that the underlining of the context is the most important thing in this discussion.
Don't worry,
I'm not worried. But I don't think you're doing necessarily a good job of making sure everybody understands where we are.
I'm trying to let him finish one answer. Please, let's allow him to finish. Please, Oti, carry on.
Well, I think I've almost come to an end. So the thing was this, okay? Because electricity came and read what I wrote, okay, in the comment, and then he wanted to take me on, take me up on those. And I said, okay, yes, and then trying to explain myself. I said, look, and I referred back to what was the discussion that was going on when I wrote those things. I said, look, you were trying to say there's no distinction between somebody being murdered by a mob, okay, and somebody dying in hospital for lack of proper medical care.
See, now he's taking it back again. We are talking about this current scenario I just painted.
Come on, I'm explaining. That was the
current scenario. I know about the other context. I just wanted you to finish this scenario that I asked, and let's see where it gets you.
Now, if I said, okay, there's a difference, okay, qualitatively between the different incidents. So what is the point of the question?
So by that standard, then there's the reason. Then I will ask you. Then by that standard, there's difference between every single mother in the world.
That's basically it.
So if
you are understanding,
if you are going by that standard,
what you just said, forefather,
every single mother in the world.
What you just said, forefather, is basically it. The context, if we understand the context, was that electricity was coming from a point of view. It is a systematic issue that we face. Chim was coming from a point of view that we have to say enough is enough now, based on the issue of import. Wait, let me finish. But this is where Chim was arguing from, based on the fact that murder was committed, slaughter of an innocent through the violence of religion. This is where he was coming from. So that was the context. If you stay in that context, then we won't be having all this story.
That is your understanding, okay? Let me tell you from my own understanding and perspective on that.
Misunderstanding of the case is.
I would say electricity was trying to minimize, the death of Deborah. Sorry.
That's not what he was doing.
No. I'm saying it's my interpretation.
Yes.
Your interpretation should not be damning to somebody.
I don't see the reason why
somebody else. We can be careful how we. I mean, you are OT. You have the right to speak the way you want, how you want to go about things. But it's for the who even came up with it was a guy called Ken that came up with that scenario. That's about correct. How the people that killed her already been released and all of that before Chim even commented on it. But the whole thing is that in the summary is all tragedy and it's all painful and it's all having similarity in terms of it's all involving religion issue. And that is where electricity was coming from, that there is injustice and this thing happened in our nation, across our nation, and it shouldn't be subject to a certain local area. And I didn't hear him saying that even it happened in the east or south, but he's trying to say that this thing is no different. It happened all the time. And as I'm talking to you, there are some remote village that even children have accused their own mother of witchcraft and set her on fire.
Wow.
And it's all of this happen. It may not make name like that because it depends on the locality where it happened, how many people have access to technology, how far the news can go. But this happened, and
Wow.
I know this.
John Abba, thank you for putting us back clearly in the premise of the conversation that we've been having, because it's been extremely unfortunate as far as my ears and my time is concerned to listen to the constant comeback from Oti and the focus on whatever Oti is saying in his own misunderstanding of what we are speaking about. I'm putting to the hosts of the panel, since this has come up, that the focus on Oti, trying to explain to him the right paradigm with which we are all thinking, has been a waste of our time. And we have wasted time again with things and issues that are of bare insignificance as to where this conversation started from and where it was actually going. We have derailed ourselves for 2.5 or more hours because of Oti's reluctance to keep up with everybody else. If you haven't kept up, switch your camera off and then watch and listen. That's what you should be doing instead of coming here and wasting time. Thank you very much.
That is quite unkind, Jagun.
No, he's not a defense lawyer. He's not a criminal lawyer, but he's a lawyer. I'll let him come and arrest you for saying that.
Don't mind him. Don't worry. When you need a lawyer, you might stumble across OT.
We are bringing lawyer when it's a fist fight. This is a fixed fight, so nobody can bring lawyer.
Can you imagine OT arguing your case for you in court? Yeah, the other lawyer, the side will pull their hair out.
And on serious note, and unfortunately, or fortunately, Deborah, on and based on his ethnicity or where she came from, let that thing make wave. But then, in fairness to whosoever say that I'm saying categorically, it's still going on in Nigeria today in many areas, not only in the north.
They know, everybody know.
Okay, so the issue, that is what electricity is speaking to, that this thing is still going on everywhere. Why is this thing? And to me, is that it's because adage in my place say, if you are not by fire, your own yam will be put aside. There are many things happening today. It depends on the one that people share with you, or the one that is more in the public domain. But then we should speak to it that this is still the ignorance of our people, whether it's Islam or Christian or tradition, that know everybody have the right to believe God the way they want to believe, and believing or whatever you call blaspheming should not is the barbaric of our society, and how far we still need to go to respect people's view. And that is one of the most important thing to me, that when I have opportunity to come out here, I try to speak to things based on, we look at it from empathy. I have not lost a child. I know that our brother Electricity have shared that part of his with us. It's a pain that he can always live with for the rest of his life. And whenever he sees it in that way, maybe he come across to him in the way that only him that have gone through can say it more than anyone else that have not gone through such thing. So we should be sensitive when people express themselves and find excuse for them, even when we think that whether they are right or wrong, that because of their experience.
Yeah, that's true. Because I think this idea that one aggravating crime that leads to loss of life is less significant than somebody losing their child on the tragic event too. It's just comparing tragic events. In the end, they are all bad, especially when they are even closely related, like some of the ones you described, where setting your own parent on fire is unbelievable stuff. That's bigotry. That is all kinds of layers of ignorance that leads to innocent loss of life. I know of a case where a Muslim was also killed in almost similar manner as Deborah for saying the wrong things. A Muslim too was attacked. He was in a marketplace, from what I gather. It wasn't even that long after Deborah's case. He was attacked in the marketplace because he said something, and he's a Muslim too. He lost his life in the same the kind of similar circumstance.
To border what you said, forefathers, Imam in a place called Biu in Borno State, Imam, he escaped it. He's a popular preacher today, but his house and his family were burned down because he said during the prayer that he saw a sign of the cross and Jesus.
Okay, I know.
And that man, when he stopped leading the prayer and walked out, and when they had him, they wanted to kill him, he escaped. But they burned in Biu, Borno State. They burned his house, burned his family down. So these things happen all over like that. Sometimes
intolerance. I say intolerance.
Yes. So, and this
it's
is the
madness,
barbaric
actually.
of our
It's madness. It's really madness. That needs to be checked.
This happened while I was in school in Biu. So I was I witnessed the burning of the place. We run to go and see that. So things happen in Nigeria. Are you fighting for your God, or your God supposed to fight for you? And these are all of the things like we believe God is spiritual. We take care of our problem, and then we take things into our hand. And that is what we should speak to, because it happened to Christians and it happens to Muslims. This one too that happened.
Evil apart from all this killing, you still go to places where people will tell you, we forbid these people. I'm like, how do you even forbid human being? Like, who is telling you you are better than anybody? Who is this one?
Gazebo, what's wrong with you now? Gazebo, I know him from my channel. He normally doesn't show his face at all, but this is not showing your face now. What kind of face is in Nigeria?
I have a right to my privacy, so I've shown my face. Can I now go back to my usual thing? Thank you.
This one is not your face now.
What are you scared of? What are you scared of?
I don't know. But you can speak. I will let you speak. Pastor is not here now. Go ahead, AY.
So the stuff Janaba was talking about, we need to take this issue very, very seriously. All over the country, especially in those remote villages, they keep people for free, man. I have seen situations where they tell you, oh, that old woman, you just see an old woman, you say she's a witch. You kill her. And sometimes it's because these women, they don't have children. I'm sure if they have children, if the son is a governor, you dare not say she's a witch. You can't even throw stone at her. So sometimes these things, they are so painful. Like, this evil happen all over the country. The country just even the issue of discrimination, you will be shocked how big this issue is, where people from even the same local government will tell you, oh, these people, they are forbidden. These people are witch. These people, and yes, people will start avoiding the people. Like, oh, they can't get married to them. They can't eat from them. They can't do it. I'm like, what is wrong with you people? Like, it's so insane. When I hear those stuff and somebody is really saying, I'm like, are you for real? Like, are you for real? I mean, the olden days, this stuff happened. You would think that by now we should move away from this nonsense and face life. But no, what you find is this stuff still go on. They are serious issue. If either it's coming from religion, it's coming from tradition, it's coming from wherever, it's nonsense. We should have laws that protect Nigerian citizens anywhere they live, anywhere they are. It's because people are not questioned. You just take human being, you kill them because nothing is done. That is why
it should be locked down heavily. It should be locked down. This type of nonsense shouldn't be happening.
By the time assuming we have laws, we make 1, 2, 3 pay for it. People will think twice before they do anything stupid. That's just the truth. Even the pain of people passing through just killing somebody by juggle justice. In Lagos, it used to be very common to the extent that when you hear armed robbery, even yourself go run because you know one day there, they can mistake identity, they will just kill people for free.
Yeah.
It's madness. It's too much. We need to stop. We need to stop.
Thank you. I agree with that. That stuff. I think a government needs to really go on and set some serious example. If you touch a hair on a Nigerian that the state didn't sanction, you face the fullest extent of the law in a brutal way. That will teach people a lesson that they will not try that nonsense again and take laws into their hands. It gas them up. Please go ahead. This faceless thing is not going to last long. So why they are criticizing me for trying to break the rules? So you might as well say what you want to say quickly.
Well, gas them up I've shown my face, right? So
That's
I
not
think
they want it constant.
No, but listen, forefathers, at the end of the day, look, I personally believe, and I'm not trying to break any rules, and I'll get to the point. Everyone has a right to their privacy. They said they wanted to see the video. I showed that I'm a live person, obviously, but I have a right to privacy. I'm into many different businesses. My personal view should not affect my business, and people shouldn't have any, we should learn to separate things.
Allow him, forefather. Make your point, my brother. The campaign is over.
Thank you, Mr. Jago. Yeah, shout out to Jago, man. I've heard him on a couple of channels, man. We don't always agree, but shout out to Jago. So let me get to the topic because I don't want to, unless you, forefather, should I go to the topic of the thing, or should I talk about what you guys are talking about?
You can talk about whatever you want to talk about, really.
Okay, so I'll just talk about the topic and then what you guys were talking about. Let me just address what you guys were saying. In my own opinion, the issue of Northern Nigeria is a very complex issue. A lot of times we use the wrong filters. We make assumptions. Not everybody, of course, but we make assumptions of Northern Nigeria to perceive them as a monolith. And I think the only monolith that might be there is from the religious perspective. And unfortunately, there's a type of interpretation of Islam that they embrace in northern Nigeria. I think the Wahhabism, Salafi, they embrace a type of Islam that you don't see in Malaysia, you don't see in Morocco, you don't see them embrace that type of Islam. And so my frustration with us southern Nigerians who are not predominantly Muslim, I read the Quran, is there, and whenever I meet my northern Nigerian friends, I say, show me where in the Quran this thing, it's actually haram to burn a human being. That is haram. So where did they get this idea from? You understand? Many of them don't even know how to read their books that they profess to believe in, but they're getting, certain
but their religion does say that if they have there's this area where they say if they feel that somebody is trying to misrepresent the word of the God,
there's
that they have a right to
in the
punish them,
Quran
something
that
like
says
that.
No, there's no, that is what they are calling what do you call it,
blasphemy.
Oh no, not blasphemy. The what? So you have the Quran and then you have the
hadith.
So they are now using hadith, and that's why I said it's interpretation. So they are using a particular, again, even forget, let me not even use Malaysia, let me not use Morocco. Even in Senegal, you don't see them embrace the type of Islam in Senegal or Guinea that northern Nigeria, the type of Islam they choose to embrace with the hadiths that they choose to go by are in many instances Stone Age relics.
Can I quickly jump in order just to give...
Wait, Jago, let me just say this. But wait, my point is that if, and I've challenged many in the Ummah who are from Morocco, who are from Mali, especially West African Muslims, I said, you people know that it's haram to burn a human being. Why don't you call these Nigerians in northern Nigeria out? I said, because what you guys don't understand is that the southern Nigerians are being told that this is Islam. They are being told this. And then when I interact with you, you tell me, no, brother, Aki, that is not Islam. What they are doing is right. I say, okay, so call them out. You guys get on live, get on a platform and say, you northern Nigerians who do this, if you are burning people, if you are calling them this, if you are doing this, you are no longer practicing Islam. You are not in the Ummah. They don't do it. And that's my frustration with them. So that's all I wanted to say about that. But I wanted to get to the topic of the video. But Jago, do you want to say something quickly? Because I don't want to, interrupt you.
No, continue.
Okay. So yeah, let me get to the topic.
Can I get when you come to that religion of the northern understanding of Quran, the understanding of Bible also is different in the West and the East. So there are many men of God that have their own doctrine in Nigeria.
No, but what's been said and what I was going to say before, in terms of my interruption, was that what has happened in northern Nigeria, as far as Islam is concerned, from the time of Usman Dan Fodio, because Islam was already with the Hausa people. But by the time of Usman Dan Fodio, he deepened it and brought it with a powerful message that came with war as well. Don't let's forget. Now, after this shaping of northern Nigeria as we have it, there has been many waves coming in from Yemen and different parts of what they call the Middle East into Nigeria by way of perspective of how Islam is to be handled in this part of the world, which is what gives it the basis between the Eastern Sahel of what comes in from not Boko Haram this time around, but what comes in from Libya and falls down in through ISIS into the country. You understand? I'm balancing the whole thing. So the politics of this, as was mentioned by your good self, yes, but these are the things that have actually taken place. So
yes,
that's why it's so differently colored in northern Nigeria than the other.
I agree, but that's why I've always said, you know, when I meet Nigerians but even the northern ones who are Muslim, I bring out the Quran. You know, when I challenge many of my southern Nigerians, not all, but you know, I said, look, auntie, sister, this one, you don't read Quran. God forbid, I don't read that. I said, look, calm down. I said, because if you read the book, now they can't lie to you. But they will tell you, oh, our religion says this. Like forefather said, in their book, it says, if you do this, we can kill you. It's a lie. It's not in the Quran. It's in a hadith. And hadiths are always disputed. Whether it's this one, I forget the different hadith writers, you know, the names that they go by. So they're always disputed hadiths. So if in a southern Nigerian arms themselves with information about the Quran, then it's more, not that they cannot still burn you, but now you can't argue that it's my religion. No, I'm reading the book too.
I think the point, my good man, I think the point where you're coming from, as far as the understanding between the North and the South, where religion is concerned, is tangible in a way, but it's kind of mute in the circumstances that, look, man, if somebody is doing something wrong to you and you are listening to them about whatever shape their sheep is, then you're an idiot. Because you see, if somebody comes to my doorstep and is trying to inveigle in my business, it's the chopper for his neck. I don't need to listen to anybody's hadith or anybody's anything. You're coming into my space and you're mucking around. It's as simple as that. Now, where it comes into the understanding of dialogue, that's where we are not. Because that's what I said. Yes, wait. Because of the clipping of the tongue that is used in all these areas, they clip the tongue where we're speaking about religion in Nigeria. We clip the tongue if we want to speak about Biafra in Nigeria, and they are the same extremes. They are the extremes that say it's only we who can discuss this thing. So you discussing it. Are you with me? So whilst we're supposed to have a serious discussion, we are picking off the fence of weak rubbish, which constitutes.
No, I'm not picking the fence. I'm not picking the fence.
Not yourself. I'm just commenting.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I try not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but let me get to the Biafra thing. So look,
let me. I'm sorry to inject you.
Because I know that I don't want the people to complain. I don't want them to, forefathers might push me off.
They will complain. No. It's okay. Yeah. Forefather is hosting here now. But that is all I want in this.
Yes, sir.
Saying is fairness. Okay. Is fairness.
Yes.
I understand that if we have a united and a progressive society in 21st century, it should not be based on whether I understand where you say that, okay, if you want your religion to be defend your religion, call out the northern Nigerians that are saying that your religion say that it's okay to stone somebody to death, while what your own understanding is that there is nowhere is written in the Quran that is actually is forbidden for a man to kill another person. Now,
it's also to burn somebody alive.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Whichever barbaric way they're doing it. it also does not exempt the Easterner or the Westerner or any part of other South, or make Nigerian South and North. That there are other religions in the North, in the South, that even as you being a Christian, that they think you are not Christian enough. Some have rejected their own family. Some are even asked that they read from the Bible that if you are from polygamy home, that you are not the child of your father, that the first one is the child, is the first wife children that are considered to be, that the other one should be done as a restitution, and they have been killed the same way. So when we come to this thing, it's deeper than just to say Deborah killed by born to life. Let us also be man of and call it what is going on in our own southern part of Nigeria. That's all I'm trying to say.
No, I agree. No, listen, look, unfortunately, we Southern Nigerians, I've challenged forefathers on this many times. We Southern Nigerians, we say certain things. Oh, these people, they are not that bright, but the smart ones. But I say, isn't it funny that the so-called unsmart people that are running and ruling the country, right? But look, I want to get to the Biafra thing very quickly. My premise, and again, I could be wrong, is this. I think, unfortunately, to have the full conversation about Biafra and Nigeria in particular, certain truths have to be said without hurting anybody's feelings, right? The idea that there was because I think that's the title, was there a nation called Biafra? Is that the title, forefathers, right? Yeah,
that's
okay.
True.
So now, look, I'll just say what I gotta say, and you guys can disagree or agree. First, my position is this, is that the war, the quote-unquote Biafra war, was in many ways a genocide, right? Because the end result was that millions of people who are from the East, particularly, Igbos, were killed.
Can I just ask very quickly? Sorry. I just want to ask you, did you listen to what was said earlier about this subject?
No, I didn't. So I'm gonna go. Yeah. So my thing is that it was a genocide. However, we have to peel back the layers as to what happened, to what caused this thing that happened. Right now, it's unpopular for us to say that there's an Igbo coup. Right? It's unpopular. However, I won't say there was an Igbo coup. I will say, however, that it does seem interesting that the perpetrators of the coup, majority, not all, majority of them came from a particular region, right? And the majority of people who were killed, I don't really know that many political, like they said, Zeke traveled, right? Coincidentally traveled at the time, and all these things. So these are things that need to be addressed. Now, my personal position is that the perpetrators of that first coup, it was not an Igbo coup. It was just them looking for power. Unfortunately, the end result is that millions of people who had nothing to do with those officers who were just seeking power got scapegoated into this so-called conspiracy net of an Igbo coup. That never happened. Igbo people didn't sit down together in one referendum and said, let's coup Nigeria. That never happened. But those particular officers, they definitely did. And that is what is hard for us to acknowledge in Nigeria. But we have to say it if we're going to move forward. We have to say that those particular officers were responsible for their own actions. They were power hungry. That is from Aguiyi Ironsi down and all these people. They were power hungry and they made wrong decisions. Unfortunately, the end result of their decisions were that people who in the East, who did not plan with them, who had nothing to do with their power decisions, got scapegoated for their BS. And I think until we can acknowledge that as Nigerians, that is going to be a big bone of contention. And then also adding to the fact, as forefathers said, when you look at a guy like Adaka Boro, his complaints about being marginalized in the East. That's another problem when you hear the Biafra agitation, because the Biafra agitation, they're not taking into account that, okay, if you get this Biafra, Isoko people going to stand there and support this Biafra? Ijaw people going to support this Biafra? Are they going to go for it? Not forget those other groups, and I'll end with this. Even internally, within Igbo land, this is another unpopular thing. Igbo unification has to address the Osu thing. I'm not Igbo, so I can't speak on it, but it's there. It's an underlying issue that there's not the unity. So I'll say it with this. Innocent is making cars in Nigeria. The Nigerian government should be patronizing his cars. All civil servants, everybody from Tinubu down should be buying Innocent cars. But let's start at home. Why are none of the Eastern governors patronizing this guy?
I thought they were doing it too. I didn't know they were not doing it. At least I thought some of them were doing it.
In terms of state policy, state mandated policy, there should be no Toyota car. There should be no foreign car. If you start from home, but the reason why I will say again, I'm not an Igbo man, but as an outsider looking in, those issues that are internal that Igbo people have to address. If Biafra is to, let's say, Biafra is to come to be, they have to address their own internal things, their own internal cooperation, and then if it's also after they address that, they have to make do with the other groups around them. That's the Benins, that's the Isokos, the Robos, the Ijaws, the Efiks. They have to make a government.
Can I add something? Can I add something that gas them up quickly? I think where some get this so-called coup that was Igbo in '66 is that the coup was not the problem. I don't think if it was the coup standing on its own would have been a problem. It's the events that occurred after that. That's what led it to become a problem. Because the coup on its own, yeah, they killed some people, but most Nigerians were fine.
I can't agree with that, forefather.
No, that's right. You know what?
Wait, calm down. Be calm. Be calm. You go talk now. The coup, and I think you have already agreed with this premise, was the most heinous and disgusting thing to have ever taken place in Nigeria. The killing of the Sardana of Sokoto and the standing Prime Minister himself was the most, when you look back on it, is the most abhorrent thing to have ever happened in a country called Nigeria. So young. And if we put it down to greed alone, we must really have a look at that aspect and what really took place and who were the perpetrators. Because you see, that whole conjunctified event is what leads us to today in real terms. And because we refuse, as my man has rightly underlined, because we refuse to analyze things in Nigeria and come out with the thing, what is, instead of squabbling over the history as we like to do. Because the way I look at the history, I'm looking at it cold, and I've been looking at it for a long time. I've looked at it from the aspect of my parents' eyes. I've looked at it from the aspect of certain media. I've looked upon it from the aspect of the Igbos directly. And when I come away from all of that, looked at it from everybody else's point of view, and I look at it for myself in the cold light of day, it's clear as day what's going on. And I'm not going to make mention of it, but it is as clear as day. And the aspect and the deepest thing of it is called greed. Greed and the greedy is what is spoiling that country. And if we don't analyze who and what, where and how these people who are greedy are, we will continue in this rubbish.
For me, like as I was saying, can I just finish what I was saying? That the events that occurred after is like not prosecuting or like when
you just hit it. That's the head on the nail. You just said it. Aguyi Ironsi. Look, listen. You are the head of the...
Let me finish the point I was making, please. I'm not going to go long. That the prosecution, the way you deal with the people that plotted the coup, which resulted in the death of the first prime minister of Nigeria and quite a lot of top Nigerians at the time. One of them, I think Nzogo was just jailed. Then there was a bit of a mocking from people in the south. They were mocking the death of a northerner, that Agwin-Rosie had to pass a decree to stop it from happening. And then Agwin-Rosie too did another thing to himself that even put him in the crosshair by creating a unitary system from a confederate system of Nigeria. So all these things, all this sequence of events is what turned it into a coup, from a coup to a tribal thing.
Unitary system. When there was a federation, the beginning of the downfall. Imagine. Who did that?
But that's why I'm saying
Who did
it? Listen, this guy, you can see this guy was so, I don't want to say naive, but it's just confusing to me, because I'm saying, like, dude, you just, like forefathers were saying, this thing just happened. They're mocking them openly, right? You didn't prosecute properly, right? If you want to show what do they say, show good faith. If, for example, we have a child, all of us, most of us here, I'm guessing are fathers. We have a child. Our son goes and breaks our neighbor's glass. As a show of good faith, we're not going to say, "Hey, why did your glass be there?" No, you know, Chris. No, what will we do? A good father will punish his son and say, "Look, how much is this glass? Let me, reimburse you for your loss of your glass, and I guarantee you, my son will not do such a thing again." This guy was partying. If you read the accounts up till his death, this guy was so confused. I think he thought he had it in the bag. He was partying like the night before he died on a boat, which shows you how good Nigeria was back then, because he was on, on like the Riviera, cruising on a boat. We had cruises back then in Nigeria. Now we're bringing it back, but for some time that, we always have the assumption Nigeria has always been bad. That's not the case. But the guy was cruising on a boat before he died. So that should tell you that this guy, it baffles me. Unfortunately, their actions now got projected onto a group of people who realistically had nothing to do with it. Because the truth of the matter, there was never, in the history of so-called Nigeria, there's never been a unified Yoruba people, because the word Yoruba comes from the Hausa word Yariba, which means pagan.
It's not. It actually doesn't. I can give you. I can actually give you the history of that word if you wish. Wait, but that's the wrong. That is not the correct history.
I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, then you get it, right? I can show you where I got my research from. He's a professor, Mary Last. You can criticize him.
Very wrong, sir.
Okay, he's wrong. Cool. There's never been a unified Yoruba people, right? Because the largest enslavers of Yoruba people were other Yoruba people. There's never been a unified Igbo people. Never. As a matter of fact, if the documentation is correct, the first instance of a mention of anything Igbo was a slave trading document from the 1600s. I could be wrong. You guys check it out. I'll put the proof in the links if you want. And the biggest slave traders of Igbo people were other Igbo people. So there's never been a unified Igbo or a unified Yoruba anything in the history of Nigeria. So to now go and say there was an Igbo coup, that's impossible, because Igbos have never been unified under one king or central authority. The people who had that would probably be the Benin, that's the Edo kingdom, and the Hausa, and we know how that came about, and the Fulani. So I think unfortunately we don't want to say these truths to ourselves in Nigeria. And when we can say these truths to ourselves, then we can objectively look at who is stealing, as my brother Jago was saying, who is being greedy, and who is just doing the corruption. I'll end with this. Right now, EFCC is going after the governor of this particular state, a couple of states, but this one, Kogi State. Now, before the last administration, because I don't want to say any names, before the last administration left, we all know the World Bank gave them, is it 800 million or however many million for palliatives to be given to Nigerians, right? The forefathers. Has anybody received any palliative? Call your cousins, call your uncles, call your aunties, call your brothers, call your grandmothers. Ask them, did Nigerian government give them anything when that last administration left? They haven't received anything. Is EFCC investigating this last administration? No. So let's not kid ourselves about this project called Nigeria. And unfortunately, these are the kind of headaches that allow for a Biafra agitation or a Niger Delta agitation or Area Republic agitation. The Yorubas recently just tried to establish their own with that was led by that woman revolting. They did it for like 2 hours. So we gotta really clean up our acts. But I'll stop there. I want to hear the feedback.
I just want to say this very quickly. You said that you're not an Igbo man, and I think clearly you're not a Yoruba man. And I won't say this about the Yoruba people to underline our difference.
That's a false assumption.
Wait. But the Yoruba history of togetherness or as a nation has happened on occasion. The last time it happened was through Awolowo, who really solidified the Yoruba nation as to going forward from the point of being a nation within a nation. So it has been done. But you put the history wrong where you're talking about us.
No, I think he was talking about it prior to even our war.
Prior to that, then you speak about the Ife state and what was mushroomed out of Ife. What was mushroomed out of Ife?
That never existed.
Wait. Let me just say it. I didn't. When you said it, I didn't bump in or I let you land.
No, go ahead. Sorry, sir. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that where if you want to understand what is Yoruba, then when you spring from what is Ife in the present day, I can speak about it differently, but let me speak about it in the African term. In the Ife that sprung so many nations, so many areas, so many different tribes, they were all able to link their origins back to Ife. And that goes as far as the people that call themselves Ewe, the people that call themselves Ga, the people that call themselves Fon, the people that inherit what is Benin, the people who are Ishekiri, the people who are Igala. They all know where the spring is. So when we went into that 100 Years War, which was a massive pulling away from what was Owo, what was
Ife.
Oyo, the Oyo Empire, that was more strategic in terms of militarization of
who was
a
the Oba
nation.
of Yoruba then? Who is the Oba of Yoruba? Because the Oni of Ife is the Oni of Orisha. He's not the king of Yoruba.
All that, absolutely.
Nnamdi of Oyo is not the king of Yoruba.
No, he's not.
So
you're quite right. No, this is what I'm saying to you. No, wait. Because you understand that.
Let's try to get somewhere instead of
that interjection was included. That is very good interjection. You are right. But I'm saying that was the springing. The breaking was the 100 Years War, where we were totally disparate. And then the coming together again was through our War. And that is the paradigm of understanding that I come from. And when it comes down to even slavery, Yorubas sold Yorubas, no doubt. But that they didn't sell them as the majority. The majority of the people that they were selling were from the Dahomey and coasts towards going towards Ghana.
How many Yoruba?
They were, brother.
So
they
they're
were.
not just slave traders of Yoruba.
No. It's not that it's not that you can't say it. It's that you have to say it within the paradigm that it was. Because if you say it without that, then you mispronounce, is what I'm saying. And mispronunciation. Wait a minute, Ross. Wait a minute.
Because you just said not to mince words. Remember, forefather, he said that. Look, we have to see. I'm not against. I love Yoruba culture. I love Igbo culture. I'm not against anybody.
It's not about that. It's not about that.
If we don't call it out, these ancient Yoruba chiefs got greedy. That is why
the only people that didn't sell their own people are the only people that didn't sell their own people are the Benin people. I think the Benin people capture other people.
Yeah, but
Yoruba didn't capture Yoruba.
Wait, calm down, guys. Calm down. Let me just say this to you. Let me just say this to you, my brother. My brother, all I'm saying to you is that the majority of what you said, I agree with. Don't get me wrong, please. The majority of what you said, I fully agree with. I'm saying that when we're pronouncing things that we ourselves as people, if you're speaking about Igbo people, you're getting on this platform because we're Nigerians here. We're not British or English or wherever. So when you are going to be speaking about the Igbo people, you would have to be speaking about the Igbo people from a point of their reality. as opposed to
Even
just
that,
a carte blanche.
but that reality is the problem. That's part of the colonial mentality that is wrong with us. Listen, look, right now, if we go to Lagos, there's Tinubu Square. That, I'm sorry to say, that bitch was a
We know
fucking
who
slave
she
trader.
was. We know who she is. We know who she is.
Guys, them up become you sweating like that now. You're barely on
Okay,
camera and you're sweating like crazy.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Watch it
That
now.
woman was a slave trader. We need to get rid of her name there. But because we're tiptoeing, we can't do that anymore. We can't be tiptoeing. We have to call them out, whether or not it's from our culture or
definitely that
not.
one
We
I
have to
agree.
call them out. Those
Yeah,
old
that woman
chiefs,
shouldn't
the
remain there.
Arrow Chukus were using the Ubini Upabu Juju to deceive hinterland Igbo people to be sold. That is wrong. We got to call them out. I can't sit there and mince words and say, oh, well, because I don't want to offend my Igbo brothers or my Yoruba brothers. No, listen. The biggest slave traders of Yoruba people were Yorubas. The biggest slave traders of Igbos were Igbos. That is proof that there was never a Yoruba united nation. There was never a united Igbo nation, because if it was united, we wouldn't see Osus. We wouldn't see the Arochukus selling other hinterland Igbos. We wouldn't see Tinubu and this other guy that went to Brazil. They wouldn't exist. When these whites came with gin, mirrors, manillas, with umbrellas, why didn't our African leaders, even up to now, why didn't they reverse engineer the technology? We could have reverse engineered the technology and done something great. Instead, we did the whole, song and dance. We were drinking gin, getting fat. Go and read The Two Princes of Calabar and see how the Oyibos took over Duketown. They went and gave Newtown money and guns to fight Duketown, the Old Town. This is what they did. They played us like a fiddle. So we got to stop this stuff. Right now, we have to start looking at how we can make Nigeria work for all of us, regardless of our background. But if we don't call it out, what will happen is we'll have a guy like Ibori, the Deltas will protect him. Not be only Ibori thief. We'll have a guy like the guy in Kogi, not be only in thief. We'll have the guy that was helping Hush Puppy, the police officer, not be only in thief. That's the problem. We got to stop mincing words regardless of where we're from. And if we're going to make Nigeria work, let's make it work.
Yeah,
if not, that's why Biafra and all these things will continue to spring up.
I think that last submission was quite solid. I think your time is at an end because of all these.
Okay, you can take me off.
All
I'll
these
listen in the back.
all these enemies of progress. Yeah, I really appreciate your submission.
I'll listen in the back. Thank you, Jonathan. I'll listen in the back.
All right. Thank you for joining. I did like that last submission that he made about next time. Come and give us more breakdown, of the history of that conflict. Because that conflict, we need to see how we behaved with each other. We put ourselves in this mess.
Which conflict?
Not us. The wars that happened in the colonization wars, how it led us to where we got to.
We're still dwelling in the past. We can't even fix what is happening.
If you don't start now,
something that happened even way before I was born. We haven't addressed the current issues, the past one that you want us to address. See, we have a long way to go. Good evening, Jago. Good evening, Oti.
Good evening, Mama.
Father, let me tell you guys, like I always say, I just come here to have fun. When I don't know when this issue of Nigeria, like my brother that just spoke, he spoke very well. People are agitating because Nigeria is not working for us. Trust me, if Nigeria will work at least 20 or 30%, trust me, Nigerians won't be complaining. They will manage the rest of and find their ways to survive. But if you're telling me that at this point, I don't even know if we go our separate ways, if it's the solution. On the other hand, if you look at it, you feel that is the solution, because this us staying together, I don't think is working, and I don't think it will ever work. So, but just let's leave it for another day. If you want to stay united,
we don't have a choice. We are stuck on the boat.
My last word, just kind of follow up to what Ify said. Really, whether we're staying together or going our separate ways, there has to be a coming together, a discussion, an understanding. So that's really for me gonna be the bottom line. So anyhow you want to do it, whether separate ways or more united or less united. Some understanding, consensus at the end. People have to come together, respect each other, and that's the thing. That's what I believe in.
You know, I wish you were a criminal lawyer.
It's a country is not an act of. It's not a natural act. It's not a natural fact.
But Oti, my brother, this is my problem.
Mm-hmm.
In Igbo language, they will always say, "In Afuchisi, and that's exactly what our leaders are doing to us. It's just like they don't even want to make any move. There is nothing you can say that they will do or they can do, to alleviate what. Does it mean that they are not listening to the complaint of it?
No, the simple answer to that is this: you call it state capture. And that is the reason when you expect.
But is this state capture or people are just letting it happen?
Can I finish a sentence? You see, so because
you have been talking, what are you talking about finishing a sentence? You gave a submission just now. Then Ify interjected. Then now you're talking again. I interjected. Then you allow Ify to interject, but I can't.
Forefathers, what is your problem now? Jealousy wants you. Jealousy wants you.
The people that controlling the ship, they don't have any interest in dismantling it. Okay, state capture is serving their interest. So then Nigeria, the people, I don't know how you expect them to begin to, unless there has to be a kind of dismantling the system, and then we start afresh, have a discussion, see how we move forward. It's not working. It's not designed to work. Okay? The state capture, the people, the instrument of state, people are using it to their own advantage, exploiting it. Thinking wealthy. Ordinary Nigerians are dying. So that's
I think your audio is fading in and out.
Oh, sorry. I said that is the reality of the situation. Hoping that anything is going to change just by mere politics, mere politicking. That's far-fetched. That is far-fetched.
But that is what you're advocating now. Is it not?
No.
Advocating?
What I'm not.
We should come and talk.
What I'm saying. See, the challenge we face. How do we? That step that we need to take. In other words, to dismantle this structure. Okay.
How?
It's still politicking.
I don't know how. The challenge. If we're lucky, or we get a kind of we have kind of by act of providence, it's possible. You can't rule anything out. Maybe some visionary.
Dismantle what structure?
Can I finish, please?
I want to know what you are saying, so that you can be challenged appropriately.
No, but let me just finish a sentence, and then you can, So what I'm saying, because I said the challenge is how do we take this step? Because we have to take that step. As we are today, we can't progress. Okay, since 1999, in terms of the administrations of Nigeria, we have had in Nigeria, the one coming after is always worse than the one before. So the leap is this: to have a restructure, reconfigure the system. And even they agree, the political elite, they agree on that. Everybody is in agreement.
But the thing is, the way you are looking at it, you are not seeing it clearly. The system that you want to reconstruct or almost literally kill to pieces is the one that has survived the longest. And the reasons why this thing. Let me finish my point now. The reasons why the system is worse now, it's not because the system was better before. It was incrementally getting worse. So the fundamental, that's why the reason why I pinpoint security as the core thing that we never fix, because every other nation went through the same problems, but the only thing we didn't fix that they fixed is their security. We had good economy once. We lost it.
For us, do you remember you were alone in this your analysis, this your understanding? Okay, you're not countering
it with a concrete evidence.
Put me in the backstage. Let me see this patient right quick.
So for us, the thing is this. Okay, as I said, even the people who understand Nigerian politics, the players, the actors, they understand, they agree. Something has to be done to the structure, okay? I would even the AY here. It's the same.
Can I ask you a question?
It's the same discussion we've had.
Can I ask you a
Is
question?
how do we? The challenge is really how do we?
Can I ask you a question?
What's the question?
Can I ask you a question? The question is, which nation do you think that has ever fixed their fundamental problem because they went to constitutional conference?
I mean, so really, so you have to you really have to go outside and look for a nation before you understand.
Because you have to ground whatever you are saying in reality before you start talking. It has to be grounded in the world, not in the nether realm.
Excuse me.
That's why I asked you which nation has solved any of your greatest problem by going to constitutional conference. There must be one out of the hundreds that have been created.
You now, the actors, you know, the Nigerian, I mean, the actors, Nigerians, the political elite, you know, both I don't know, constitution people that understand the system are active in the system. Even ordinary citizens know this. Okay, so
but you are advocating something that you don't know has ever worked anywhere else.
Okay, and I've got to go now. Good night, everyone. So
are you serious?
It's pointless.
Did I just catch you out, Oti?
No, it's pointless.
You just advocated something that you don't know has ever worked anywhere else. Are you serious? You are actually advocating something you don't know has ever worked anywhere else in history, in all of history. Seriously.
So how many countries don't have constitutions, fundamental laws? Okay, I'll give you
like the UK now doesn't have a constitution.
Okay, listen, I'll give you an example. If you're looking for one, Germany, for example, after the war, Second World War,
it wasn't the constitution that fixed their problem.
What fixed it?
The Americans.
How would you know what fixed it?
The Americans.
Good night, everyone.
It wasn't the constitution that fixed it.
Good night.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Oti. No matter what, I think there is benefit in debating you because you instinctively said, no, you are wrong. That's helpful because it challenges everything anybody says. So I do appreciate that. Thank you for joining us. Right. Yep. And I don't think there is much to this story. We are going to be ending soon anyway. We need to close that. Today was supposed to be brief. And personally, I don't normally want to be engaging in this topic because it just leads to more division. I would rather be dealing with the government in the way that they respond to. They respond to pressure. They respond to Nigerians criticizing them. Like when they criticize them for the student loan, they moved. When they criticize them for cybersecurity bill, they moved. When you criticize the government, they do move. And Nigerians don't see it. They just say it's a captured state. It's a capture. But the politicians are afraid of the people too. They listen to the people when they fear that the people won't like them. And they know that if the Nigerians don't like them right now, before you know it, it's 3-4 years time, there's going to be an election and they get kicked out. It will be easy for an opposition to unite because if the opposition feels that the government is not popular, they will be more likely to unite to come to remove the government in office. People should not always see that as if it's a hopeless situation we are in, that we cannot push this government out. You can push them, or you may not even have to push them. You might force them to do what you want them to do. I think I've played that video before where the guy said that you can make the wrong people do the right thing. If you press them enough, they will do it. And if you want them to sort the nation out, you press them. I was saying maybe I should take responsibility for that, where I will have the various channels, all of them, just for 1 month. Because there are channels out there that says free Nnamdi Kanu for 1 month. They are campaigning free Nnamdi Kanu. Why are we not using that to say recruit into our military as she promised us, secure the nation as she promised us, electricity for the nation? Why are we not doing that? But they are willing to promote Nnamdi Kanu for 1 month, 2 months. Just as you do that, you should also target it and do one thing for one other cause too. Nnamdi Kanu, one of the greatest achievements was being able to use the internet to influence such large amount of people on the ground in Nigeria. He was able to do that because he was dedicated and focused. And not only him and the people that worked with him. This is how we too can change Nigeria, even if it seems like we are powerless right now. If we organize it enough, there's no reason why we cannot have an impact. Honorary a signboard that was put up the other day in Nigeria, the politicians were freaking out because of a signboard somebody put up. Not to mention if one is organized enough to pressure them to do the right thing by the nation, calling them out that they are lying to the people. How can Cardoso come and tell us that floating the currency was a good idea? You can come here, show him a lot of economic situations around the world and how they never did that. Why did he do that? But you don't see anybody challenging him, not even in media in Nigeria. None of them come out to challenge the economic paradigm that they are preaching to the people. And I can't believe you see some people coming on TV to say that this government has done very well. What metrics are they using to measure doing very well?
Wow. Forefather.
I don't know, man. People shock me. Nigeria shock me sometimes.
No, forefather. I called your name. I called your name, forefather.
I hear you.
Thank you. I called your name because I was wondering if now monologue you are entering into that other people did their hair.
I was.
I know. I need to slow you down. That you need to understand that we're still doing the show. You're right. You're probably about to close, and you're right to say that. Obviously, it was a brief meeting that we were supposed to have, but it has eventuated the way it has. And as far as what you're saying now, I think it is good for us as a small panel here to just give that our own little soliloquy, as you have done, as to where we are now. And I would like to put a premise, a question, maybe rhetoric in a way, of the last 3 months, of the last year of doing the show. What is the 4, 5 underlining things that you would say have been spoken about and need to be further propagated and need to be a mainstay? And I would like to start. I don't want to color your answer to this, but I want to answer it very quickly as to mine. Since I've been on the show, where there's been a lot of backwards and forwards, there's been a lot of discussions, there's been a lot of depth of knowledge, there's been a depth of emotions. And what I gather, apart from the love that we seem to underline about who we are as Nigerians, I gather these things. One, on this platform, we cannot build the nation that we may be looking for upon this platform, and that's clear in my mind. You may be able to go away and do that from people of the platform, but on this platform, you cannot build, and I've understood that. Second, I've understood that with all the different factions and different ideas and different ideologies that we might come from, there is a reasonable need that we can almost all sign up to, and I say almost, to a revolution. Now, what type of revolution that is? 3 is the question. And that question needs to be answered through a movement of people, a movement of our people who are throwing into the basket what their issues are. And we need to solve these issues, and we need to solve them politically. And we are gathering ourselves as a people to make this movement work. 3, the media and the power of the media and what the media needs to do in our media terms, I'm talking, to alert people and to alert other media to what it is we are doing in order to expand upon this revolution. And 4, 2027 is the time that we have to come with practicality. If we dawdle upon just having conversations, then we will just be watching on television what's happening to us as a people, what's happening to our nation, what's happening to our country. So please, these are my understandings, and this is how I'm following these things, and this is how my mind works. I would like to ask that same question of you. You're muted.
Yeah, he said something about 4 things from the past year of discussion that stands out that I think we can a kind of look to take action on or explore further. I would say one for me, security, electricity, a big one. Electoral reform, people talked about that a lot. But that is not for me. If you ask me whether I should go ahead with that, people talked about that. That's why I'm highlighting that. That's not my top this thing. I will say electricity, technological this revolution, and transparency. Those four are my key ones. Security, electricity, technological revolution. Those two first. Transparency, electricity. Technological revolution is going to bring electricity anyway. So there you go. Except I missed something else, but that's mine. I don't know I don't know whether you have any list on your own. What you think we've spoken about in the last 1 year that you would want us to move forward and take more action on, talk more about.
Everything.
Okay, that's good.
Everything. I don't know. I mean, honest. Just tell me one thing that is working in Nigeria. Is there anything, Jagu? Is there anything you can say that is working in Nigeria?
How dare you? Agbado is working.
You see, madam, if you
Agbado is working.
I put my question from this platform and from what we learn from this platform, what we give this platform, and what the power of this platform is. So I said 3 months because within the last 3 months I've been analyzing things differently. But when I even take it back a year, what is the learning that's gone on? Not just with me as somebody who's on the show, but from us who are on the show, from the people in the panel. Can we see any pattern? Can we see any growth? Can we see any change?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, no. So I'm speaking from not just the work of the structure and the system in Nigeria. Even I'm talking about our minds, our psyche. What are we learning? Are we learning anything? So it's an answer that I want people to go deep in based on this program.
Yeah. Okay. Niger man, do you have anything to say? Because you came on. I'm taking it that you came to say something.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good morning.
Good evening.
Welcome.
For my own, I think I can say the government this 1 year, but we can't just say they didn't make anything. They have achieved a little, the one they can't.
Like
but what people should be looking, Nigeria is just 25 years of a democracy. We don't expect. Just look at it. We don't expect a child of 25 years to start calling him a man or a woman. 25 years.
We do.
No.
Singapore is actually be younger than Nigeria.
How are you gonna say
Yeah,
that?
wait. Let me finish. That is what I don't like. So at least we are trying. We have made a mistake, and we are trying to still correct. So, and number two, like on the 29th, I was listening to the scorecard of the FCT minister today. By on the 29th of this month, he said the light train will be working in FCT. So there is more. They have finished it. That is another achievement in this administration.
Repeat that again.
What is FCT minister, Wiki. I was listening to his scorecard today.
What did he say he did?
The light train, he said will be working today.
I thought we already had a light train.
In Abuja, in FCT.
Oh, not interstate, within Abuja itself?
Within Abuja, yeah.
Okay, that's a new one. But it started under Buhari now, isn't it?
Under Buhari, yeah. So
okay. But that's good though. It's good news.
That is a good one. You know, there's no transportation in the FCT now. So at least that would be a good achievement for them. They are able to complete it. So the government, what my main goal for this government, what I want them to do, because there is 3 key things that I'm not yet understand. If the fuel subsidy have gone, like the 3 questions I'm trying to ask here. If the fuel subsidy have gone, why is the fuel pump price not back to the 186 or 200 that it was before they removed the fuel subsidy? Number two, Is there any budget for the fuel subsidy? Because it was not in the budget of 2024. Because under law, it's illegal for government to spend money without appropriation, which we are not able to find the answer to today. And number three, people are getting more poorer, more hungry, and the government is not doing enough there in the agriculture sector. That is my main goal, because we are going to talk about light. That we are, unless we just want to be deceiving ourselves. The whole state have been given, they have been removed from the exclusive list for them to generate light. That will take years. We cannot expect that one. Even when I listen to the Minister of Power, when they was talking about this Lesotho, he didn't have to say no. He said people should not be misled yourself. This project is not by OT. You have been there for 20 years. They have been committed. Even those you want to build a power plant, it take you less than 4 to 6 years or 3 years. You say, oh, how can you expect a man that is not to 6 months, don't be say, yeah, the one that brought a light to Abia State? That is another one. So people, we have to understand, because one thing I understand, no, I know Nigeria, I'm not blaming anybody. People want, many people think maybe because you hate Nigeria. No, I now understand, because of the passion. People just want Nigeria to work like what they see, but we have to still know that this country, all these things, infrastructure, all these things we are seeing good and anything, it doesn't start one day. People really show love to their country. People really believe in their country. That is what we need to do too. We have to believe they are there. We don't have anything. No matter the manifesto you have or the plan, without you don't have the power, that manifesto is going to trash me. You understand? And about that is for the government. And there's something I want to talk about the Wale Soyinka, what I read today on Sarah Reporter, when he said Peter Obi should not run in 2027 because the team is incompetent to lead Nigeria. I totally agree with that 100% with Wale Soyinka. I totally succumb to it, because why? You cannot expect, because emphasis, so he never say Peter Obi, he said the team. You cannot expect, assuming we have somebody like Aburi, or assuming Peter Obi have won the election 2023, we have somebody like Aburi with all this allegation all over him. That man could have said us so wrong by today. That is one thing. So if this kind of people we see with Peter Obi, yesterday, I mean day before yesterday, I saw a video that is trending when I went to Twitter, that Peter Obi went with Aburi. I saw it with Aburi, and they captured it that Peter Obi endorsed Peter Aburi. If Peter Obi has said he's going to destroy the structure of criminality, and Aburi that conducts a fraudulent convention, that would make Barrister Okonkwo left Labour Party. He have dumped Labour Party. He said because he can't led by Aburi. How can the same Peter Obi now be associating with somebody like Aburi that he cannot even force and stand the ground? No. You step aside. There is corruption case. There is different allegation against you. Till everything is done. Just step aside. You are not resigning. Step aside. Let acting chairman be there. Till we find this. That is the way to portray a good character. And the next day, that is when I saw this. I saw this Wale Soyinka report from Sarah report that said Peter Obi team cannot lead Nigeria. That you don't need to contest in 2027, which is very, very true. And if you go and listen to on Monday, this Monday, Doyi Okupe interview on I think on China. I think on China, yeah. It was about 1 hour. You will understand that he even told Peter Obi that he's not going to win. That was the DG campaign manager of Peter Obi, that he's not going to win the election. That the elite is not with them.
Okay.
You understand? So
yeah, let's address some of the points you made, because
Can
quite
I
a few
say
of them.
something just right quick? You see, it's easier for us to stay behind camera and just say anything we want to say. Peter Obi is not competent. Tinubu is competent. This is where we are. Peter Obi cannot assemble people. Tinubu assembled all the whole the master planner, the jagaban of everything, the best politician. This is where we are, right? This is where we are. All of us, people were hailing him. Tinubu built Lagos. This is where we are. He's going to build Nigeria, right? This is where we are. It's easier for us to sit at the comfort of our house and just open our mouth and just talk rubbish. I don't know Peter Obi. I don't know Tinubu. But is somebody going to tell me that Peter Obi cannot accept? So are you telling me Ahmed, Dati Ahmed, is incompetent? Is that what you're trying to tell me? So you're telling me that...
are you asking me a question or you're talking on your...
No, she's talking.
Hold on.
Okay.
Are you telling me that what's his name?
Sorry,
he's incompetent?
Sorry, Fee. Can we switch on our cameras, please? We know the rules on this platform.
Can we say that? Patterson is not competent. All these people, just because you people saw, okay, let's even talk about it. Ganduje is the chairman of the APC. We all knew history. We all knew what he did, but he is APC chairman. Even his son is against him, and he is competent. You will not criticize that, right? Somebody who has been governor, just like Tinubu. Tinubu, the master planner. Tinubu is the everything. He will assemble the best team in the whole world. Look at us. We are still talking about electricity. And somebody, you are saying that I don't know whether you're the one that says that the power minister said it's gonna take us how many years to be. Let me tell you, OT has an option of not completing that project, but he has conscience. 20 years. How many past governors have they had? But he chose to do the right thing. Right? Before we talk, let us be careful what we say and what comes out of our mouth. All of us are under Tinubu. He is the master planner. We are all suffering. Tinubu came in power, like I said earlier. Naira was 700 and today is 1,400, almost 1,500. The master planner. Right? Without the rigging election. Yes, I can understand he might not have the elites. That I can talk about, but you can't come here and tell me that he's not doesn't have competent people. Who are the competent people in Tinubu's cabinet? Please, can you tell me the competent people? The vice president, Beta Edu, all these people, Wike, all these people were rewarded. We saw what is happening in Rivers. We don't have competent ministers. I don't know anybody I can proudly say that this person is competent. I'm sorry. Prove me wrong. Tell me one person.
Tijani, I think. But the question he asked about how is it that if there is subsidy, why is the price of petrol not going back to...
Father, please, I'm going to be 1 minute. You said there is something I want to clarify there.
Can I interject?
you let people talk. You just finished talking for how many this and they want to respond to a point that you made.
Why are we breaking the rules for some people? If you want to come and
because we know him.
Two sides of your mouth, you should show your damn face. Now coming here, speaking with two mouths of your mouth, and you speak off your camera.
People like this, you deal with them with this thing. You deal with them with facts.
The lies that you're speaking.
We'll deal with them with facts. Let's not just go attack him like that. See, the point you made about subsidies, why is he not returning back? Is because the so-called intelligent people the people that you are saying we should give them time, what they did
wait, Fourfather, I'm sorry, I just need to understand something from you, if I might. Your friend from another panel, he came on board, he showed his face, and then he turned off the camera, which was an introduction, and I felt fair enough. Allow him to speak. We knew who he was. He didn't. It's not that he wanted to flout the rules. He just wanted to own his privacy.
Oh, no,
now you didn't even speak to these people. I don't understand your.
Pardon?
You didn't speak to these people about their camera.
No, because we know Nigeria mad now. AY, we know AY.
Not AY.
AY is not there. That's why he's turned his camera off, which is fair enough. That's fair enough, but somebody who's speaking and addressing us.
If you want to speak,
because you asked your guy to go. You asked your guy to go at the end of the time.
Sometimes it's allowed. We do allow maskers sometimes. Sometimes you can be a little bit flexible with it.
Okay, I just need you to understand.
We allow maskers sometimes. We allow some Nigerians to do it.
I don't believe it. How can Nigeria work with your one rule for some people and another rule for another.
Okay,
Another
what if
set
I
of
decide
people?
that the rule, you can you see
You
some of
cannot decide.
you
You're not
people.
the
Hold
owner of
on,
the channel.
let me
You cannot
let me make,
decide.
and I'm going to have a conversation with Dr. Damage about it, because I think what some people did on this channel was that they wanted to rig it to suit their own kind of this thing. Then they pressed Dr. Damage to make it so that only people in camera can show up here. And I'm going to have a conversation with him about it, because it's actually denying some people that prefer their privacy. Some people that work in industry, they will not be able to come here. Can I finish my own statement, please? Because you came here and started cursing people. You came here and started cursing people. Hold on. We are missing a segment of the population that don't necessarily want to come on camera because they work in industry, they work in sensitive positions. We should allow room for that. We are missing some aspects.
I understanding you very well, forefather, and I really do. I myself am somebody who never ever have approached an open camera like this on the net. However, I've learned to do it through this program. And this program in particular has had a way of people showing their face, and we learn more about the individuals that we're speaking to, and there's a different level of trust and respect. Whilst me, I want my privacy. Don't really. Why does anyone need to know what I look like? I respect this thing. However, there is something about this platform that propagates some level of standard. Let's keep the standard. You can't go and argue to Dr. Damages about changing the thing that is working on this platform. You can't.
Why not?
I don't follow that. Because I don't follow that. As much as what you just said is real, I don't necessarily follow that for this platform. If you're doing that on your own platform, fair enough, no problem. We still will come to you. But this platform propagates. You put your camera on,
Standards.
and
we
should respect it. We should respect it.
You are the ones that did it, and you don't even know why it was done. This was done. Hold on. Let me say my piece, please.
That.
You can't just keep talking over me when I'm talking all the time.
I'm saying you just explained what you're saying now.
Yeah. This stuff was done recently, so let's not act as if this was done from time immemorial. Somebody decided to put this thing recently, and it could be because it was after I started linking to this channel from my channel. They argued this case, and there was a time, even in the private chat that we're having, some people were saying, "Oh, you have to reveal your name. You have to." People do these things for their own reasons. They don't care whether you show your face. So the only reason why they do, look at the tone that is talking right now. You are the one that causes all the time. You're not supposed to cause on this channel, but you do. You see, you break rules when it suits you, but when some other person is just trying to bend it a little bit to allow people that actually have valuable stuff to contribute, you say they are breaking the rules and all that. We start pointing fingers, which is fine. And I said I'm going to have a conversation with Dr. Damage about this. If he refuses, am I going to force him? It's his channel. I'm just going to make a case for it.
Forefathers, your bet. See, you know what we're all talking about. You know what Jagun is talking about. You know what I'm talking about. We're just asking. It's nothing hard. Yes, I've seen Najama before. When you're talking, put on your camera. He has never told you that he's a politically he's politically what's the word now? He's a political person that can't even show his face and all that. Why is he, or he doesn't have light? If he tells us he's in Nigeria, he doesn't have light at the minute and all that. I can even understand.
Let's stop. Let's continue the show.
Talks all the time with his camera on.
Before we repeat ourselves again.
Sometimes to do that because we know them already.
Forefathers, it's interesting that you mentioned that private chat. Can I just tell you now on camera why that never worked? Because nobody knows your name. Forefathers, nobody knows your name. Nobody knows where you
because I don't want you to know that.
People have been attacking you and all that. Nobody knows your name. Nobody knows your state.
Exactly.
And all that. But you and nobody knows who you are. And yet we say we want to change Nigeria. So if you want to go on about that and all that, we want a level. At least I know Jago now. That's his fate. See, I know Jago.
Hold on. Can I while I agree with you, right? Okay, so whatever Niger man is saying, I actually lean towards where he's coming from. All right, but I do also agree that based on what this forum is about,
it'll be fair, especially if you are going to be saying certain things to at least be visible, even if for a little bit, let people know. But that's on the people on the that run the show to decide. But now with forefathers issue that you're bringing up, why would you want to know personal information about them if you do not have an intention to go carry out nefarious activities, if you do not agree with his position?
We are
And I'm
not
not saying
asking
you
for a deed of
personally. I'm
VAT.
not saying you personally. Well, I've seen a lot of people on social media, and this is what they say. This is what they do. Remember, this is cancel culture. So they don't like what you do. They go find out where your employment is, your source of living, and they go try to destroy it, because a lot of people are very sentimental, they're feeble, and a lot of people, they whine so much to a position where we don't even know the men from the women anymore in the way they carry out their actions. So people easily get triggered. You say something they disagree with, instead of them to just disagree with you, they go find a way to destroy your life. So I agree with forefathers. Why do you
Leave them
want to
now. Let
know
them carry on now.
if
I
it's
can go and start screaming to my
Can
channel
speak
and
the truth.
have a
The owner
conversation
of
with
this
three
channel, the
viewers
owner
at a
of this
time.
channel
I'm
has
just
said
fine with that.
specifically, if you are a panelist, for you to get there are lots of
Forefather.
people on the comment section that
Forefather.
would love to come on here, but because of that rule, they choose not to come because they understand the rules. Now, forefathers is now telling us that that rule that he can debate it to that's simple. I
Why
mean,
not? That is
this
the
is a
whole
very simple
point of
rule.
life. You go and speak to the person that put the rule in place and say, maybe we should address this point too.
Until Rudolph changes that rule, please ask this man very kindly to put on his camera. Is it that hard?
But you know that Rudolph doesn't tolerate insults too. You like to be get thrown out the moment you insult people.
No, let me tell you what. See, listen, if you give it to me, I don't take nonsense. You can
Yeah, but
just stay there and
Rudolph,
be
there's a
moping.
rule that you shouldn't do
You
that.
can stay there and be moping and be receiving insult. I'm not like that. If you give it to me, I'll give it back to you. It's
Yeah,
just as simple as that.
but you see,
This is me.
we are not supposed to accept insult here. We are supposed to take people out when they insult.
Okay, right.
But
So
we are not enforcing it
when you put
strictly,
people
are
at the
we? Because we know if we
people at
do
the
that, you're
backstage
going to be
because
throwing people out
they
all
do
the
not
time.
agree with you, is that right? Forefathers, you put people
No.
people have seen it where you put people at the backstage
No.
just because they do
I
not
don't put
agree with
people
your
backstage
opponent.
because they don't agree with me.
Guys, let's not use this time.
Why do we always like to
Honestly, let's
interrupt
not
each
use
other?
this time to argue. Please, Tone. He's
I
not
was trying to
the guy's not putting his camera on.
please
The
let me
guy's
talk.
not putting his camera on.
Can you people just respect a moderator for once?
It's not that we want to disrespect, but you're engaging in an argument. That's just going to be an argument. This ain't going out nowhere.
Then let me just answer him, because sometimes people are listening and they want to hear the answer.
Man, you love this. You love your own voice.
I don't care about loving my voice. The point you are making, we have a strict rule that okay, you shouldn't have camera, you should have your camera on, or you should not insult people on this thing. But every time you see everybody allowing that to happen and forgiving, and sometimes they punish it, like in the case of Pansat, he does it, they throw him out. But other people, they don't throw him out. One man, they throw him out. Other people, they don't throw him out. So you see that even Ludov says it something that sometimes you can use your discretion. He allows Masca to speak without his camera on, or allows some people from Nigeria to speak without the camera on. It does happen now and again. The idea that it's something that, it's like, sometimes I feel like it's because of the opinion that he's expressing. It's why they feel so strongly about this camera issue now. Which is not right.
There's something very unique. There's something very unique.
Please don't continue, Tone. Let that be the last word. That word, what he's just ended on, is a good point to say this. What's happening right now with people with their cameras off, that's how it's going to stay. Let's stop the argument and continue the conversation.
And you just created a precedent. This is a very dangerous precedent you just created.
Dear me, my goodness. It's not to be
we know him. He's not dangerous. We know him.
Okay. Basically,
the point I'm not going to allow.
No, don't go on anymore. There's
somebody still in the background that I don't know before. Check the private chat. You will see the message. I said, I don't know you. I'm not bringing you on.
Simple, wonderful. Let's carry on now.
And so the point he asked about why is the price of petrol not back to 185 since the government? We are saying that the government is still paying subsidies. Niger man, I take it that you are very honestly asking that question. When subsidy was removed, where did the price go? 500, 600 naira or so per liter of petrol. And that was bad enough because clearly life was hard. Nigerians were beginning to absorb it. But that money, the federal government gets money from subsidy that they will save. Fine. But you know what other thing that happened? They went and floated the currency. Now, that petrol that we used to buy in dollars for $700, $700 naira per dollar, now we have to buy 1,500, 1,300 naira per dollar. If we kept the petrol price according to the price of dollar, 1 liter of petrol right now should be around over 1,000 naira. And you know the federal government will never let that happen because the streets will be on fire. Hence, they have to pay subsidies to make up for that gap again. So they created a gap actually bigger than the gap that was there before, because before they have to subsidize 100 and something this thing naira. I don't know, maybe
they pay more. They pay more. They pay more now.
Yeah. No, yeah. They have to subsidize for about 600 naira. No, actually 500, 4 to 500 naira. They have to subsidize, but now they have to subsidize from 600 to 1,300 to 1,500 dollars. So that is a lot more they are paying in now for subsidies. So they shot themselves in the foot by sabotaging the currency. And for the life of me, I don't know who does that. I just even asked a more advanced form of AI just now. If you have an economy like Nigeria, what do? The AI can tell you exactly what you should do. And yet somehow Cardoso and co think they know better than the whole economists in the world and do something with. And you don't see Nigerian economists come out to challenge them. I didn't see any economists come out to challenge that currency based on the floating. They always say, oh, they don't like Tinubu, or this man is competent. This man. How about the policy? Nobody is challenging that. This policy is completely unconventional. It's not something that you do to an economy like Nigeria. And yet, even Buhari, there's a video of Buhari saying it, that you don't float a currency when your economy is not diversified. And yet Tinubu did it and got away with it. And people are coming on TV now to come and tell us that this guy is doing so well. I don't know where these people come from, why they will say something like this. Right now, it's not even floated anymore. It's now managed float, which is almost semi-fixed, but it's not fixed on the higher end. But I'll leave it at that. That is just one of the points I just wanted you to address to you, Nigerian. I know you are giving the government benefit of the doubt, but you have to judge them based on what they are now. Maybe they intend to go do some good things later on, but they sabotage the economy when they didn't have to. For me, I find that very, very dodgy. I really find that extremely dodgy. Who else? Who wants to say something?
Not spoken. And why I came in, it's because of
I actually been here, Tom.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Go on.
I speak the truth. Welcome. Long time. We really never had time to talk. Maybe this weekend we'll have time to talk.
Hopefully. 8 hours. I did not know you was on.
You know what we need to do? We need to have a session where we have 2 people talking or 3 people talking.
Right.
Where others just watch and leave them to do it. I think because what I find is that when people are talking like that, people learn more from it.
Yeah,
because they are exchanging, and as long as they are talking honestly, I guess.
The problem with this panel is, I think, this is just my own opinion, I think a lot of people have a lot to say, but they don't want to listen. So it's like everybody want to be chief, but nobody want to be Indian. So I think a lot of people think, oh, it's a opportunity to show that I'm the smartest person in the room. I want to talk. But usually conversations are not like that. You can see sometimes you could have a group of 10 people, and it could be just 2 people carrying the conversation, and it still makes for an interesting conversation. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's just everybody just seems like they want to talk.
Hear this one. This This one is saying floating the currency is the best way to go. Where did you get that floating the currency is the best way to go? I don't know where this got this idea that floating the currency is the best way to go. I was also one of those people that was fooled because I didn't know too much about economics. But when you see, I try to learn quickly. when I be fooled, I learn quickly. Then I went and said, okay, let me investigate this thing. Why is Nigeria economy going like this? Why did they float the currency? I started asking basic questions. And nobody does. Now, let me share this window to you. Let's so people can see, because this is not me saying it to. This is just, if you have any issue, anybody that is watching this, if you have any issue with the question, I can rephrase the question so that we see the answer. Now, look at this question and look at the data I asked this question. I asked, what foreign exchange regime should a nation use if the economy is not diversified and it relies on imports? Is that description, if the nation is not, is our economy diversified? Are we not relying on imports? If all this is true, then I ask a valid question. Now, look at what this thing said. It said, for a nation with an undiversified economy that relies heavily on imports, the optimal foreign exchange regime would generally be a fixed or pegged exchange rate system. And he gave all the the reasons why he gave that. Then he talked about implementation and other aspects. Then he went on to talk about an alternative one is managed float, which is what they now ran to after they screwed up with the pegged one. They moved on to this one. What they should have done with this one was deal with the black market, which they dealt with now. They should have dealt with the black market with the first one that this Buhari left for them, and this thing, what they call it, managed depreciation, whereby you move from maybe 700 naira to $1 to 800 naira to $1, not leaving it for the market to decide. So it gets to 1,400 to 1,500. That is what they went and did, and businesses have lost money in Nigeria now because of it. BB companies, we're not talking about small government, MTN, Dangote companies. We're not. So to tell you the kind of government these people are, they are stabbing even our rich Nigerians in the back. Except those rich Nigerians went and speculated behind these things, and nobody's checking these things. Man, we are really backward. I tell you, I'm telling you, we are really backward. Nobody is checking whether anybody is trading and making billions in the background.
But
if
they never floated the currency, then everybody would have said, well, if they had floated the currency, maybe things would be different. So they've tried a policy now. We've seen that it didn't work. So maybe try something else, which is the alternative regime that they're trying to do now, manage float. But the bottom line, forefathers, is we do not have the right policies in place to be trying to take these measures. What we have to do, in my opinion, I think we have to, pegging the currency would help us a lot. Pegging the currency, then we just need to put the basic things in place first. For example, what you call not amenities. The word is, my head is
infrastructure.
Infrastructure. Thank you very much. Thank you. Those are the things we just need to concentrate on. Things like that, infrastructure, social amenities. Let's focus on that now. All these other things are for economies that already have a semblance of balance, a semblance of countries that already have development. You know, we are at the bottom, coming to the top. We should not be worried about that. Yeah, maybe the government can be worried about that, but let's focus on building basic infrastructures and amenities for the people, and then we'll move on for that. But now in Nigeria, you see everybody, even the person selling oranges on the side of the road, is worried about the price of the dollar in comparison to the naira. Who cares about that? We don't, the ordinary people, it makes no difference in the lives of the ordinary people. You know, so I don't know. I think all this topic is not even something that I like to engage in, because it requires a level of not professionalism, expertise. You have to have a level of expertise to even understand or have an idea how all of this works. Everybody talking about it right now. I'd say 99.9% of the people have no idea what they're talking about, and the remaining 0.1% are just pretending like they have an idea. So I just leave it at
This
that.
one is saying, well, we're on fixed exchange rate. Even the black market exchange rate was cheaper than what we have now. You can go after the round tripping people, and those round tripping people compared to what is happening now, that one is more round tripping. Like they are round tripping with $200 and all. Now the gap is so massive. Like the whole economy is under round tripping right now. So are you telling me if Buhari was in office and he didn't change that economic that currency policy, and he removes the subsidy, that like he passed the law, so what would have happened to the economy? The economy would have torpedoed. No, he wouldn't have. But these guys went and just shoved almost $700 on top of the Nigerian currency on top of it. All that money, where do you think it went to? Outside the country. Most of it is not in the hands. Maybe except Dangote, they are wise enough. They have insights so that this is not going to happen. That they will pour a lot of money into the Nigerian currency when it's depreciated and go and speculate and make a lot of money. Maybe they will do that. But officially, in their companies, they are losing money. MTN made a loss. You can't even manage real estate. All of them are all destroyed because of what has just happened. Inflation is through the roof. Property price in Abuja is one of the highest inflation in terms of increase in property price in Nigeria, in the world. In some, I think it's Gwagwalada, they have the highest property price increase annually. I think it's around 20% or so. But right now, inflation is even outstripping that. So nothing is what it was 2 years ago in Nigeria anymore. Our GDP per capita has come down by more than half in 1 year of government, and some people come on TV and say this government is doing well. That shocks me. You can't make it up in Nigeria. There is no truth anymore. There is no reality. They will say whatever. Was it not our defense minister that just came out now and tell us that it's technology that you need? In a statement that he literally contains contradiction. In America has the best technology. They have more than 10 times more people than we do. And you are telling us this technology that is so good, and nobody questions him. The reporter will just say, yes. And nobody else will question that. And yeah, this Wole Soyinka guy, that man is really annoys me. He's a Nobel laureate. I don't know what I respect Nobel Prize winning. Okay, fine. I respect I respect Nobel Prize. But what that man is doing is completely senseless. You are going after. Do you know one of the reasons why he's going after Obi? He says because of Obi followers.
Yeah.
I was like, so you forget that the Jagaban followers actually kill people. You forget that the Jagaban people actually attack people.
Criticism.
How many people did the Obi supporters do? How many Obi supporters? They are Twitter warriors.
Let me tell you something.
Forefathers.
Let me say something. Even if I wanted to, like I always say, all three of them, the top three, I think they are not supposed to have any place in the governance of Nigeria, at least at the central government, meaning Atiku, Obi, and Tinubu, right? But even if I thought that Obi had the kind of ideas, which I don't think he has. If I thought he had the kind of ideas I thought to move Nigeria forward, I'm telling you honestly, one of the reasons that would have ticked me off from ever supporting him would be his supporters. They are a very, very, very vile group of people. And if Soyinka was to get mad, you cannot really blame him if people are shown that they have no decorum, they have no tolerance for alternate thoughts or all people that
Okay,
have
let me ask you this now. I hear what you are saying. I wanted to ask you a question. You call
divergent
them vile.
opinion. Yes.
I want to ask you, what is the worst thing they've ever called you?
Not me, because
worst.
I don't get involved. I look at what they do to other people. And
My
well,
brother,
they
let me tell you
actually
something.
attack me. Like I come on this show and I state my opinion on anything, and they personally they'll attack you. Even online, they'll attack you.
Let me tell you.
Crazy.
Well, I said
They'll
what's
say
the worst, but you didn't tell me the worst thing
I
they've
think
ever
this.
said
I
to you.
think the
no,
truth.
they'll go personal. It don't matter. There's no there's no low these people have shown that they can't go.
I
There's
think the
no,
truth.
and
I
that is
don't
not to
know.
say,
I don't
and that
know.
is,
It's easy to
and
say,
that
but
is
you're
not,
not
and
telling
that
us
is,
one thing.
and that is not, but you guys are not that much, and that is not to say that you will not find honorable people amongst them. That is not to say you will not find intelligent people that you have conversations with amongst them. No, I'm not saying it's an absolute that all of them are the same, but an overwhelm. Well, maybe it might not be an overwhelming majority. Maybe it might just be the vociferous few, the loudest ones amongst them. That is very quite possible, but they are they are like the Trumpers. There's no difference. From what I see, there's no difference between
No,
his
there's a big difference.
supporters.
The Trump has actually turned people on the streets.
There is no They do what?
They actually turn people on the street. The Trumpers, they actually
If
beat
these
people up on
people
the street.
could, they would.
But they didn't.
Oh yes, they did. They did during the
The
elections.
obedience attack
Yeah,
people.
yes.
You have to provide
Let
proof
me
of that.
finish. Let me
I was
finish.
here. I didn't
Let me
see it.
finish before you start kissing ass. Let me finish. Okay, so
Can you?
before before during the elections,
Okay, you're
during
going to
the
pay for that. Go ahead.
during the elections, there was videos of people that voted APC that were getting assaulted. There was old men, there was women, there was people that were being intimidated. So let's not pretend that it is.
I've never seen it. That
Forefather,
where
Okay,
obedience
I
are
seen it.
attacking.
forefather,
I
wait,
seen
wait.
it.
I've
I
I
speak
never
the
seen it.
truth,
seen
So
it.
please.
there was videos of
I
people.
speak the truth. Just 1 minute.
No,
Forefather.
sir.
I've
No,
never
you
seen it.
get your minute. Let me finish. Thank you. So there were people that were getting assaulted online on camera. That if
For
that's about for voting for APC. So there was
where?
people in the southeast.
Assaulted. Okay.
Yes. So there was people that was doing. So let's not pretend like it's a group of saints and villains. You
I've
know,
never seen it.
both sides carried out atrocities during the elections. Both sides rigged. Both sides have, like you said, one side is violent. Maybe they did kill people. I don't know. I won't put it past
They did in
anybody.
Lagos now. You didn't
Okay,
know.
so I won't put it past, and it's a
I was
Nigerian
on a live
election.
stream here when some southeastern people were being taken to hospital. It happened live. They were
Okay, so
showing it on
I
the.
never denied that. I never disputed it. Like I said, it's a Nigerian election. I'm not putting it past anybody. But to pretend that one side is good and one side is bad is where I take I will dispute, because both sides actually do carry out the same kind of atrocities, the same kind of intimidations, maybe to varying degrees or a lesser or higher degree, maybe to varying degrees, but both sides are actually on the same spectrum when it comes to disenfranchising voters that do not vote in line with their own ways and
I've
what
never
they
seen
support.
it. Oh, you see, it's not fair when people put accusations on people that we've never seen before. Then they don't provide evidence for it. I would like to see a video of anybody that has it. One Niger. Anybody that has the video, send a link, please, because I want to see an obedient attacking an Atiku voter or a Tinubu voter. I would really like to see that
They
physically.
did during there's one particular video of an old man that they were pushing his head. There was another one of a woman, they were pulling her wrapper. It happened a
I would
lot.
like to see that, especially the rapper one. Pushing people is bad, but it's not. We are not talking. We are talking about attack. They killed people. That's what I'm talking about
No, I
here.
said assault. That was what I said. I specifically said assault. So assault means you touch me in an aggressive manner
And
without.
anything can happen.
anything
so
can
if
happen
you
like that.
push me in the head,
That is not the
just
same as people getting
Of
killed.
course,
hold on. If you push me in the head,
killing is not the same, but
it's not.
then that can escalate to
It's
anything.
intimidation.
Let me
Because
just quickly, Godfather.
I watch a guy
Godfather.
in the east
I would
that
like to
they
see
did
it.
that. He's a chairman of I think he's a PDP, who is a very popular Igbo guy, and I think they follow him, they use their camera, they threaten his life, and the man spoke even before the election why he will not support Obi. He was on the internet. I don't want to say what he said here. I'm sorry that I came in like that, speak the truth. But I'm
That's
trying
all
to
right.
say that the difference between people like Wole Soyinka, I understand where he's coming from as an individual, as a human being, but to whom much is given, much is expected. I could have believed he used the same approach that he's saying, oh, these are fascists, these are that, of which I believe him. I cannot. I always say that Obi followers are the reason why Obi will lose so many people to vote, because if you practicing and you want us to practice true democracy, let your candidate make their case to the people and let it sit with the people and people make their own choices and not to be attacked at the polling units, which I have seen many videos and they are from the east. Oh, and what I'm saying about Soyinkai, I believe he could have stay as a elder state man to use his influence in a much better united way, but at the same time, I understand as a human being, we all get off the track and say things that is not. But I hope in the future he will try to come out and clear himself. But still, he can call the name, all of those names. But I don't believe there are certain positions you hold in a society that your word make a difference, and you don't want to be hypocrite, and you want to leave that legacy that I think he have more to say in open-minded. But to be quite frank, Obi supporter will be the reason why so many people will be turned off, because today people talk about ringing of election. Trust me, and I'm telling you, even a guest that ran for president that came to this platform, they don't want to hear him. And the good thing is that he's well to do. He doesn't need you to say, oh, I'm saying it because I want to gain your favor. And he said that he witnessed it. He says that even they were bribing the other candidate, everybody. He saw them at the polling unit. Now the issue is that is Peter Obi approve of such thing? That is a different debate. But to say LP do not ring where they have the ability to ring is not true.
See,
And
it's not fair to be making. See, what we are doing here now is some of the worst things that I don't like. We just accuse people when there is no proof of anything.
I
If
told you
you were
about the
providing
person
proof,
that came to this, when he came here and said it, you guys do not, they do not even, he came here, he's a presidential candidate. I'm talking about the guy that came to this platform
yeah,
and he
Dewale, I think
witnessed it.
it was
Yeah.
Dewale that said
So
something
what
now.
to prove again do you want looking for me? He's a witness, he's a lawyer. There are some certain things that people, ordinary
But it's
person will
also
say.
an opposition. It
Yeah,
doesn't support
yeah,
it to
but
be.
he do not. Yeah, he said he run for president. Why should he support to be now? He run for the
Exactly. So
office,
what he
but
says is
it was
weighted,
not
isn't it?
against. It was not like he was against this thing. The issue was brought up about
Can I
this
take my
ringing.
turn, please?
Well, look at it
Forefathers.
now. I'm searching online. Let's do this now. I'm searching online for P2B supporters attack Tinubu and Atiku voters. Zero information. But let me see whether
Uh,
Forefathers, can I talk,
yeah.
please? You can do that searching.
Okay, do that. Go ahead and talk. Go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead, Tone. Yeah.
One of the reasons why I came on, because I've been hearing this guy that calls himself Nigerian, that you're you're defending for not just obeying simple rules that the owner of the channel. But then again, Dr. Rudolph is going to be watching this later, and I'm sure he's going to have a word with you. Now, he always talks on both sides of his mouth. The same script that the APC.
Hey, guy, challenge the issue. Don't challenge my personality. That's my opinion.
Can I talk, please?
Challenge the issue. Don't use all those agbero things on me here. What's wrong with what they do now?
Please? Can I talk, please?
Yeah, let's just focus on the issue, not the person, please.
If you step out of place, I'll give it to you.
Tone, please. Let's just focus on the issue, please.
Sometimes you talk like
let's not do this. Let's not do this. Both of you, I'm going to put both of you backstage.
Can you see me one-on-one and face me?
I'm going to put both of you backstage if you carry on like this.
I'll not.
Challenge the issue. You say it's not me. I look at this baby because, oh my God.
Hold on. Where is this thing now? Where is he? Nigerian, you two backstage. You shouldn't be threatening each other. Tone, I'm going to be bringing you back on. Let's make it about the issue. Let's not talk to each other. Otherwise, I'm going to keep you guys for 5 minutes the next time.
I was talking before he interjected. You should be speaking to him. He should calm down.
You were saying negative thing about his own person. Focus on the
negative thing about what? He's been speaking from the two sides of his mouth. Is it negative?
Yeah, but he wasn't talking about you.
You got to stop
about
this,
the
Tone.
issue.
Just get on with the conversation, Tone.
He wasn't talking about you.
So why I came on? One of the reasons why I came on now is that the man seems to be reading from the same hymn book of the APC, saying we do not love our country, that we need to love our country. We need to love our country. Well, when you're talking about loving the country, do we have a leadership that we should love and support? So we should support illegality. We should support people that do not know what they are doing. And you now came here and you're saying you don't know whether they removed if it's true that they removed the first subsidy. Is it not very clear that the first subsidy has been removed? What are we talking about? And that is why we can never reach any solution. And then you mischievously started talking about.
You are not wanting this baby boy. What is the way Tata?
I'm
challenge the issue. Give me your fact. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, but he's not talking about you now. Is he talking about you? Are you
talking about me?
I never mentioned.
Why are you saying me? What is wrong with you?
No, but he's not talking about you now. Okay, please go on, Tone. Najama, just hold on. I will listen closely to what he's saying now. If he even insinuates, I will raise it.
He brought up the case that Peter Obi is endorsing Abure or is not endorsing Abure. This subject was discussed on another channel yesterday. There was a divided opinion, and people were saying they were very upset, which I understand where they're coming from. So why is it that people will come as if we pretend as if we don't know what's happening, but you are just rubbing the man down.
Okay. You see,
taking a picture with Julius Abure or calling him chairman of the party, I don't see anything wrong with that. He's still the chairman anyway. I don't see anything absolutely wrong with that. Julius Abure or calling him chairman of the party. Give him a chance. Give him a chance. I'm sure a lot of people are going to demand. Or do you want Peter Obi to start abusing Abure in the public and say, "Yeah, you stupid man, you're this, you're that"? Is that what you want? No. Peter Obi is not that kind of person. Everybody had known. Even during the after he lost the election, everybody was so upset and wanted to hit the streets. He was the one that was appealing to everybody that we should all calm down. Nobody was happy. And now, because you see him standing by Abure and all that, everybody is prosecuting him, and you're trying to read from the same hymn book of the APC that we don't love it. It is not right. It is just fallacy and lies. We shouldn't come here and be repeating the same hymn book that we should give them a chance. That 25 years, that Nigeria is only 25, that we should give them a chance. What are we talking about here?
Exactly.
And we say we want to move ahead as a nation.
That was going after the issue. You see, I like the way, because you were talking about the issue when he took his comment on. So Najaman, if you want to respond back, you can respond back. Going after the issue. See, I like Nigerian, are you there? I don't think he's there. You are muted if you are saying something, just in case you are mute. You
He's
don't know
getting the
you are
blocks
muted.
for me. He wants a blog
Okay.
with me.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You see, this hypocrisy, we go haywire, abuse every politician in Nigeria, abuse the president, Tinubu, abuse Atiku. When you want to, when it to our home, no, don't go there. You see, this is the highest of hypocrisy. Wole Soyinka, people is against Wole Soyinka, but when this man was incarcerated for almost 3 years, he was a good man then. Because for today, he's having his own opinion. And I said, I agree with that opinion that Labour Party, the man never talked about Obi. He said it came. That is why when the other lady wanted to say, I said, emphasize on the team. That is what he said. And then I give an example. If somebody like Kaburu, you cannot tell me, Tinubu never say he's not a criminal. Atiku never say he's not a criminal. Peter Obi told us that if anybody found it once, he will step down. He's taking us to a new Nigeria. That is the campaign mantra. So you that say you want to take us to a new Nigeria, you don't supposed to do what the people that we said they are destroying the country are doing. If you now, because people want to say you, we saw the video, not what I concord. I saw the video. I'm not telling you. I said maybe that is why Wole Soyinka have to go and make that statement in Sarah reporter. Nobody's want to look there. You are not saying because of the mention, but you come out from your home. You are coming. You want to talk to me because you. I don't know. I don't know what. Maybe something is whackering on your head, or there's something moving in your head.
Nigerian, you are doing what you are.
No,
You say
because
you're not going to do.
it
You
said
stop
that.
now?
Sorry, I
Can
need
you
to return
stop?
it back
Let
first
me ask you
before
a
I balance
question.
myself.
Let me ask you a question then. You see, my problem with the way Wole Soyinka approaches things is that he's so one-sided, and I never see when I came back to the Nigerian scene and I looked at Wole Soyinka with a side eye, and every day I'm seeing for what it truly is. I don't know. People respect all these stupid awards that they give people as if it's our forefathers, our ancestors that give you all these awards. The people that gave the awards are the people that mostly put us, by and large, at least they as a secondary problem, they put us in the mess that we are in, and they are still doing it. And the people that funded Wole Soyinka from the very beginning was the Rockefeller Foundation and all the rest of it. Some of all these people. So now he comes on and start bashing P2B that he's incompetent and all the rest. But he never says anything about the government that depreciated the Nigerian currency by over 100%. Hold on. He never said one thing. No, because that lends this thing to the question that is he being objective? Is he being, because people afford him a lot of respect because they see him as, at least in Nigeria, they are under the illusion that he's some kind of statesman that is above this thing, petty politics. You see what I mean? But he seems to be very political and almost verging on tribal. So what this is saying, as if Tinubu supporters are just as passionate, they even hurt people in the process.
Yeah, but forefathers.
So why is he picking on only one side?
Is it supposed not to state his own opinion? Because I do agree with John Aber. Okay, John Aber says something that I really agree with. Sometimes you have to keep the mysticism about yourself, especially.
But you have to be objective.
Hold up. So objective can also be subjective depending on how you're looking at it. So sometimes you have to keep the mysticism.
There's objective truth out there.
Okay, so sometimes you have to keep the mystery about yourself, especially if you are in a certain position in society. It helps you a lot. You stay away from things like politics or religious discussions, and you just maintain a position of apathy, right? Which I think would have been better for someone like Wole Soyinka, because this is why I always respected him. Now he has decided not to be neutral. He has decided that he wants to take a position. What I want to know is why that is wrong. is right is not necessarily your right, except if he's being outright, like you stated, if he's being outright tribal, if he's being a hypocrite, if he's being a bigot. Okay, even hypocrisy might be subjective again. But if he's stating his position that I do not think this man is competent, I think he's incompetent for the position of presidency of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which actually is also my own position, and I've stated it severally on here. I don't think he's competent enough to be president of Nigeria. So why, if Wole Soyinka decides to take that position, why should that be a problem?
See, there's a reason why I went on to say that better a school leaver that is a nationalist than a professor that is a traitor and a colonial mentality person. This is exactly the reason why. Because you know the reason why he doesn't see Peter Obi as competent? Because Peter Obi doesn't have all the degrees and the degrees that the others have. That is his own approach. I like to think that is it. I'm trying to do that, and that's the best explanation I can give him. Because clearly, this other side that he's supporting have a lot of skeleton in their cupboard. Constance, you want to say something?
Yeah, forefathers, that's not the reason. I don't think that's the reason. The reason is this. The reason is this. Obi, yeah, I want Obi. Obi is an Igbo man. You know, since this election, even before the election, they believe that Obi is a problem to them. Obi has more supporters, more than any of them. Why are these people not talking about Atiku?
Oh my God! Wait, concerns. Why are they not talking against Atiku? Obi is an Igbo man. That is why Soyinka is against them, right? Okay, let's agree with you. But guess what?
Let me talk.
You will talk.
This is the man that fight for civil war. He was incarcerated for almost 3 years.
During the Biafra
war, you see people,
during the Biafran war, during the Biafran war, Wole Soyinka sacrificed his own freedom and his life and voluntarily went into prison to support Biafra. But all of a sudden, so he became a tribalist 30 years later.
Hitler was different once. People can change, you know.
Oh, so he became a tribalist 30 years later.
You can change.
Soyinka is a good friend of Tinubu for now. And Soyinka don't want anything that can move Tinubu there. The Yorubas believe that this presidency is theirs. That is the problem. Why are they not challenging Atiku? Why are they not criticizing Atiku? That's what you have to ask yourself.
Excuse
me,
don't say the Yorubas, though. We don't all have the same opinion about anything. So stop that Yoruba talk, my boy.
Let me tell you.
That's part of the problem
most of the Yoruba elders, most of the Yoruba leaders, they believe that this is their presidency. That's the problem. Majority of them.
Do you have figures? Don't say most. Come on, my brother.
Let me say this.
Let me say this on behalf of concerns. See, I see the same trait in some Southeasterners too. When I've been on panels that are mostly Southwesterners, you see that some of them instinctively just don't like Peter Obi or any politician that just shows up from that side, just because the person is from that region. They will not tell you openly that that is it, but you can tell just based on that opinion. Because the same thing that they are criticizing that person, clearly the person they are supporting has it, which is fine. I think politically you can have that as individual voters. But for a statesman, that people that regard him as a statesman and accord him all the respect, like Wole Soyinka, like somebody said, he went and fought for Igbo people and all the rest of it. But him coming out to be making that statement that appears continuously, it's not once. He's never made one measured statement since that election, as if he's taking it personal. He's never made one measured statement. How can I be considered more measured than him? He's supposed to have more experience. Look at all that hair on his head. He's been quite irresponsible with his kind of comments. This is supposed to be a national figure. But that's me.
Okay, my brother Costa, I greet you. I not say I greet you, sis. Hope you are good anyway.
You greet it with money now. All this stuff of
Yeah,
enmity, is it
you
out
know,
of love or brotherly
no,
love
act of
or?
love. Now only me like Pascal for this panel. Now I'm the only man that love him. Don't mind people like John Abba. Don't mind people like John Abba.
It looks like Passad has had another child. Oh. The new child of Passad is AY. AY is taking after Passad right now.
Two Niger.
At this rate.
Two Niger.
Yes.
Two Niger. Two Niger.
Yes.
If the way they said this man loved the Easterners, he fought for the Easterners during the war, this, that. What happened in this election? Why is he's not talking about it? When the Igbos, when the Igbos say, when that man came out and say, Igbo man cannot, they don't want Igbo people to come out and talk anything or do election in Lagos State again. Why is Sonika not talking about that? It's a father. Why is not talking about that? All the houses of the Igbos that have been demolished. Why is that man not talking about that? Yeah, all the whole injustice done to Igbos, even the what is that man name? The LP candidate in Lagos State. How can a whole man like that keep quiet when they said if you're married an Igbo, if you're married an Igbo, you cannot contest you're not more Yoruba man. And why a whole man like that, an elderly, is not talking about those injustices, those useless things they do? Why is that man not talking about it? That's my problem. He's supposed to be talking about those injustices if you love Igbos or if you love other people, but he's not talking about it. He's only humbling on Obi.
He's barely said anything else other than this P2B. That's all he's been talking about. He never talked about the economy. He doesn't talk about anything. Just P2B constantly. It just seems odd for somebody that should be elevated to such a height. Personally, not for me
he's
anyway.
Supposed to be a father.
That's what he's supposed to be.
Forefather, you already joined the gang of that blood in people have no personal opinion or stand. We have established the fact that to whom much is given, much is expected. But for you to discount his sacrifice that, he has changed because he comment on his stand, and it's ingenuine. And that's why we never have heroes that they die and we celebrate.
No.
Because when somebody
If
do
this
one
was a
thing
hero,
wrong,
then
whether
that's why
it's
we are in
your
our
own
mess.
word. Now listen to me. In your own word or anybody else, that this man
Well
has
said, John Abba.
Yeah, so every other sacrifice that's made, since you do not fall into their own perimeter of your own good judgment, it should not be an issue that you disagree with him that when this thing happened in Lagos, I was expecting him to be forceful or comment on it, but that does not take away for who he is and for the legacy he will leave behind, and the history will judge him with time in his own stand. In this life, even at this program or anywhere else, we all take a step that sometimes we want to pull back or we come back and we correct ourselves. But the passion of if it is not this person, and then I do not have, and initially didn't he have it? If you look at his body language from the beginning, he do not have a problem with Obi being a president. But if he changed for maybe based on people like me that I will not vote for Obi because some of his followers are not going to what we are condemning that democracy should be, and you are doing exactly the same thing, that you have to be bullying people and all of that, whether it's a cyber bullying, whether it's a physical, so all of that, he have his own as a human being, as a man. But then, like I said, there's a level you obtain in this life. You observe so much, and I still respect him. But let us not be condemning his achievement, who he have led this country, even the black nation. That why people think that that his book he wrote.
Mr. John Abba, it's only
Can we
sometimes
hold
you
on,
come here
please?
to talk trash.
Leave it now. Let him finish. Let him finish, please. Let him finish because I will address that point. Let him finish.
To whatever the book or whatever he do not, but his achievement and his legacy for who Soyinka is, we should respect that. We can draw that construct and say, okay, I disagree with him on this policy of like this. But you cannot say, this man, he already changed now. It was because of Obi. Then he didn't like all the Igbo. Obi represent all the Igbo in the East. Obi is the only Igbo man. And then when they come to the vote, that you guys say Obi have or have voted for, do you think that it's only the vote come from the east? It's other Nigerians that in the middle belt and the far north or east north. So we always come and make it a tribal issue, and some people get turned off by that. It's not only Igbo that voted for Obi. It's all other people who vote for Obi, who sacrifice his vice president, who is not an Hausa guy. We always going to make it tribal and tribal and tribal and tribal.
But you are not being objective now. If the were you not here when they were killing Igbo people in Lagos?
And that's what I
Because they are
said,
this
that
thing.
he have the responsibility as elder statesman to not to take a side, especially a man that have done so much for civil society, to stand. But if he choose not to, that doesn't mean that I should condemn his legacy and say it's nobody. That's
Nobody
not the
said
way.
anything about condemning his legacy. I
No,
said he
I know.
changed.
Don't make it a tribal when he take his
And
own
besides,
stand.
hold on. What you said, let's say it is true. Like everybody said that he went to the southeast. He was taking his side against Nigeria. He took a side against Nigeria when Nigeria was fighting a war. Fine. For whatever reason he did it, that's his own, and he's brave. He clearly was brave. He's one of the elite that has ascended to high heights that I may never smell in my entire life, even if I live 100 years. But it still doesn't mean, given where the nation is, these are the people that led Nigeria to where it is today. And I don't hear him. You see, the one that pains me most, our girls get kidnapped, our women get kidnapped every day, and you don't see him. When during that election period, when Nigeria, there was a lot of ethnic tension. I think I think it's concerns. It's not him. Where is he coming from now? When there was ethnic tension everywhere, he was nowhere to be seen. That is the time you need statesmanship to come in and say, you guys calm down. This is what we need to do. But instead, maybe for whatever reason, he seems to have taken side. Remember, Nadeko and Soyinka, they were quite close. Those people that were fighting with Tinubu against Abacha, during that time, they may have formed a relationship that made them close. So to him, he is technically part of the establishment right now.
Okay, so
and that's the problem. People think that he's like a separate entity from the establishment, but he is part of the establishment. I speak the truth. You know what gatekeepers are. Gatekeepers are there to limit our vision of ourselves. That is their point. That's their whole purpose of existing.
You cannot expect them to speak on every single issue. Now, you talk about
PWP is not every single issue. Yes, he makes it an issue.
Hold on. I'm going with I agree, but I'm going with what you said, that there was kidnappings and there was tribal strife in a place, and he never spoke up. But for example, let's say he speaks up and someone goes, let's say it was like the people in the middle belt, right? Let's say it was two different clans in the middle belt fighting, and he speaks up, and someone somewhere goes up and digs the fact that, this is how all hypothetical, by the way, that digs up the fact that his great grandmother's father's uncle's cousin's brother is from one of those clans. What will they say in Nigeria? They'll start saying, this is the only reason he spoke up, because he has some kind of familiar relationship with these people. So you cannot expect him to just butt in and speak on every issue. You won't. He speaks on the issues that he thinks are relevant, and then you are doing
that's what the nation needs.
And then you are doing the right thing right now, which we're all doing, to scrutinize his statements and his position and his take. But he does not. Forefathers, it's always good to listen. I'm
listening. I'm on you.
It's good. I am on your side. So I'm saying, if he doesn't have to speak on every issue, but if he does decide to speak on every issue, then you are doing the right thing. Pick apart his statement and his position, but to condemn him and criticize him, say, well, you spoke on this and you didn't speak on that, I think that's disingenuous, because if he speaks on
because he's not speaking factually too.
How is he not speaking factually just because you do not agree with what he's saying?
No, because if he was being fair, he was being truthful about the election cycles, he should have said that people were killed on one side, and the other side, they have a loud mouth in this scene, but to call them fascists because they are very insulting. They call me a devil. How is it that me, I can take it, he cannot take it? They call me a devil too. Right now, so some of the some of them were even insulting me earlier on when I was saying something about the Southeast, but at the same time they are praising me right now, because you know why? Because I just managed to maintain balance. You can't just you see, I'm a little bit disappointed, because these are the people Nigerians used to look up to, and he just goes on selling that emblem for cheap. Maybe that emblem shouldn't have been there in the first place. The problem is that people don't look closely. And I just watch our defense ministers to say some things that people see here, and somehow they are hoodwinked by it. They don't see the truth, that this man is lying to them. Our CBN head will lie to them, and they will believe it. Like literally, you are seeing your currency completely degenerate. Something that if you did that in the UK, you will be lucky if they don't execute you in the UK. If you destroy the pound overnight within 1 year, you depreciate the currency value by 200%. I think Tone will know what will happen to you.
Forefather, can I come in? Forefather, can I come in, please?
And they get away with it, and people are praising them for it. I don't know, man. Nigerians, I don't know how we get
please.
caught like.
Please, let's leave Wale Soyinka
Forefather, can I come in, please? Forefather.
The man is old.
Forefather, can I come in?
Just discuss other issues.
That man is an elder in Nigeria today. He's an elder. Now, the military occupation of Okwama, that man didn't say anything. The killing in there was three Oba Yoruba kings that died. He did not say anything. He didn't speak one thing. It's nothing. He didn't. As a Yoruba leader, he did not say anything. Where his king, if it was a Fulani king that died, my brother, the whole Fulani elders will talk. But this man did not say anything. Atiku have been saying, condemning Tinubu government. That man doesn't attack Atiku. Why is it that it's only Obi that man attacks? Why is it that it's only obedient that man attacks? I am not here to speak about how Nigeria will be or this or that. No. The killings in Plateau State, the killings in Benue State, that man never said, why are these things going on? As a leader, as an old man is expected to condemn evil things. What is going on today in the society, no more value. That man is not talking about that. As a leader, as a respectful person who have these honors they're talking about, all those honors, I don't know what those kind of medal, all those useless medals they're giving people. Please, let me share now. Let me make my own submission. You see, me today, I don't come here to talk all these days because Nigeria, the way I see Nigeria, is not heading anywhere. Nigerian people supposed to come together and discuss and talk whether the country can move forward or not.
That is why we are here now.
Wait, nobody. Today I came here because of this amalgamation and so on and so forth.
Okay.
A country that's supposed to go forward with what happened all these years, what have been happening. We're supposed to ask ourselves, are we ready to be in this union? If we are not ready to be in this union, let us ask ourselves a question. These people, at least, let's have a referendum. Come together, all of you. If all these people vote and vote and vote and everybody decide want to be in Nigeria, then we say yes. Then we put it on the constitution and have a good constitution that will help everybody, that will help the East, that will help the West, that will help the South. In a situation where a Westerner, a Yoruba man want to be the president of the country, you have to go to the dance to the Fulanis or to the Southern of Sokoto or to their leaders before they can give him that permission to be president. An Igbo governor, a man in Igbo land, when you want to be a governor, you have to go to Babangida or you have to go to the caliphate before they can give. If that person comes into the government, what will that person do? That person will not do anything that will help his own people or will help the country in general. So today I hear what Jim said before I joined the Niger Watch. My brothers, let us be talking about, because the values in Nigeria now, Nigeria don't have values. Outside the country, we are not regarded anyhow.
Don't the presidential candidates go to the Oba of Benin? Don't they go to the Obi of Onitsha? Don't they go to the?
Let me interject.
Don't they go there? So why did you single out? Why did you single out just the the Sultan of Sokoto.
That is how
Why
it
is
has
it?
been. If you're a Mugu, I'm not a Mugu. That is how it has been all along. Let me tell you,
I'm a
Jonathan.
Mugu. I'm a Mugu. So
No.
explain it to
Concerns
me.
that you are off on that
Let me
one
tell you.
again.
I
Listen to
am.
talk. Let me
So
talk.
that's
I'm
how
not
this is
interjecting you.
Nigerians for you. Concerns
I
why
didn't.
it's right to say that why are you going to because they go to Oba of Benin.
No, my brother, forget about that. Now we know what's happening in Nigeria. Any man
There's
who is
nothing
ruling you
happening in
today, he
Nigeria.
has to go to the people. He has to go to the caliphate. The people are the people that we say is going to rule.
Everybody had their
Even in this
own.
election that we had now, Tinubu all along has not believed in one Nigeria. But because of this election, Tinubu have to go to them. Everything is going to them.
Hold on. Concerns. You
Yeah.
actually think the Sultan of Sokoto has more power than the government?
My brother, the way Nigeria is structured, as of now, as I'm telling you, that man has power more than any other, more than any. Even let me tell you, an Igbo man today, an Igbo man wants to be a governor today, he has
Hold
to
on.
go to them.
Concerns. I want to just try to get you on to see a little bit deeper into this power structure in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Abacha was able to remove Sultan of Sokoto. Lamido was removed from office. I think Sanusi is coming back now because there's a law that the power in Nigeria is in the hands of the politicians. These chief justice title, they don't have power at all. It's almost ceremonial, really. They call them custodians of tradition, isn't it? That's all they are now.
Forefathers. Let me tell you. You see, when the British were going out, if you like now, I can tell you what Lord Lugard said about the three tribes in Nigeria. I can read what he said about the three tribes in
Tell
Nigeria.
us, please. Tell us.
Thank you. Okay, I will just wait. I will just read it to you now. Don't worry. Just wait. Lord Lugard, look at what he said about the three tribes in Nigeria. He said, this is the handover note Lord Lugard wrote to his colleague, Walter H. Lang, on the 25th of September, 1918. The quote reads inter alia. For the Hausas, the Hausa Fulani has no ideals, no ambitions, save such as sensual in character. He is a fatalist, spendthrift, and a gambler. He is gravely immoral and is seriously diseased. That is a menace to any community to which he seeks to attach himself. That's for the Fulani, for the Hausas. Then for the Yoruba, he said, Lagos has for 20 years opposed every governor and has fomented strife and bloodshed in the hinterland. I have spent the best part of my life in Africa. My aim has been the betterment of the natives for whom I have been ready to give my life. But after some 29 years, and after nearly 12 years in governor there, I am here to say that the people of Lagos, and indeed the Westerners, are the lowest, the most seditious and disloyal, the most purely propagated by self-seeking money motives of any people I have met. That is for that. But let me say for the look at what it says for the Igbos. These people of predominantly Eastern Nigeria are fiercely rebellious with no regard for authority, though industrious and religious. In deference to the objectives of Her Majesty and the Crown, they are highly dangerous to be trusted with.
So, Kosan, so you believe what Lord Lugard said?
No, I'm just telling you what the man said about the tribe. I'm just telling you what the man said about the three tribes.
If you don't
But now,
believe
you know
what
why
he
I'm saying this?
said, you will not read it.
Let
But
me
when
tell
it
you.
comes to Nigeria,
A
you said you don't believe
racist,
in Nigeria.
a complete racist that
Let me
hates
tell
black
you.
people.
What the man, let me tell you, what the man said is what's happening today. What the man said is what's happening today.
Okay, fair. Okay, hold on. I think that's what I wanted to
30
say.
seconds.
He is thinking that what the man said is what is happening today. That's why he's bringing it up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, because what he is saying, he believes in what he said. But when it comes to Nigeria, how Nigeria was formed, you said you don't believe in it. Nigeria has expired. Nigeria is not existing. How come you believe in what the man said? You don't believe in the country itself. How come? Explain.
You want him to explain? Yeah, this guy, your
Say
passatory,
question for him. Oh.
your passatory is going on this thing. You want him to
You know,
explain so that
Kosa,
you
you know,
increase
Kosa is my
other.
personal man. No, we are not quarreling. Me and
What?
Kosa,
No, tell me what
Kosa, we are good friends.
what did you say? I didn't hear what you said. Say what you said again.
I said, how come you believe in what Lord Lugard said about Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, but you don't believe when it comes to Nigeria? You don't believe in one Nigeria. You don't believe in the amalgamation. You don't believe in those ones, but you can believe in what he said.
Thank you. You know why I don't? You know why? Because when they were leaving, they handed over almost Nigeria to the Fulanis. But they know that they have nothing in head. They hand over to them so that they can be controlling the Nigeria through the Fulanis. And that is what is happening today. Now, let me tell you, if you want to make, if there's a coup today, the
thing you
British will
bring
know,
to
and they will
bring
stop
that
that coup
down
because of the
another tribe.
Fulanis. Let me finish my this one. Why is it, if it was, for example, let me say, Edo people are those going everywhere, buying people in Nigeria. You think
Concerns,
they will
hold
be
on.
alive today?
Hold on, let me show you something, Concerns. You see, let me show you something. Whenever you want to talk about how Hausa Fulani controlled Nigeria, look at these countries here. Sudan, the poorest country in the world. Burundi, another black one, poorest. When you go to top 40 countries in the world, almost all black nations in the world. Do you think Fulani is in all of them? So the reason why you are failing to see that is there's something within our nations that is wrong. And we need to figure it out. It's not about Fulani. It's not about
When we
Igbo.
have
It's not
people
about
like
anything.
Consign, is a terrible mindset of you having, and that is the perception that brings genocide. When somebody, even if a white man told you to divide you and to control you, or what you believe, and you are rating such a word in a modern world, and you are demeaning and like non-existence of any other thing, this is what happened to bring genocide. When you have a perception of another tribe and not human being enough to exist or to have anything, you are a dangerous human being. And I hope you have somebody close to you to sit you down and educate you. All those your internet Google reading, it will not help you. I hope you grow up to tell you,
Hello,
leave
my
a
friend.
good legacy
The
for
people
your
that are
kids.
dangerous are the Fulanis that are going everywhere, killing people in Nigeria.
You are worse than them. You are worse than
Kosa, you
them.
are not
You are
different from
worse than
Fulani,
them.
the way
The
you
You
people
are
speak.
of
worse
Nigeria
than
don't keep
them.
quiet.
You
That's
are
the most.
worse than them.
You're a dangerous
You
one being.
are
Call yourself
worse
a
than
pastor.
you
You're a
are worse.
dangerous
Can
one
you
being.
imagine the way
Fulani
you
goes everywhere, killing people
categorize
in
another
Nigeria,
citizen,
and you keep
a
quiet.
black man or a
You're a
black people,
dangerous human being.
make them look like a trash?
Fulani
If you are
goes
smart
everywhere,
enough, why you never
killing
get
people,
the? If you are
and
smart
you are there
enough,
supporting them.
they
You are there
say
supporting
you are
evil.
a rebellion. You are a smart indigenous described by Lord
Yes,
Lugard. Why you never take
let
the
me tell
power?
you. Let me tell you. Your people can today no the people cannot go to farm because of their people.
Don't worry, we'll fight our
People
fight.
cannot
And
go
you
to
that
farm today
go to
because of your
farm,
dangerous
go and
people.
show me the farm and how
People
much you are
cannot go farm today
producing in
because of your
Nigeria
people.
that you
Nigeria is
contribute to
looking
the
for today because
Nigeria
of your
apart
people.
from the trade this thing. Go and show me in a Nigerian scale of industry, and you show me where you come from. How much are you bringing that is more than what Benue is bringing from their farm, despite their challenges of attack
You are not
from
ashamed
the
of my
farm?
friend. You
You
are
are
not
not
ashamed
even
of yourself.
ashamed of yourself looking at another
That is
human
Fulanis
being,
are killing
whether
your people. You
white
are
or
coming to
black.
talk nonsense.
You have a dark mind. You have a dark mind.
You are not ashamed of yourself
Okay,
that
let's
Fulanis are
stop
killing.
now. Let's stop with this now. Let's rein it in. This is getting a little
Jonathan,
bit.
you know Kosa is a tribal man.
Concern, let me ask you, let me just ask a
He's
quick
a
question.
tribal bigot. It's like that. You can't change it.
John Abbas
Kosa,
people,
Let's take it easy. Let's take it easy. Let's not go
John Abbas people cannot go to the John Abbas
let's
people
take it
cannot
easy.
go John Abbas people cannot go to the farm. We agree. But Simon Ekwa is all the way in the fringes of Europe dictating when your own people can go to work on Mondays and when they
No,
can't.
forget that. Let me tell you,
Right or
you're
wrong?
lying to yourself. You ought to say that. You're lying to yourself. Igbos decided not to. Igbos decided not to go too far, not because
Yes.
of just
It wasn't
somebody.
because
No,
Simon Ekpa said it.
Igbo is not
Okay,
our
so
leader.
Okay,
let me
I
ask you a
think it's
question.
time for us to go
You brought
backstage
up
now. I think this is gone on too long already.
the
It's nearly an
same
hour.
issue.
Simon
Concern
Ekpa
is
cannot
IPOB
dictate anything
member.
for the
You need to
Igbos.
be
Igbos
careful
are
when
the
you
rebels.
say those are please.
Simon Ekpa
It's
cannot
9
dictate anything
hours.
for the
Don't do
Igbos.
that.
All right, ladies. No, there's no ladies here. Gentlemen
Igbos
and
know the injustice in
gentlemen.
Nigeria. Igbos, why should excuse me? Why should
Concerns, please
Nnamdi
let
Kanu be
me.
in prison up to now? Why
Concerns,
should
oh
Nnamdi
my
Kanu be in
God,
prison
you're
up
going
to
to go
now? What
backstage
did
to go
that
and
man
do
do?
this. I'm tired of this fighting. Nigerians like to fight too, but if anybody attacks Nigeria, you see Nigerians gang up on that person. They wouldn't let the British press rest recently. When the British press was insulting Nigeria, Nigerians went after the British press. So Nigerians, when it suits Nigerians come
Did you see
together to
what I
attack.
put in the private chat?
Pardon?
I gave you the links in the private chat.
Oh yeah. That's true actually. It's
Forefather.
not opening fully. Okay, now it's open actually. It's
Forefather.
open.
Constance, let me Constance, I
Forefather,
want
let
to
me
say something.
Father, please let me make a point. Let me make a point, Forefather.
All right, man.
Forefather. You see, let me tell you. You see, the other day, I hear Iwerangu, they were interviewing Iwerangu. Iwerangu said the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, that the Pandef have agreed that Nnamdi Kanu should be released.
No, they never said that.
That the South have agreed that Nnamdi Kanu must be released. That the Fenifere have agreed that Nnamdi Kanu must be released. But you know where they're having problem? They're having problem in Darewa. That is their Fulanis. That's why they're having problem.
The South agree.
So you don't want him to go to court.
I speak the truth. Can you hold on, please?
My friend, are you okay in your head? Are you okay in your head?
So
Stop talking
you don't want him to go to court.
What is he going to go to do?
Why wouldn't he go to court if he?
I speak the truth.
Hold up.
I speak the truth. Hold on, please. Hold on.
Take it easy. He's an elderly man now. Let's
Concerns,
not
my brother.
him that much.
You know why Nnamdi Kanu is still in detention? Do you know? Because
I've already
told you
why.
hear me out now. Wait. So see,
I've already
calm
told you
down,
what Iwerangu said.
I will tell you why. The reason
why.
why is not the Nigerian government that is holding Nnamdi Kanu. It is our attitude, the Southeasterners that are blindly following that clown in Finland.
Mr. What do you call it? Tone, stop that narrative you are going. This man is the Hanese chairman. He has told you where they have problem. My brother, let me tell you, in justice system, the Nigeria have to follow the justice system. This thing said the tribunal, the court of this appeal or what said release that man. That man has no case.
Can I say something? Can I just say something?
The Supreme Court said he cannot.
This man.
Wait, sir. Hold on, Mr. Constance.
The Supreme Court said he cannot go. Hold on. The Supreme Court said he cannot go anywhere.
Comprehension sometimes. How can you be a president and you want to release somebody that will cause you more problems in your government? Will you release that person? This is what is going on. The man in Finland is asking people to take up arms. He's talking about rocket launchers. I've seen him. Not that they told me. I was in a live broadcast. That man that came on earlier today was in that broadcast. He knew me. That was why he ran. He ran off.
Let me tell you.
Not all Fulani are terrorists. How about your brothers? How about your brothers that are APC? How about Igbo people that are in ABC? Uzodinjo is he a Fulani man that is causing all the problem in Imo State? Is he a Fulani man? Please, let's tell the truth.
You are causing more problem than Uzodinjo. You yourself, you are causing more problem than Uzodinjo.
Yeah,
because you fail to say the truth.
Is it not your brother?
You are not saying the truth. You are not saying the truth, my friend.
Is it not your brother, Uzodinma? Is it not your? Is it not your brother?
Uzodinma is their own brother. Uzodinma is their own brother, not me. Uzodinma is their own brother, not me.
No, I'm from Anambra State.
I'm telling you, the Nigerian government has to follow what the court said, not what you are saying, not what I'm saying, not what
Nigerian government is saying, not holding Nnamdi Kanu. It is people that have no reason that are holding him. Because if I were Tinubu, I would still hold him because I don't know what is the man is going to cause. What problem is going to cause me. That's what's going on now. If we cannot reason, and if we cannot reason, let's just leave it. You people, because of your attitude, your blind arguments and all that, are causing the Nigerian government to hold him.
Excuse me. How many people
Let's
have you know
assume
that
that the House
yesterday?
of Fulani people
Excuse
are the
me.
problem. You
What
are
problem
giving them.
Nnamdi
You
Kanu
are
is
giving
causing?
them. Huh?
Excuse me. Can you tell me now what problem Nnamdi Kanu is causing before? Tell me what problem she's causing. Just analyze what the problem she's causing. Just say it out here. What problem is Nnamdi Kanu causing? You that said you're a military man before. The problem is causing in Nigeria is worse than what Nnamdi Kanu did.
I didn't cause any
There are many
problem. I
Fulanis
went
that
to
kill more
work
than
for
100
Nigeria,
people,
and
but they
I'm
outside today.
proud. See,
Which proud of
I'm
what?
proud.
What proud are you?
I'm proud of that military. The
You are
military
not
has been.
proud. This is terrorist Nigerian army. You are proud to be a terrorist Nigerian army. Nigerian army today, they have gone
Nigerian
out
army. What do you mean terrorist
occupy banners.
Nigerian army?
Nigerian army
Please
today
take
have
that
gone out
one back.
occupy
That's an
banners.
insult on the
In
military, on the Nigerian
Britain
military.
you are.
Take
In
that
Britain
back.
you are. Did the British army go and occupy people's house? In Britain you are. Did the British military go and occupy a region? In Britain you are. Did the British army go and occupy a
They
community?
actually did
Answer that
commit a
question.
lot of
The army
atrocities
is
in Northern
instruction for the
Ireland.
commander in chief.
See, let's leave this in. I feel it too. I checked all the videos you sent, and if that video of that man that they were jeering to leave,
If yo, just end
hold on. Stop.
I don't like hypocrisy
The
for
world should
fathers. Like,
hear the worst
yeah,
that
I don't like
Obi fans
hypocrisy,
did.
bro. Like,
You want me
I
to
just
play the
sent you.
video?
I don't. It don't matter. I sent it to you. So if you see something that's with your own eyes and you saying if
But it's
what
not
do
the
you mean
same.
if?
Okay, I'll play it so that the
No,
viewers
what
can
do
be
you mean
judged.
if before you stop kissing ass? What do you mean if?
Okay, let me play it now so the viewers can be judge and jury on this. This is a video showing some of the atrocious behavior of voters. So atrocious and so dangerous that it equates to people being rushed to hospital.
It's not about equate. All I said was people were assaulted and people were disenfranchised. This is why I says stop the hypocrisy. This is why I have a problem.
This person was disenfranchised. Okay, let's hear. Let's
stop it. You want to be real, be real. Stop playing little games. I don't know why
you made an
y'all
assertion, and I'm trying to prove.
I didn't make an assertion. I sent you a video of people being disenfranchised and someone being assaulted and being
now let's see the assault.
This right to vote
Let me see
freely.
the assault now. Let's see the assault. Okay, let's play it.
Sir, you don't get busy. You don't get busy. You don't get busy. If I go for get busy. Go there.
So now that is the worst behavior of obedience that I've seen.
Let me ask you a question. Since you justified and since you seem to love jungle behavior, right? And
I don't.
No. You obviously
I'm not justifying it. I'm saying that's the worst we've seen.
So no, don't say that's the worst. It is either it is
that's bad.
Hold up. So you do like jungle behavior. So don't deny that you like jungle.
I didn't say it's good.
If you say that is the worst, that means it is not bad enough, right? That is what you're telling us.
Compared to killing people,
so it's not bad enough. So meaning, hold up. So it's not bad enough, meaning you like jungle behavior. That's the end of story.
Oh my God, not as bad as killing. That's all I'm saying. Not as bad as killing people.
Like jungle behavior, period. So let's move on.
Why would I?
You obviously like jungle. You obviously like jungle behavior because if someone is getting assaulted and someone is getting disenfranchised from speaking his mind through the ballot box, and you say no, it is not bad enough. Let me put this to you now, since you like jungle behavior. Obviously, if there was 100 other people in there that wanted to vote for the opposition, which was the APC, the opposite party, guess what will happen? They will not vote.
Okay. If you are making that point,
what do you mean? If I'm making that point, what do you think the point? What do you think the point I've been making was?
You said you explicitly explained about the man. That's
dude, they were intimidating people. This is what I kept saying.
That is happening in the north too. You saw that in the other side. That one is the voting process.
Justification.
Do you have to pull out a machete before you understand what intimidation is?
Hold on.
They
You are
practically
trying to mix things now. You are over talking. You are trying to mix things. So I'm talking about attacks that are happening on a day when there is no election too. There are days when obedience are campaigning in Lagos. They were attacked.
we were talking about
God.
the
They were
election. We
injured.
didn't
They
talk
were
about
there was
one.
blood.
More than 4 or 5 times. More than 4 or 5 times.
Yeah,
This is what I'm talking about. Even
forefathers,
after the election, they were still attacked.
forefathers.
Yes.
Yes, forefathers. Now,
Marcus
let's
born. Marcus we are
put
born.
it
Even
in the
Marcus
right
we are born.
perspective. So let's put it in the right perspective. And this is what we are saying. For us to have a better Nigerian and a progressive society where democracy will anchor us, if at all we are there, if we are not, I don't believe we are there. But let's work with what we have right now. How do we justify that? Of course, you cannot compare somebody being killed and somebody being bull, but then this also can result to it if care is not taken. The disenfranchised is that any other person that want to vote based on their own conscience, they are now being suppressed and now being denied to vote in this area or any other places. And that is when you say that the worst we have seen. Of course, what you are trying to say is that, oh, I've not even seen things like this before. I'm talking about forefathers now. But then you, yes, then there is one that he's been, the man, I can talk that on outside the camera. The man spoke on the TV, but then that's it, another day. I don't want to mix issue together. The truth remains that this kind of behavior turn people's off, because if you're going to campaign on integrity and election and your follower have another mindset, then we have a chaos and we will continue to have it in every election cycle.
How can you do this now? This is not equating now. See, people,
I'm
people
not
feel
equating
passionate.
it. I'm trying to tell you that you are trying to minimize this happening. But
I
there
am
are other
trying to
issues.
minimize
Yes.
it.
But I accepted that the level of killing somebody or somebody die for trying to exercise their voters' right, it cannot be a match for this kind of behavior. But this kind of behavior also can quickly get out of hand, and this is done in the East. And if this is done by a Hausa man in the North, somebody may die. So
I'm
we
wondering
are
why
trying
Kosan
to.
is not
Forefathers,
speaking
are you
on
saying
this.
that sorry, go ahead.
Kosan, why are you quiet? Where is Kosan? I wanted to speak on this issue.
Stop encouraging him now. It's not.
Forefathers, are you saying that behavior was okay? Is that what you're saying?
Of course not. It's wrong behavior.
Okay, so why didn't you just condemn it instead of saying, "Oh well,
Yeah,
is that
you
worse?"
want to find justification and
What do
minimize
you
it.
think they call voter intimidation? What do you think they call harassment? What do you think they call assault?
Yeah, I know that. On that point, I agree with you. It could have deterred others from voting there. That is true.
And I wish Constance was on here, because I put another link on there. He kept criticizing Soyinka and saying, well, some people said you cannot vote Yoruba if they married an Igbo woman. I've never heard anybody say that, but this is something that I hear them say online all the time. But I gave a video of in Enugu and a Boni man trying to get elected in Enugu, and a fellow Igbo from Enugu saying he cannot, over his dead body, will that guy get an elective post because he is not an Enugu man. Why did Peter Obi speak up on that?
Because I don't know.
You're not Peter Obi. Don't answer.
I don't know why.
I'm just asking.
He didn't go and place any side. Stop bringing Peter Obi into every other topic.
No, I'm asking concerns. You have every chance to kiss ass, forefathers. Relax.
No, I speak the truth. No. Hold on. I think you're mixing too many things up. I speak the truth. You're mixing too many things up. One, Peter Obi didn't comment on anything to do with elections like Soyinka did. Soyinka did and decided to be very, very unbalanced. That is what I'm talking about here. Now, I'm going to play a video about what happened with this Obi support. This is just one.
I see what how they break person glass for Aja bridge. Because person wear Labour Party cloth for this Lagos road. Because I wear Labour Party cloth. Because person wear Lagos Party. For here now, that
So that is just one, and I can bring more and more attacks. This is seriously hurting people, and it's not even election day.
What is the point of
What
this
is the
video?
difference between
Nobody
this and
is
the videos
denying
that you
that
have
it
seen
didn't
before?
happen.
The point I'm making is that you are trying to equate two things, that one side is worse.
You need to learn how to stop
Both should be
shifting.
condemned. Both should be condemned.
You need to
But
stop
one is
learning.
worse than the other.
There's nothing
But
worse.
both is
Both
nothing
are
worse.
bad.
This guy, if he's driving car, do you think if he come to that venue with a car, the way they're attacking him, don't you know they can do the same thing to him? Come on.
Yeah, but they didn't. They didn't.
Okay,
They
you
may
know
do,
they
but they
did.
didn't.
You know
How
they.
did
You
you know
see,
he didn't come with the car?
if we will have and campaign for
Jonaba,
free
this is the most
election.
dishonest discussion you've ever made an argument for.
Because I
This
don't
is
like,
obvious that they are not the same things.
I don't like me. See, my stand, you understand me. I have a lot of name being calling on this platform. It doesn't move me an inch because some of these people do not even sacrifice anything for life. Rather than run their mouth, they run mouth. They are bigotry, they are tribalistic, they are religious bighead. I don't worry about those people. But when things like that happen, it worries me because we are campaigning that we, the black people, should know what to do for the first time, and we believe so much in our country, Nigeria, that if we can lead based on our influence of our population and are scattered around the world, if we can be honest to our situation. You just said now that when you beat Nigerian outside, we're all going to come after you. But when we come to each other, then we fight our fight. I beg in my place is simply because I spanked my child, do not give my neighbor.
No, this is wrong.
What are you talking about?
See, you see, while you are talking, I'm just remembering some of the vivid image that I saw during that time. This is wrong. We can't equate two things. Jarring is different. Hold on.
You are
Is
trying
different
to
from
speak.
almost
I
blinding
don't know
a woman. Hold on.
Distracting.
Please,
Relax yourself. Relax yourself.
This is not right. This is not right. We have to. We are accusing the other side of doing the same thing. We have to also call people out. I remember this lady that her eyes was almost taken out. And I'm looking at some of the images now. Look at this man's head is broken. It's not the same thing.
Forefathers, what is your argument? Both of them.
What are you arguing about?
Obedience are the monsters.
Bad.
The other side is far more monstrous than the obedience, because I'm looking at blood right now.
Both of them, forefathers, when you're ready, you're going to pick up a napkin and you're going to wipe your lips and you're going to wipe off that ass kissing off of it and drink some water, okay? Both of them are bad.
Speak the law for
you are extremely dishonest. You know what? Hold on. Concerns, don't bother. Let me take him on. See,
both of them.
When it comes to P2B, don't bother. I think you are completely compromised.
Wait. Both of them.
Objective at all.
Okay, I'm a dummy.
So you can see blood and you compare it.
Where did I see blood? Listen. This is what I always say. Listen. Forefathers, hold on. Just give me 1 minute. Always try something. Always try to stay. Hold up 1 minute, please. Please don't play a video. Just hear me out. Because it seems that there's a problem with listening to people with Nigerians. So all I just want to say is always try to stay on topic. Okay, you have a tendency of when we all talk, you start a topic and we start talking about that topic, and then you start shifting the goalpost. 1 second we're playing soccer, the next thing we're playing rugby, the next thing we're playing football based on what Forefathers decides he wants to argue about. So we was all talking about disenfranchisement in the elections. How did we now get to, I wasn't talking about just the elections. I was just talking about what happens outside the elections. That wasn't what we were talking about. We were talking about the elections. And that was how he concerned brought it up. And then we started saying, well, it happened in the Southeast too. So what is this issue of a random individual getting rocks thrown at his car? But that is neither here nor there. Since you can't stick to the topic, both of them are bad. That's what we're saying. We're not saying one is better than the other or one is worse than the other. Death, of course, is high up there. When death gets involved or physical assault gets involved, it is high up there. But what are you bringing up another topic out of the blue for? All we're talking about is what happens during the elections. Let's stick to that.
I think from everything you
Well,
said,
I
you
think
just
it's
made
all
my
blood.
point
I
for
think
me.
it's all blood, and
You just
blood
made
is
my point for me. I don't even have to
Forefather,
respond.
I want to say something here. You see, it's always good to go abroad. It's always good to go outside the country, but it's always good also when you go to that side the country, you learn better things. You see, when I talk about the Fulani, or when I talk about the Yoruba, I also talk about the Igbo. If the Igbos, what are doing are not good, I will say it out. But I cannot be so tribalistic and I cannot be blinded. I've been in different countries. I've traveled. I don't know. I've traveled to more than 15 countries and I've lived in more than 7 countries in the world. I have. And what happened in Nigeria, I've not seen where those things are happening before. I'm being honest to you. We have become sacrifice and hypocrites, and that is why we are not moving forward. If Forefather, you can give me a link or a phone number which I can transfer 1 or 2 videos to you now, I will transfer it and you will see what is happening in Nigeria. And also, you see, not only coming to Dr. Damages or going to that, it's always good to watch even flip television when the people are talking the one and done you know what is really happening in Nigeria. Nigeria is not what we think it is. Evil things are happening in Nigeria. And when we are outside, being compromised also, talking nonsense from our mouth, that's where the problem lies. Understand? That's where the problem lies. We have to be truthful. We have to be truthful to ourselves.
In order for us to have a decent conversation, Consign, I think you are
what is that? I'm talking. Let me finish. You see, I cannot come out here now.
Concerns, please,
And say,
brief. This
okay, let me
food
put it brief.
Jagu is
I
eating
cannot
is
come
making
out
me
here
hungry.
now
I need
and
to
say,
find something to eat.
I cannot come out here and say now that Yorubas are going everywhere killing people. I cannot do that because they don't do that. I cannot come here now and say Sasa people are going everywhere buying people. I cannot do that. I can't because that will be listening to me. I cannot come here and say what the Pandef, all those middle belt are going everywhere. No, I cannot do that. But if I know this is what these people are doing, I will come out here and say, well, this is what these people are doing. Igbos are not also the distant, but at least Igbos, whatever they're doing in their own region. Understand? But the worst is this, that one particular tribe or one particular people are going about doing something which the whole country is supposed to stand up and say, no, this is wrong. Because today, whatever happened, my brother, human being, we are humans. When your brother is killed, or when your community, somebody, 1 or 10 people is killed by one particular people, you will not be happy as a human being. Today, the injustice in Nigeria today is, if you know whatever the Igbos are doing, if you know whatever the Igbos are doing,
Concerns, we can carry on backstage.
How come you don't condemn the IPOB?
Oh, don't do that now. Hey, why? Stop being mischievous. Leave this thing. Hey, you keep trying to trigger these people. But let's say the truth here. The Southeast, you see, I know some parts of Bayelsa and River State where there is serious violence in elections and people lose their lives. The Southeast had a major candidate for once that stood a chance. And they were very, very passionate. Like you can see, they call me devil. Make no mistake. They call me a mole. They call me everything. Probably worse than they've ever called anybody. But yet, they contain themselves from doing some of the worst violence. Almost unanimous, almost everywhere, even in the Southeast, you rarely see violence in terms of attacking people for voting. Like for violence, you see other type of violence, but for voting, you don't see that. And in Lagos, you don't see that. I don't know. From what I can see, they are the best behaved voters. Anybody's I don't know. In the north, there was violence in the north. If I'm not mistaken,
they are human beings, okay? And one thing you have to understand is that
I'm just calling it as I see it too.
Okay, so let me call it how you're not seeing it, okay?
Okay.
So they are
Don't
Yeah,
worry.
because at times you say certain things. I'm like,
Please
what are
say
you
it.
even
Call
talking
it
about?
as I am not saying it
Thank
precisely.
you. Let me give you the glasses. Okay, so the thing about the other parts of Nigeria is that they are more mixed than Southeast Nigeria. Okay, you go to the north, you see people from a lot of Easterners from there, a lot of Westerners, a lot of Middle Belters, what we call the South now. Same thing with the Southwest. Same thing with the Midwest. Okay, we don't see that much in the Southeast. The Southeast, by and large, to a very large extent, is homogeneous. It is not really multi-ethnic.
So
There
you are
might
saying
be,
if they had more minorities, then they would have attacked them.
if they go with the same Nigerian attitude of intolerance and recklessness and lawlessness, without a doubt, yes. Because if they could, for example, I just gave you a link, a man from Ebony,
My friend, are you okay
a
in your
man
friend?
from,
That
let me
the South Indians
finish.
are
Let
not
me
make sense.
finish.
Are
Why
you
is
okay
it
in your head?
every
You're
time?
not okay in
Why
your
is
head,
it?
my
Why
friend.
is it every
Oh,
You're
time
not okay in your
you
head.
guys
concern, just let him
you
finish. I
mute
know.
him? Every time you guys realize that someone is about to make a solid point, you do this deceitful thing where you
Carry on
interject and try to
now.
throw them off. So if a man from Oboni cannot vote or cannot be elected in Enugu because the Enugu man is saying, over my dead body, will this man, even though he's my Igbo brother, will this man get an elective post here? What do you think they will do if they felt that their position was being challenged by a large gathering of Yorubas or Hausas, if they had a lot of that population in their society? They will do the same thing. It is a Nigerian attitude. I think to a large extent, the only part that does not carry out this kind of attitude might be what we know today as the South minus Bayelsa and Rivers.
The South actually does it too. The South,
I just said minus Bayelsa and Rivers.
okay. Oh, that's almost
Let me counter.
that's
Let me
almost
counter. Let me
50% of
counter
the
what you
South
said.
South.
Let me
So
You
I
counter
have
what
don't
you
know
been
what
said.
you
talking
mean.
concern. Please, can you counter yourself when
Let
you
me
finish?
counter what you
Because
said. Let me
no,
tell
no,
you.
no. You
Let me tell
counter
you.
him when. Let me finish my own. Then you
John
counter
Abba,
him
sit down.
because
John Abba, wait. You have been talking
no,
since
no, no,
morning.
no,
Wait,
no, no,
stop
no.
your
You have
business.
been talking.
Concerns,
You will
allow John
come.
Abba say
You're
something,
not,
please.
you relax, brother. This is the deal. We cannot have this rhetoric without to respect that your view, you are entitled to it. But if we're going to speak to issues with, if you say, oh, I have traveled around the world, such thing and such is not happening. You may be right. You may be wrong. It's based on your view and where you travel to. Because forefathers who have not even seen this video today, still today, he saw this clip, one of them. I've seen many that is more brutal than this. But then, yes, that's why I say it's not, the issue is this. We are trying to say that what brought all of these things, this person speak to it, did not speak to it, was starting from Wole Soyinka and all of those things. And we believe that, oh, he was hypocrite in this, but we play the same thing now right here before our own eyes. Because when we see something happen, we use our own view. The same way we find an excuse for ourselves to say, okay, we minimize, we can't compare this. Then you should give somebody else opportunity to see it from their own, and then they are entitled to their own view. When it comes to the issue that I have struggled with, especially with my brother Consign, is that he convinced himself, which is a good thing. It's a good place to be. I think that is convinced himself that, oh, my view is perfect. I'm not Igbo people can do anything they can do to themselves, but we are trying to say that there are external aggression, which is the Hausa Fulani or Fulani henchmen or Fulani people, whatever you want to categorize it, is that all of them is bad for the society. It's also go down to the security issues of Nigeria in general. That if we are operating and the chief security of your state is your governor, just like you talk about Benue State, they have a problem where people are leaving their ancestral home to go to the camp. You can say that they're being attacked. But you also, if you want to be open about it, is that what did the governor do about it? He's a thief man. What today, so many of them are still in the camp. So when we make it, if there's one thing people attack you, there's another thing is that how united are you when you get attacked and you fight back. So you cannot take responsibility for somebody else what they are doing to you, but you can take responsibility for yourself, for your own action, how you protect yourself. But there is no evil whether it's done to you by Yoruba man or it's done to you by another fellow Igbo. Pain is pain. We should not justify that the fact that Igbo can go ahead and hurt themselves and Igbo and that is not, it's okay. No, a kingdom that is divided among itself also cannot even stand in the first place. So if you cannot stand together as a people and you have so much divided, then there's a tendency that the outsider or the external aggression will overcome you. That's what I'm trying to say. We can blame
understand.
Fulani.
You have talked too much. You have already talked 10 minutes. Let another person speak.
10 minutes.
Oh,
come on.
Not even
close. Let him talk.
You see, concern, I'm wrapping up and I'm going to leave. I come to do sport. I'm raising a fellow Nigerian to be in the military and to serve and to keep you safe wherever you are. God bless you.
Thank you, Jonaba. And I think I was a little bit harsh with Jonaba saying that he was being facetious.
Please,
maybe you've seen the video, Jonaba. Maybe you've seen some videos I've never seen, so maybe that's why you have your point of view. Let me close the panel, please. Concerns.
No, please.
I need to close the panel. I'm hungry now, and I was supposed to just come and comment. And
give to Tone.
Pastor ran away.
No problem. I'm here today.
Hold on now. Hold on.
Let me talk now. Let me talk.
Let me talk, please. Let me moderate. I have to move on. Young one, thank you for the donation, young one. We appreciate it. A lot of people are annoying him, so he kept donating, which is good. Today, normally weekdays people don't donate as much, but they donated quite a bit today. One Nigeria donated. Tope donated too. He was thanking she was thanking Jagun for doing a good job. And another one for A for real. A for real, thank you for the donation. That's AY alias Pansat. Because AY is turning to Pansat. I forgot who AY said I should remove him. Interrupt him again. Young one, thank you for the donation. And again, another young one there. And let me just acknowledge the people that are around. Kemriba, I see you there. Quinty A, Fumi O. Fumi actually agreed with me. Abami Eda. I like that name actually. Abami Eda. That's like a proper Yoruba name, isn't it? Lighthouse, I see you there. Lighthouse, nice one.
That was Fela's nickname.
Yeah. That's why I liked it. Abami Eda. That's a good one there. Which other one? Nwachuku, I see you there. Nwachuku, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. And people, they were quite engaged. All these one Nigeria, I see you there too. Thank you for joining us. I would like to close out now so that they can carry on backstage while I have a break. Oscar Blackbone, I see you there too. Thank you for your presence and contributing to the chat. Howdy. Yeah, Howdy. I did argue with Howdy for a bit. Thank you for the donations. Not the donation, comments. Even if he was disagreeing with me, it's all good. And now let me close out with a very brief. What's his name? Majek Fashek.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o.